Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast with your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me, our Lord and Savior, Greenline743.
Hello.
Reese2753.
Hi-yo.
Don't jumble, Augie.
I scream and you scream. People call the police. It gets awkward. Cheers.
Okay. Dan.
Hello.
And FTDNM.
Yo.
We got a full house tonight. A Weeaburger, if you're listening. Just might as well overdo it. All right, so
This week on Divorce Court.
Yeah. All right, so let's see. First of all, I want to thank Greenland743 for joining us.
It's good to be here. Good to be with you guys.
I'm glad. All right. Okay. Screen sharing. Okay. So before we jump into anything crazy, I want to remind you fools. Oh wait, hold on. Look at how lame I am. Publish update.
That'd be embarrassing.
Embarrassing. Yeah, I wasn't done. Okay. So I just want to remind you guys that your support is what keeps this podcast going. And I've been thinking lately. Christopher Barker says today in Anime Court, everyone's on trial. So I've been thinking lately that the best thing that you could do for the podcast, which I've mentioned before, is to share it. Find somebody who you think has similar humor or would get a kick out of it, invite them along, or as I've released the GTA supercut today, anybody that you think would enjoy a podcast clip, right? Just send it their way. We can seed out the new viewers by giving them the bite-sized version, that gets them hooked.
I don't know if that would be very representative of the podcast, to be honest.
Yeah, but it's not just that one. Obviously, there's a lot of podcast clips. Anyway, because at the end of the day, what's going to keep this podcast going the strongest is going to be a dedicated viewer base, and financial support will also be valuable to us in the longevity of the podcast. So if you feel that the podcast brings you $60 worth of joy a year, well, then that's how much it would cost to give us $5 a month. And if it's only $12 a year, I understand. We aren't that funny. That's only $1 a month.
We try.
Yeah. Also, if you want to support the Anime Collector channel in general, the content that is not podcast related, you can do so here. And this is another scenario where, if I'm I've kind of gone through the living situation lately. It's not been fantastic, and this would be one of the ways that kind of gets the breath off my neck, so to speak, by people who want me to quit what I'm doing and get a real job. No, I already have a real job. Anyway, but yeah, that would be a way to help sort of turn the tide on getting more content out and all that. Because if we get more. Like, for instance, just for sake of argument, if I was getting $300 per video of edited content, I could just send that stuff to Mr. Nice Guy and have him do 90 to 95% of the editing for me, and then I can get more content out. So anyway, those are just some things I've been thinking about because I feel like it would be valuable to start embracing the idea of the crowdfunding. By the way, I did actually get a solicitation for a sponsor, which I'll go into in a second. But before that, there's also stealthweeb.com, a good place for you to support what I'm doing here. And I'll remind you, I'm not sure when it's going to be gone, but this shirt will be gone soon. So, in fact, I don't know. If you order it tonight, it might not get to you. I don't know. But yeah, those are some of the stuff in the work. Yeah. So anyway. Let's chat for a sec.
Where'd Augie go?
He disappeared. He's shamed.
The nuns got him again. All right. So stop me at any. I've purposely tried to make this podcast rather light in terms of content, in terms of articles, rather, because Number one, I was up extremely late last night working on getting that video out. Which, if you haven't watched it yet, I do recommend it. It is better the second time around. But also, I wanted to have the content be a little bit lighter so that we could.
Are we alive? Or are we dead?
I mean, we're here. I don't know about you.
Am I coming in, or am I in midst of a void?
Full screen that. Ah, damn it.
Are we alive or dead? No, I got kicked off.
Well,
what happened?
Augie's in the Twilight Zone. I'm just going to move
Yeah.
oh my. Okay. So, yeah, if you guys, let's start. I'm just curious if anybody other than Demon Slayer, have we been partaking in any anime goodness?
I'm watching the TV series of Black Lagoon
for the first time.
For the first time,
you're in for a treat.
Cautious Hero is overly cautious.
Oh yeah, have you been enjoying that?
That's funny.
I have. The role fits Jamie Markey perfectly.
Oh god, dude! I was so hyped to find out Anthony Bowling had a lead role. Like he only has like one of those. It's like Ultimate Otaku Teacher, and then this.
Oh Lord, yeah.
Yeah, we have burger, says Lumberjack AC. Okay. Thanks for starting that meme.
Please, Lumberjack. Yes, that's true. Goes to the trash, washes through.
Weeburger says he's also watching Black Lagoon. What about FDM and Reese? You guys have any?
I do. I know Reese has some.
FDM, do you have some content you wanted to share?
Oh, are you talking about the YouTube animation that I did the sound and music for?
That is an absolute masterpiece of artistry and intelligence.
Yeah, if you want to, you can share that.
Exactly.
You can share that in the chat, and if you remind me of the
chat, I have to actually log into my YouTube.
All right, well, don't share that, bitch. Come on.
As for what I've been. No. I'll share it after I tell you guys what I watched, and then we'll go
I'll
that.
take care of it, FDM.
What?
I'll take care of it for you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Reese says he'll take care of it. Okay.
I'm
Thank you, Papa Reese. As for what I was watching,
go for it.
Let's see. I've been watching Horimiya, which is it's like a slice of life rom-com that isn't typical. Like it's kind of weird the way they approach it. And then there's I started Mushoku Tensei, but I'm just gonna wait for a dub on that because I know it's gonna be good. And I was watching Full Metal Panic, but I kind of paused in the middle of the second. What is it? Not the second raid. The second Fumofu. And then I started March Comes In Like a Lion yesterday because Reese is just all
it is good
over it. I guess I like where it's going. It's just I hate the mouth shapes. They look so weird.
You get used to it.
Otherwise, I don't know. Looks like it's gonna be interesting. So yeah.
Cool. Reese, you got anything?
Yeah, I'm watching 16
he's got everything, not anything.
Yeah. I knew this was gonna be a mistake.
Let me see. Where's my list?
I'll just cut in and just say no. No, I haven't.
All right, I'm watching Attack on Titan final season, Bungo Stray Dogs 1, Cells at Work season 2, Cells at Work Code Black, the new Digimon adventure series, Dr. Stone Wars, which is season 2, Jujutsu Kaisen, Mushoku Tensei, Jobless Reincarnation, Redo of Healer, which holy fucking shit. That second episode, Jesus Christ.
Hard to watch, or
ReZero, Starting Life in Another World, Season 2, Part 2.
Same here.
Skate the Infinity. Still on a Spider, So What?
Same here.
Okay.
Suppose a kid from the Lost Dungeon boonies moved to a starter town.
Watching
That's
that
all
too.
one title.
Yep.
That time I got reincarnated as a slime, Season 2, Part 1. The
Same here.
Hidden Dungeon only I can enter. And then The Promised Neverland, Season 2.
Right on. So Dan and I saw Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
I'll just say that. Don't be looking forward for that video that probably won't get released. Due to largely technical difficulties, apathy towards recording it, and screaming kids who went to see the movie with us. So anyway, also, Random 11 says he's been watching Naruto Kai, which I think is a joke, but I'm not actually sure because that might be a thing.
It could mean that he's watching Naruto skipping the filler.
Could be. Hipster Lumberjack AC drinks his Zoomer coffee. And Random Blum is currently eating Tim Hortons coffee mocha.
When the hell
Cereal.
did they make Tim Hortons cereal?
Osaro says, LOL redo of Healer. An amazing anime. A fellow man of culture in the audience. Rarity looks like my cup of tea. We'll talk about it. It's not a joke. It's a fan edit with the filler cut out. Oh, well, interesting.
Huh.
Cool. Let me know as you watch Naruto if there are any scenes where Naruto eats ramen while bandaged up after a battle or something of that effect, because I've been looking for a shot like that for a podcast clip I've been sitting on the back burner with. All right, so let's jump into this. So I saw this, and I thought that I read the headline, and I thought this was going to be very bland, but it got quite funny to me, just the pettiness of it all. So I'm going to share it. So a YouTube video about homegrown, home-cooked traditional Chinese food causes major controversy. So one dish created in the video has some people angry that it was included when it's not Chinese food. These days, you can find just about anything on YouTube, from parody music videos to crimes caught on film to food ASMR. If there's something you want to watch, you can probably find it, barring pornographic or otherwise offensive material, of course. I don't know why any of that needed to be said. But even though we have plenty of loud, funny, and flashy things to entertain us these days, with all the chaos going on in the world and the bustle of our daily lives, it's nice to tune into something quiet, something that brings us down to earth, and something that soothes the very soul. And for that, many people turn to Chinese YouTuber Lizicky. I'm going to guess that's how you say that. With 14.1 million subscribers, Lizicky's channel Lizicky's channel might arguably be one of the most successful non-celebrity channels on YouTube. And it's easy to see why. She has more than 100 videos documenting her life in rural China, where she farms, cooks, and uses the natural world around her to create. Her first video, shared in 2017, shows her method of making a dress and dyeing it with grape skins. It's better than foreskins, I guess, right?
Oh.
What? Okay.
Can you believe it?
And
Could
it's
you believe
probably
that
all
was
fake
actually...
anyways. Probably all fake Chinese communist propaganda somehow.
In her videos, Lizicky never directly addresses the camera. Instead, her videos are filled with the sounds of nature and of her cooking and farming, supplemented with soothing soft music, often piano music. Her videos are a breath of fresh air for many of us, but also an educational look at rural Chinese life and food culture. Her latest video, however, proved to be less than soothing for some viewers, titled, quote, "The Last Episode of the Life Series, The Life of White Radish." The clip outraged Korean viewers because Lizicky made pickled, that's supposed to be bok choy, not boy choy, pickled bok choy using a process that appeared to mimic the traditional Korean method of making kimchi, known as gimjeon. So here you can watch the video. It starts at 7:24. Generally, commenters claimed that kimchi is not Chinese food and belongs to Korean heritage instead. Comments called her out for including this style of food preparation in her video about Chinese cooking, saying it implied that her method of making kimchi-like pickled bok choy was Chinese. It is worth noting that nowhere in the video, nor the video's description or title, did Lizuki mention that the dish was Chinese. Nor did she specifically say it was kimchi. In fact, the food is just one of several featured in the video, while the others, including various pickled and preserved vegetables, made into many different dishes and served together as a meal. So it doesn't even have a prominent role in the story told by the video. Instead, it seems that complaints mainly stem from the fact that in the video description, the YouTuber included the hashtags Chinese cuisine and Chinese food, without any mention of whether the method she used to make the kimchi-like pickles, comes from the traditional Korean culture. One commenter wrote the following in English as if to clarify the reason for the outrage. Lizuki, you can make kimchi as you want. We're even welcome. Boy, their English is great. Just clearly indicate kimchi and kimchi, Jesus Christ, JJ Ige? I don't know. Is in the title. And delete the hashtag Chinese food or change it to Korean food. This is all Koreans want. Okay. I'm going to have to open this. I haven't actually watched the video. I just want to see, because I know how YouTube works. Maybe she's changed it. Come on now. What?
What?
So, okay. So the two extras that don't even get featured because it only does a total of 3. I didn't know you didn't have to put spaces between them. I don't know what the fuck this is supposed to be. Urethra. No. Anyway, yeah. So I was gonna say that you only get to choose 3, right, on a video. Hence the reason when you look at the video you're watching right now, it says, what does it say? Anime Collector, OCA Podcast, and Demon Slayer? Yeah. So anyway, I was thinking that perhaps she didn't have enough room because she has like a standard way of doing it, and she wouldn't have enough room to add the kimchi one, but she didn't even put the Chinese ones as like the highlight one, right? Anyway, where was I in here?
Probably doesn't care.
Yeah, bro, you shouldn't. This is not something that's worth it.
Drivers, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the Chinese don't care about the Koreans.
A billion Chinese potential viewers. Oh, Korea, come back, right? Like, of course.
Well, I'm just saying, the Chinese in general don't care about the Koreans.
Well,
so
yeah.
Why would they care?
Of course, these comments sparked a digital war of words in the comment section of Lizuki's video, which quickly became buried with arguments and criticisms from both sides. However, the animosity may not have started with Lizuki's video. Rather, it was probably another outlet for an ongoing dispute over the origins of kimchi between China and South Korea. According to a South Korean academic, China has been ramping up efforts to claim kimchi as its own product. Chinese online influencers, state-controlled news media, government officials, and even its ambassador to the UN are going all out in their efforts to commandeer kimchi as something Chinese, said Sungshin University's, oh dear God, Suck Young Dick? What? Suck Young Duck.
I need
I'm
to
sorry.
highlight that one.
Furthermore, after China's Sichuan province received recognition for its own pickled vegetable dish known as pao kai, which is different in flavor and preparation from kimchi, a state-sponsored news source called the achievement the making of, quote, an international standard for the kimchi industry led by China. China reminds me of in Game of Thrones. What was the king, Joffrey? when he's like, "I am the king," and it's like anybody who has to declare "I am the king" is no true king. That seems like what China's doing. Is like they're just constantly having to let the world know. Yeah, this is look at great homeland of motherland of China has such great accomplishments. Anyway, so this is the Chinese ambassador for the UN, right? Now I want you to tell me what part of this tweet claims that China invented kimchi. Okay, winter life can also be colorful and enjoyable. One option is to try some homemade kimchi by yourself. Not too difficult. My colleague said it's super tasty.
Nothing.
No part.
Wouldn't kimchi be a summer dish?
There's nothing about that tweet that says that they
Right?
made it.
It's like saying, "Here,
this to
we
me.
made spaghetti. Our friends like it."
This to me is that picture of the girl wearing the traditional Chinese dress, putting her hands together and doing a slight bow for that prom photo. That everybody said, "This is cultural appropriation. A Caucasian cannot wear Chinese garb, and it's offensive to put your hands together and do a small bow." Right?
You got the money.
That's what
you
I've
can wear
gotten from this.
anything.
What's that?
If you got the money, you can wear anything. But what gets me is like the corny sweater. Then he drops the pan slightly just to give that off-center thumbs up. Try to be cool with the nation. Just
Oh, he's not dropping the pan. He's tilting the pan up to show you because the previous image he's holding it in his hands with gloves on. Wait, does it say kimchi is Chinese on his apron? No, it's got a fucking hot dog and says New York on it, right?
Ew, kimchi on a hot dog. Ugh.
That's cultural appropriation.
How dare he?
Like,
the Chinese
like
are
making
taking
celery juice and
over New
lemonade.
York hot dogs, guys. This is outrageous. Oh, I want to see what it is. American. Does that say American cunt dog? What does this say?
Coke's dog?
American cat dog? New York hot dog?
What the fuck?
Is that cart? Oh, it's cart. American cart dog.
Well then.
That's culture. That's more cultural appropriation than anything else. Get that apron out of here.
Yeah, looking American and stuff.
And
Get out of
I'm
here.
sure that China probably owns most of New York nowadays.
Yeah.
So.
No. China made the hot dog.
You got
Oh,
China.
and-
Oh no!
Okay, well, you got to look at it from China's perspective.
They did make the hot dog.
Oh no.
I was wondering
No,
where the
but see,
poodle went.
I think. See, we're all looking at this from the lens of a barbarian. We got to look at this from the cultured, civilized, dominant Chinese
Communist.
mindset. See, they're the Middle Kingdom, right? They everyone lives to serve them. So any invention somebody else comes up with is automatically Chinese because
know
they
the
are
meme?
the superior culture.
So they don't call it the
No,
hot
no,
dog in
it's
China.
the
They
meme.
call it a spicy dog.
I made
you know
this.
what? Put the plants
You
in the
made
background,
this?
right?
I made this, right? You know that meme?
We
Where the
made
guy-
this.
I made this, right? And the person he hands it over to somebody, say, "You made this," and then the next panel, "I made this," right? Like, just anyway. Another
Alright, so a
YouTuber.
little photo trick. Another photo trick in the background is if you put a plant, it's supposed to signify that room is very clean.
No, I think that's just Chinese feng shui in action behind him. Another YouTuber, Hamzy, also became collateral in the war over kimchi. I just like the idea. This is as real as the meme war. Veteran kimchi war veteran here. The Korean vlogger earned the ire of China when she liked a comment on one of her videos that included, quote, "It pisses me off that China claims to be the origin of kimchi and sam." So wait, hold on. My wife told me how to pronounce this. Some? I think it's some. Sam? No, I think it is sam. Anyway, the origin of kimchi and sam. Sam is a pork and vegetable wrap. Chinese followers who noticed were quick to criticize her, and she soon became another subject of controversy. So this is a situation right here that I think everybody's undergoing at some level of you can't please everybody, right? So you might as well please the audience that there's a billion of, which is what Hollywood's approach and the NBA's approach has been. So Chinese followers who noticed were quick to criticize her, and she soon became another subject of controversry. That
So
one
you
like
can't criticize China. I'm telling you, they are the superior.
China's
culture.
the new Israel, right?
Well, no, everyone criticizes Israel. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, China's the new Jews. How's that?
No, I don't think so.
No, you have a people and you have a faith.
They do have concentration camps in China.
Yeah, but they don't throw the Jews in the. Well, maybe they do. I mean, I'm sure the Chinese don't like the Jews any more than anybody else likes them. But
Well, I think the more appropriate comment here would be China's the new Nazi party, because I don't think you were allowed to I don't think you were allowed to speak ill of them either when they were a thing.
Okay, yeah, no, that's closer to the truth.
I'm glad we could come to such a non-offensive
Agreement.
mutual understanding. That one like in a subsequent video where she said, quote, "I don't understand where I was wrong in saying that kimchi and sam are Korean foods," resulted in her losing sponsorships in China because, quote, her actions were offensive to her Chinese followers. Her videos were also reviewed. Her videos were also removed from Chinese platforms, losing her millions of followers. All right.
Wow.
So here's a tweet. Korea's kimchi. It's for everyone. The most innocuous, unoffensive phrasing I could think of. The kimchi making and sharing culture was listed as a UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage in 2013. Historically, this iconic food of Korea and its culture date back thousands of years. Now, it is a fermented food beloved by people all over the world. Kimchi is Korean, but it belongs to everyone. Which I would have probably have just been better to read when it actually came up in the article. So I said the feud over kimchi still continues. As Suck Young Dick recently ran an ad in the New York Times expressly stating that, quote, kimchi is Korean, but it belongs to everyone, with a picture of a dish of kimchi in front and center. And pardon? There must be you said front and center. I don't see kimchi in this photo, but it is an embedded tweet. Oh, there you go. So that's an ad from New York Times today. That was when that was today. Anyway, is this Korea's response to all the recent kimchi is Chinese noise? I mean, that looks like lasagna to me. But
Yeah, I mean, looks
lasagna,
like
another Chinese cuisine.
Yeah.
Might as well be.
Trick question. I had half a plate of spaghetti and one piece of pizza for supper tonight. What kind of cuisine did I have?
Chinese.
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 What kind of names are these? The feud over kimchi still continues as sucking blah blah blah. I read that. Of course, this is just one of the many cultural battles between China and Korea, and it probably won't be the last. But at least we can all mostly agree that kimchi is delicious, and we should all just be happy that we can eat it. Well, you say that, but I've never partaken because it smells fucking disgusting.
It's okay.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
I've had it before. It's pretty good.
If I had read this earlier in the week, I would have had my wife make some, and I would have tried it on stream for the first time.
She makes kimchi?
She does. She makes her own. But, quote, my grandma dies when I make kimchi, is what I hear from her. Because this is why I go to Del Taco for every meal, because I can't make food that has any scent whatsoever, or grandma, quote unquote, dies. All right, so real quick, I found What's up? Green line?
Oh no, I was just laughing.
Oh, okay. So I wanted to share this. This was interesting, but not interesting enough to read the whole article. Japan's legal age of adulthood is dropping by 2 years. Okay, so I just want to give you just so that we're all in the know on the podcast. I wanted to give you just a heads up of what that's going to mean. So in 2018, the Japanese government approved an amendment to the country's civil code, which will drop the age of legal adulthood by 2 years to 18 on April 1st, 2022, which is April Fool's Day. However,
Yeah.
They gotta stop doing that.
They're totally gonna do that. Totally.
yeah,
Totally.
it's like I'm an adult now. It's like April Fools. However, it's not a blanket change, as even after the changeover, some of the rights and privileges currently denied to minors will remain unavailable to people under the age of 20.
Unavailable. It's out of stock, guys.
What's the point?
Expecting
Like,
more though.
it's basically like how in the United States, for example, you're a legal adult at 18, but you still can't drink or buy cigarettes until you're 21. Right? Like
Probably.
you can go fight for your country, bomb people in the Middle East, but you can't
do
have
porn.
a drink. And do porn, yes. The specific ways 18-year-olds' rights will change will be like, for instance, the age at which women are allowed to marry will actually increase from 16 to 18. The marriable age for boys will remain the same at 18. So apparently,
Women
even
could
though you're not
specifically get married younger.
yes, even though you're not legally an adult until 20, until April Fool's Day 2022, for some reason, girls in Japan could get married at 16.
Well, I know in Canada you can get married at 16, but the thing is, as much as I'd like to say, oh, how dare they increase the age, it's like anyone getting married at 16 probably isn't ready for it. So I don't really have a problem with can't get married.
In the United States, I think you can get married at 13, or you can get married at just about any age. So
I think it varies from state to state.
Hold up, so long as the parents of both parties are agreeing to it, right?
Yeah, that's how that one voice actor
I
got away from getting in big trouble.
Illick Guardiola, Monica Rial's hot former boyfriend, to quote her. Yes, he had an underage fling, and in order to avoid jail time, married her at the behest of her mom or whatever. Like, I think maybe he threatened her. I don't know.
To getting out of jail.
Yeah. Uno reverse card. Go straight to jail. It's like you're playing Monopoly. You pull the chance card. Go straight to jail. Uno reverse.
I gotta get a jail free card. No, I'm not doing that.
So, what do you need?
Need a lot of things.
Coming in here to give me a hug. All right, thank you. Okay, bye. Make sure you close the door for me. Good night. Bye. Okay, that was weird. So anyway, so I would like to know quick. I don't know that we'll cover it tonight, but I do see this article titled "How many times a day do Japanese men adjust their junk?" New survey investigates. I'm just gonna slide that all the
Slide that in your DMs.
Might as well talk about it.
I don't even want to know how many times I address my junk. Like, what?
Well, no, actually,
Comfort.
we should hold this off until next podcast, and everyone do a personal count from now until next podcast.
Oh no!
To compare.
That depends on how I sit. That depends on how I sit.
So
how do you guys?
I'm not against this idea, Reese, but we need to define what constitutes "quote unquote" adjusting your junk.
Anytime your hand needs to physically adjust it.
Let me rephrase the question. If you do the old pinch and roll to scratch that itch on the ball,
you need to adjust your underwear whatsoever.
No. So the question is,
who wears ball underwear?
If you have to do the old pinch and roll to itch the tickle on your testicles, is that considered adjusting your junk, or is it only when you're repositioning the shaft
Now, when you get older, having a ball hammock might be unnecessary because your balls get so heavy later on.
Do balls increase in weight over time?
According to Augie, they do.
I'm pretty sure
There
it's a
are
lack of
ball hammocks.
collagen that causes them to sag over time. I don't think it has anything to do with them starting to weigh more.
Quick scan the article and see how they define it.
Okay, well, we'll get there when we get there. It's sitting at the
Remember,
end of the podcast.
AC/DC has "I Got
Same
Big
black
Balls" as a
magic that
song.
affects women's boobs over time.
What was that, Green Line?
It's the
Oh,
same
God.
black magic that affects women's boobs over time.
The sad. Yeah, that would also be the collagen. Anyway, okay, so so the marriable age for boys is going to remain the same at 18. So a major reason for lowering the age of adulthood is to give 18 and 19-year-olds the right to become financially and societally independent. Japanese high school students graduate at the age of 17 or 18, but those who start working instead of going to higher education currently remain legal minors, meaning that they need their parents' permission for things such as getting their own apartment and applying for a credit card until they turn 20. For children in abusive or acrimonious families, this can keep them tied to an unhealthy or unsafe living environment, even if they're working and capable of supporting themselves. So 18-year-olds are going to be able to, and I had to really chop up how we highlight these for this article, but so the 18-year-olds are going to be able to apply for their own credit cards, make their own mobile phone contracts, live by themselves / sign their own apartment leases, change their residence or employment status without their parents' permission, apply for bank loans, undergo sex conversion treatment.
There we go.
That's
And,
important.
yeah, the question is, was this the entire point from the perspective of the Japanese legislature?
Right.
This is, they're sliding this in. It's like, well, we'll just throw a couple more things in there, but this is what we really want. I don't know. I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, look, I think people at the age of 18, personally, I think they're not quite adults. Because the way I see it, your first year of adulthood is a lot like your first year of childhood, right? You're beginning for the first time when you're growing from, a newborn to a toddler and all that. You're beginning to become a child. You're beginning to become a human, right? Or learning the ropes of navigating the world. And as far as I'm concerned, society, at one time, you were practically an adult at 12, right? But now, the way society is, especially in the United States, by the time you're 18, you've still had absolutely zero life experience beyond, I went to school and learned a bunch of shit.
Yeah,
right?
it's kind of devolved, honestly.
Yeah. So the way I see it, I don't think that at 18, so for instance, let's take this into the United States. You can vote at 18. You can join the armed forces, do these sorts of things. I personally do not think that either of those things are things that the vast majority of 18-year-olds have the life experience to be able to do well, to be able to navigate properly. Sex conversion therapy, I feel the same way about.
Oh, dear Lord.
But I will say that just because most people are not well equipped enough to be able to make those decisions, doesn't mean that we should be making the decisions for them until they're of a higher age. You gotta get your feet wet somewhere.
Right.
So while I do think that there are plenty of people who can ruin their lives with the ability to take out a credit card at 18 in Japan, at the same time, there are just as many people who will learn from that mistake if they have a mistake at that age, and grow from it and all those things. And there's also people who are going to be responsible. So we can't tether society to the lowest common denominator. In my opinion, I think that people need to be allowed to fail. So while I do think that it is probably dangerous for most kids to go through sex conversion therapy, I am not going to. I just noticed you guys changed my name.
Yeah, I did too, and that's why I laughed earlier, because I was like, "Oh, Reese, you son of a bitch."
All right. All right. So
For the
anyway,
US, my 2 cents, I feel like one of the things that need to change from 18 to 16 would be voting.
I'm sorry, what? You want people to vote at 16?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Why not? Most people are going to have the same mentality at 16 when they get older anyway, so and they're learning more about it as it goes up to that point anyway. So
Hard disagree.
drive and kill themselves. Why not?
Hard to disagree.
No, you hard to disagree, but there's people who are way older than us that have a mentality of a child and can still vote.
Okay,
Yeah.
then no one should be able to vote till they're 70.
No, actually, I would argue that there should be a cutoff age for voting as well. I remember when I was in.
Well, I'm just saying the solution that Augie's poking at is that you need to be 70 to vote.
Well,
You're
I
getting
was.
that from Futurama so you can get into the really hardcore porn
25 to
age.
60.
Yeah, so when I was in high school,
Service screens.
in geography and
rent a
current
car,
issues
you
or whatever
can
the class was called, I want to say it was an election year. Yeah, I think it was actually. I think it was 2004. I want to say it was. So we watched a video about around the time when Bill Clinton was elected, and I distinctly remember some old ass granny with white hair and the old like crackly voice of a person who's been alive and using rose-colored glasses for far too long said, I voted for Bill Clinton because he was just so handsome. And I was like, get this bitch out of here. That's not what we need. Anyway, that's my argument is that old people are terrible voters as well. Go ahead,
The reason I say this is when you vote, who's actually going through the public school system side? Teachers who can vote. This will give like a slight population towards that. And
Sorry,
also
who's going through public school system? What about teachers?
When they are 16, when people are 16, typically they're still in high school. So for some reasons that are not addressed to be paid for taxes, since at age 16, with child labor laws, you can start working while going to school. Part-time base is fine, but now you are contributing.
The thing is, they're not part of the economy in like a bigger way. Where
exactly.
It's
See,
like,
the argument.
They're paying taxes. Hell's wrong with you, FDNM.
The argument here that I think why this is flawed is because if you opened up voting to people who are 16, then they are not going to research the issues at all and will literally vote based on how they're told, and they will be told how to vote based on the public school system, which I think is
Adults do that as well.
Yes, adults who are no longer in school still vote based on the public school system and not based on
told how to vote through other means.
Yeah. Well, there is obviously certain political affiliations do prey on the low information voters and getting names out there. And you see when you drive by all the signs that pop up with the propositions and the different people. It's literally all about, for some people, it's literally all about which name do I like better, which is a what do you call that? Subconscious agreement based on which one you're more familiar with. Therefore, which sign did you see more often? AKA which candidate had greater funding in your area? That's who you're going to vote for. If you actually, effectively, yes. The U.S. elections effectively are pay to win, except for the last couple where things got kind of crazy.
So anyway, back on topic, or kind of on topic, I had an idea. Now, don't take this with a grain of salt, but I'm thinking maybe the reason they, brought the age up to 18 was because they wanted to give them credit cards so they can spend more money on figures and Dr. Mocker and all that crap.
I don't disagree with this premise.
No, that's a joke. It's more of a joke than actual holds water or anything. I didn't.
No, but see, no, I actually agree though because because when it comes to politics in general, decisions are made entirely based on lobbying and regulatory capture. So if you have a study that says that kids who are 18 who haven't even gotten a job yet are not good with money, like big shock that's what the data would show, right?
Right.
Then getting them a credit card is going to ruin them, right? And make you more money as they don't see. It's kind of like when you pay for insurance, you don't see the cost that adds up over time because you only pay the insurance as it incrementally increases, right? Versus anyway, it's regardless. The point I'm trying to get across is that I think that there is a potentiality to that point that this could be seen as a way to boost certain aspects of the Japanese economy, which has probably slumping in recent years. And it also may be this is my secret theory. I think that this is a way for them to try to boost the birth rate, because if you're 18 and you have your own place, you're probably getting laid more.
I didn't think about that.
Right, and so they want to try to get people when their hormones are still high enough that they're ballsy enough to actually ask somebody out before they go into adulthood and get a job and never have any time. So anyway, I think that these are all valid theories.
Solution,
next
try to
article,
reduce the issue.
What, Augie?
I think this also is another strategy to try to reduce the NEET issue.
The NEET? Yeah.
Hikikomori.
See, something that blows my mind about the hikikomori is the concept that people are able to even do that. So I think that the cost of living in Japan is probably surprisingly low in a lot of ways, but the consumer goods are extremely expensive, right? So
that makes sense, I guess.
So it seems to me like rent isn't the majority of a paycheck for people in Japan, because as we saw with Wolf Children, she was able to live goddamn forever without any money coming in, right? Anyway, so I want to get back to the chat in a minute, but we're really close to being done with this article. So, so several potential vices that will remain off limits until the 18-year-old adults turn 20 is that they will not be able to consume or purchase alcohol, use or purchase tobacco products, or gamble on events such as horse racing. With the majority of Japan's youth continuing on to some sort of post-high school education while enjoying financial support from their parents, the change won't have a discernible effect on everyone. However, in closing the potentially exploitive loophole that allowed women to be married 2 years younger than men, and providing the means for 18-year-olds to break away from negative family ties, the difference may be a genuine life changer. Yeah, I wonder, like, going back to my theory about the raising the birth rates. I wonder if putting the 18-year-olds into an environment where they could, like, invite people over to their house and get laid, if making it so that they can't marry their underage girlfriends until they turn 18 is kind of funny to me, though. Anyway, all right, so continuing here, we've got a quick one more article that is mostly just informative. Like, hey, this is a thing, and we'll probably see more information about this. Japanese government is looking into new copyright regulations for cosplay, wants the rules to become a pillar of their Cool Japan strategy. Once again, Cool Japan reminds me of I am the king. Japan is cool, damn it. All right, anyway, with cosplay becoming more and more popular and more people earning money for their cosplays, the Japanese government has decided to look into new rules to regulate copyright disputes between cosplayers and IP owners. The government is hoping to integrate the rules inside their Cool Japan strategy and promote cosplay overseas with anime fans in a, quote, positive way. Don't worry, guys. We're putting these rules on this thing that you already do, but it's only so that it will continue to be more fun. Right? Like,
Right, sure.
this to me is the like fun size candy on Halloween. Fun size? What's fun about getting less candy? According to research by the Japanese government, the current regulation between cosplayers and copyright law is muddy, with no laws in place to protect both the cosplayer and the copyright holder.
Whatever that means.
Yeah, like seriously, no, the laws in place only protect the copyright holder. Cosplayer gets fucked. And I don't think that's going to change, to be honest. At the moment, if a cosplayer is participating... What?
Keep reading, but I think they're going to try to find a tax to tax the cosplayer too, so they can keep it.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is part of the Trans-Pacific Partnership is what this is. So that's wonderful. Thanks, Joe Biden. At the moment, if a cosplayer is participating as a hobby without making any money, there are no laws being broken. But if those images get posted online through social media or they are selling the images and making money, there's an argument to be made that the cosplayer could be breaking Japan's copyright laws.
A bad argument to be made.
So here's the silver lining here that would be really funny to me. As you guys know, I have tweet notifications turned on for one Ronald Toy III. And I have to see this jackass retweet every one of Dominique Sky's links to her OnlyFans. So it would be very funny to me.
Okay.
Well, it would be very funny to me if she gets sued by the Japanese copyright holders and Ricada gets to cover that lawsuit.
Oh, that'd be great.
That would be hilarious.
Top tier dono for Dominique Sky.
Yeah, because then what it ends up becoming is, do you continue to support the thought from Ron Toya's perspective, or do you support the companies for which your fiance, your quote unquote fucking fiance, is employed, right? To some degree. So anyway, continuing here though. I am manifesting that future for the sake of the lulz. Podcast magic, please let that happen. Okay, so okay. At the moment, it's hard for Japanese cosplayers to contact original creators to gain permissions to cosplay their characters. One just proposition from a member of the House of Councilors, Taro Yamada. I know we've talked about Taro Yamada before. I think that was the Federal Manga Cafe guy. Is for a database of copyright holders that can be accessed by cosplayers to obtain permission. I like the idea that, again, we've talked about this on the podcast before, the Federal Manga Cafe, all these things. What we're looking at is a systemic control grid being put around the consumer that they have to ask permission to talk about popular culture, to dress up as characters. Like this to me, because it's always going to be a way to squeeze that last drop out of everybody. Imagine the team, the $1 million team that they're going to hire to go around and just thought audit everybody.
Audit?
Can you imagine if they made an official Tanjiro coat, the red and black or the green and black checkered coat, and officially licensed one, and then you still have to get permission just to wear that to a convention?
Oh my god,
that would be really funny, actually. And a terrible tragedy, of course, as well. And of course, the way that the consumer fights back against this is literally just don't buy any of their products anymore, right?
Make everything on Stealth unofficially.
Yeah, well, it'll be an interesting conversation to happen if I'm able to get in touch with the copyright holders and try to negotiate Stealth Weeb contracts, which would raise the prices significantly on Stealth Weeb without making me any more money. Which again, it's at the moment, Stealth Weeb is effectively a nonprofit, right? The prices are so low. I'm doing my taxes this year, this month I'm doing my taxes for this year, and I got to tell you, there are a surprising number of sales through Stealth Weeb where I actually lost money because I keep the prices so remarkably low. That depending on where you live and where the fulfillment center is and where it's shipping from and everything, sometimes it actually costs me more than you pay me to get the product to you. But that's okay because it evens out. And like I said, I do this kind of as a what do you call it? Service to the otaku community, you know, and that's why I try to exclusively produce items that don't have an official counterpart. But anyway, so let's see. The Japanese government is looking at ways regulations could be codified without ruining cosplay culture. Good fucking luck. Japan's Minister of State, Shinji Inoue, who has Cool Japan in his portfolio, was sure that harsh regulations were, quote, not a good idea, and that the government is currently talking with copyright holders as well as top Japanese cosplayers to hash out a plan that benefits everyone. See, I like this. I love that the top cosplayer, such as Hinako here in the photo, the top cosplayer who's already making over $1 million a year cosplaying, you're going to ask them, the people who are contracted by the anime studios to go to events cosplaying as the characters. But the guy down the street who's trying to break into the industry, that guy's fucked, right? This is the same bullshit happening when it comes to bailouts that you claim are for small businesses that go to Walmart and Amazon, right? Which is effectively what we've seen during COVID.
Oh, come on, Brad!
Anyway.
You're missing the big one that was royally exploiting that. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Okay. Cool Japan ambassador and Japan's top cosplayer Inako is involved with these discussions. While at the moment there has been no laws or amendment proposed to current Japanese copyright laws or any overseas laws, but the current ruling party of Japan is expecting that cases could arise in the future that may test current laws and want to get ahead of them. This hobby sure is fun. All right, so let's do pickups. Who wants to do some pickups? I have a box here, but I also really have to take a leak, so I'm gonna go do that first.
All right, put it on to me, Scotty.
Where they are.
Okay.
All right. So for me, I finally picked up something that I like the style of, but technically I already own, and that is a double scoop of vanilla. This is only the front cover I can show. And look at all this delicious glory of 2 sets.
So you have porn?
It is selective visual literature,
Porn.
aka nudie booty. And another one that FD&M will like would be Iko Azaraka. You got the first one and the second one. Boom. And a cult movie. I'm not sure if it's a staple, but here it is. Haha. And I've also learned making these complete collection videos that I'm slowly turning into Phil from Harvey Birdman and Attorney at Law. I'm pointing to the wrong spot and laughing like that all the time. There are some others, like I'll show in the video soon, Battle Athletes from Discotech. Oh, yeah, give that.
Getting cucked out of Discotech, yeah. I am.
What? What, Dan?
I'm just saying that every time Disco has new releases that you guys are getting, I'm getting cucked out of them because they don't have them on Amazon right away, and for whatever reason, over here.
Oh yeah, you have that.
Yeah.
I wish you just get a degree.
Amazon.ca cuts you guys.
Oh yeah, finally.
Mind you, I can get it from the eBay store whenever Discotech posts it. It's just shipping and stuff. I want to make it worth the while.
So is that it for you, Augie?
Well, I finally completed Demon Slayer. And that's it for me.
All right. FTN, you got something?
Yes, I have something times 4. Seaman Slayer Part 2, which technically I put in the disc of last night. Didn't watch any of the discs I put in, but I mean, it's ready. It's queued up. And we got Lupin, the Third, the First, which is officially my third Lupin thing that I own. I'm happy to pick up the Lupins, except
Well, you finally
there's like a
watched
billion movies. And the TV series is only like recently
less than
getting
35.
Blu-ray stuff for part
Okay.
3.
I'll be right back.
Oh
guys.
yeah, Brad. You'll be right back. I was about to say, Brad, you missed that. I got Lupin. Okay. Then we got Bartender, which is a bit thinner than the picture looked like, but whatever. And it apparently comes with coasters, but it looks like art cards exclusively. So maybe you like pop out the coasters from
It has coasters in there.
something.
There's coasters in there.
So it's like a
And
smaller.
I forgot that this was a Region A release because I looked at the back and I had flashbacks from UK NOM. And I'm like, oh no, apparently this is Region A. So I'm like, okay, forgot. And then the only thing that you probably should get as a limited edition from Fruits Basket is the one that comes with Art Box. So as predicted, it has that annoying flap, so it's not perfectly flat with the rest of your collection. So good job, Funimation, in ailing me with your packaging design.
Is that magnetic?
Yeah, it's magnetic, but I mean, do you want it to be magnetic? Or sorry,
No.
does it matter if it's magnetic if you have the flap? I'd rather have no flap.
I'd rather, I mean, like, if
Yeah,
you're
it's
having
not
that, I mean, aren't magnets not good for discs if you're having that right next to another set?
I don't think, it's strong
okay.
enough. I don't think it's strong enough to actually affect it.
Yeah, because the type of metal, is it aluminum? I think it's aluminum. I have to. I don't remember off the top of my head, but the type of metal in there that that causes the reflection is not really magnetized. So I think it's okay.
So let's give you guys a little look around the box.
That's
And that
cultural
says-
appropriation, Froggy.
Yes, and then we got Fruits Basket on the front in a field, which doesn't look that great, honestly. If you want my opinion, it doesn't feel like anime or like Fruits Basket.
Can I see the top? Is the top blank?
The
Okay,
top-
good. I was gonna say, Jesus. I was gonna say
the spine
way you were holding
they
it-
got pretty good. It,
Yeah, I
it
was gonna
says
say-
Fruits Basket on it.
and at least it doesn't say like 16th anniversary edition
How
or
many
some
trading
sweet
card
16
decks can you
bullshit.
fit in it?
How many? What?
Is that information that's actually relevant?
5.
What?
How many trading card decks can you fit in it?
A number of them, but I don't know why you'd want to do that. So this can fit up to 6 Blu-rays of 14 millimeter.
Up to 6?
So-
I thought it was 5.
Well, they had a. I don't know if how they described it before, but it implied 5. But it said they changed it later to say to fit the rest of the series
Yeah.
because clearly they're going to have 6,
Okay.
unless they
So
have
perhaps-
a Black Clover with art book limited edition.
Perhaps it was phrased in such a way where what they meant was 5 more.
Yeah, 5 more. That's exactly what they meant. That's my pickups.
All right.
All right.
Who else wants to go? I got pickups, and I can show. Where's that picture? There it is.
Dan overspent on something recently. If he wants to share.
I picked up
Ooh,
Demon Slayer
cute.
Part 2
What card did you get?
and Lupin the first Steelbook finally. My Hero Academia Volume 2.
Copycat.
What was on the inside, Reese?
And then the 2 Haruhi novels reprints. And those are weird because the first one, the Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, is taller.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can see right here that it's a
It's
different size.
it's just a little bit taller,
That's
and
annoying.
the Sai is just a little bit wider.
I mean, being wider means it has more pages, right?
Yeah, but the thing is that if
No,
it was
no.
taller, it could probably have one less page. You know.
No, taller. The freaking the size of the cover.
I know, but he says taller and wider.
No. What he's saying is that
bigger
it's longer. Like if you were to stick these both into a
In the shelf.
case, the side would stick out further.
Oh
Very
God!
melancholy. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh no!
Not
That's
the length,
terrible.
not the length of the book.
Right,
the
right.
dimensions of it, like
Not
that
the
we're looking
width,
at.
but
What
the
we're
depth.
looking at right now, those dimensions.
Well, Reese,
Wow.
you know how to fix that, right? You gotta
I'm
get
not
the saw
taking a
out.
fucking.
Don't
No.
sand it.
I'm not cutting
Hey,
Haruhi's legs off.
Reese, what was on the inside of Lupin? The case. You were wondering about that.
Oh yeah. You were
Podcast ago.
asking me to open it to see what the inside looked like.
Oh, the back side of it has a sticky note with Lupin's. Like I stole it with the little
His
potato
peanut
face.
thing. It looks like a peanut, if you want my opinion.
That's pretty good. And also, you were asking about the. I don't know if you asked this on stream about the.
I was about to ask you to bring it up, regardless.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
The names are perfect, are as they should be, because when you watch the English dub, the English name shows in the credits, but when you watch the Japanese dub, the Japanese names show. So it's
That's
not
nice.
showing.
Okay, so they changed it. That's cool. Yeah. So that means that it contains the opening sequence for like two separate ones, right? There's a chapter on the disc.
The overlaying text is different.
Right. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that there's the disc has the opening that shows the opening credits on the disc somewhere twice. And depending on which version of it you select, English or Japanese, it chooses when it gets to that sequence to show that clip versus the other one. And basically, it probably acts as an angle change, the way DVD used to have the ability to change the angle. There were a couple of DVDs back in the day. It was a feature of DVD where if you look at your DVD remote, there's sometimes a button that says angle. And if you click it, and almost no movies actually took this into consideration, but basically when they filmed the shot, they filmed it with more than one camera. Occasionally you could actually see a certain shot from different angles. And when DVD was first coming out, I remember this specifically, they had promoted the idea of the angle button as a way to censor certain scenes. So in the scene that they showed was a woman taking a shower, and the shot was cut above her cleavage, right? So like there's an angle of the shot that was above the cleavage, and probably another shot in the movie, the hypothetical theoretical movie, that actually showed her tits, right? So
how is that a good thing?
For kids, it was advertised as a way to watch movies with the family that otherwise you wouldn't be able to watch.
Air the movie on TV without having to cut anything.
DVD was considered to be adult entertainment. Its VHS was edited.
Okay.
The discotheque DVDs for Part 2 did the same thing.
Oh, really? With the openings? Every one of the original, the Miramax Princess Mononoke at least has, when you watch it in English, it says Princess Mononoke, but when you watch it in Japanese, it says Mononoke Hime on the title card.
It has the Japanese lettering. Yeah, the G Kids movies do that for the Ghibli releases, but they didn't do that for this one. For Lupin,
right? Which would have been cool. Would have been cool.
That would have been odd because they had that like the jewel version, the red jewel version of the Japanese Lupin logo, which was really cool in 3D, but it's not on there at all whatsoever.
I don't want it. You can have it. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Reese, if
thank you.
The Haruhi that's left turns out to be quite a number amount, one solution to kind of make sure all of it's back level again without hurting anything else is to get like a strip of plexiglass to put down, and that should resolve the CDO.
Here's another way: make a custom art box.
The way I have these, I have to stack these in my bookcase now. I've been stacking them like on their sides. So like instead of like left going like from like how you have your Augie show us your get on camera for a second.
Instead of vertical, it's horizontal.
Oh goddamn! I gotta take the picture off. There we go.
It's like you do in the
Yeah.
corner.
Yeah, I don't. I had like that corner right there where your right hand's
Your
at.
right hand. Your right hand is
Right
right
hand.
next to how they're stacked. He's talking about stacking them sideways.
Right
Okay.
there. Yes, that's how
Oh,
my
dear God.
bookcase is at for my light novels. It's all. I got 4 stacks.
It's like
and
your 2
I'm-
copies of Gridman.
Yeah. Anyway,
Oh yeah, great man. Yeah.
that's my pickups.
Oh, this right
The
here
end.
is the DigiCarry corner.
Okay.
And
Anybody else have any
did you get
pickups?
Ferrari?
I do.
Can you call AC?
I also do.
Can you finally call AC a poser?
So I've got
Ferrari shit.
My Hero Academia, season 4, part 1, and I'm pretty sure I accidentally bought season 4, part 2, both limited and non-limited edition. So that's fun. I don't know how that happened. And then I got Bartender, which if enough of us actually got this, I definitely think we should do this for a watch club.
I've already seen this, so I would absolutely be down with that.
And I'm noticing it says all the anime.
Yeah, it's the UK distribute or
It's the UK discs, right? Just
Right.
distributed through Shout Factory. Is this the first time that we've had
Yeah.
a US region disc that actually has all the anime's logo on it? I think it is, right?
It is.
And the spine surprisingly only says Bartender.
Yeah,
It doesn't have
it's
like
very
a
pretty.
company logo. Yeah, it's I look. I do want to gush about this release because there is something about it that is it's elegant, right? There's an elegance to it. You know what I mean? It feels classy. So I'm very thrilled about that. I've been wanting this show since like 2007 or whatever, when it was when my friend Andrew was watching it, and he kept telling me to pick it up, but it never came out until just now. So anyway, I don't know why the box was so big for such small quantity. I'm pretty sure there wasn't anything else in there. Nope, I don't know. Anyway, all right. Well, that's all my pickups, I guess. So,
Question for you, Brad. If we do that for Watch Club, what kind of liquor would you drink? Would you go Fraser and get some sherry, or would it be on the tops with some schnapps?
I mean, I wasn't planning specifically to drink liquor, but if we're gonna make that a thing, I guess I would look at the cover. I
Well,
see
Brad,
Jack
you're
Daniel,
probably the only one
Wild
that would
Turkey,
participate in that part of
Captain
it.
Morgan. I don't know.
But those
I
stuff
would
burn.
probably-
Why not get some Jackie Daniels?
It's 11 episodes, so it's pretty short. And we could.
Yeah. I think
It's
it would be
one
a good-
episode
a good
shorter than
watch.
the average. It's like so much more shorter now because of that.
All right. Okay, so I want to address some of the chat.
Wow.
Christopher Barker said,
Pickup.
"Oh, okay, go for it. Sorry about that."
That's fine. It's fine. Let's see. If I can start the camera. There it is.
There you go.
So I got Dr. Stone and Cautious Hero. But Footnum, I wanted to ask FD&M, was yours as stuffed as mine was? Because mine was stuffed, like, to the brim.
Dr. Stone?
Yeah, Dr. Stone. It was like the keychains or the stickers or whatever they had in here, they were like...
We're like bulging it?
They were bulging it. They were
Believe it or not, I have not picked up the limited edition of Dr. Stone yet because I've been budgeting.
Okay. I mean, it
But
wasn't like...
I can't
it's
comment
not
on the Cautious
creased or
Hero.
bent, but it was still like, really, Funimation? You packed it this way? I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, but... And it's got this weird texture on the front, like it's all rocky and dirty, but it's kind of bizarre, along with the gloss. But yeah, that's it. Just Cautious Hero and Dr. Stone.
Can I see Cautious Hero? Did somebody else show Cautious Hero? Is that why you're not showing it? Because I didn't get to see it. Well, I stepped out of the room to take a leak, so I didn't get to see it.
Oh.
Well, Cautious Hero, I got back when it came out. But yeah, we can refer
Yeah.
Release, technically.
Fucking terrible logo.
logo.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No,
Seriously.
This should have been the front, if anything, and then the front should have been the back. I mean, it's kind of like, or the lettering should have been on the bottom or something. It's kind of weird.
Yeah. Can you imagine if the way that they did the logo for it was just a line of caution tape going around, and it just said Cautious Hero?
That would have been actually funnier.
All right, cool. So let's see. Let's go back. Yeah, let's. I want to address. So Christopher Barker
What about
asked.
And the Man?
Oh, I don't really have anything. I just got the Violet Evergarden limited edition thing.
Your pickup is what? Oh, you finally got it.
He managed to get it, and I'll say this: it looks like it's in better condition.
Okay, my
than the one I
bandwidth
got,
is
so.
shit. I think it might be best if I leave for the night. I want to stay longer, but it's like every so often everyone's like a still image, and it's like if you're a still image,
You're
mine
having
has-
Putnam
mine has
connection.
to be total shit.
Everyone is a still image of the two of us that are actually moving.
Brad is everyone confirmed.
All right, so Christopher Barker.
Oh yeah, hold on.
Christopher Barker said, "What's this topic? I was making salad." So the 3 topics we covered so far were the age of adulthood being changed in Japan, the raping of cosplayers, and the kimchi in being Chinese and definitely not a Korean dish. So there you go. Those are what you missed. This seems like very important drama. I'm assuming that again that's the kimchi stuff. I said, yeah, that's got to be the kimchi. This is like young dick. All right. Yeah, cat dog is the secret meat in the hot dog. Is Divergence Eve worth watching? This is what I wanted to get to. I have not ever sat through it.
I watched it years ago. I remember it being kind of weird. I think it's Divergence Eve. It's either the first or the second one. There's like 2 Divergence series. I don't remember Divergence
Even
Eve.
Divergence
Yeah,
Eve
one.
2.
Watch it.
What was it?
I mean, if you can get it for cheap, I guess.
Yeah, it was weird. I remember it being weird. That's all I remember about it, though.
What I know is that Misty Cronexia, the authority on anime, had it as number 2 worst anime he's ever seen because he only made it through 2 episodes, and it's just like he's so bad.
Yep.
And
Okay.
like you can
I
obviously
didn't watch it,
tell-
but I could see it as being not great, depending on if you're. There are, I would say, from what I gathered from the trailers that I had seen and the cover of the ADV Thin Pack, I think it was, I would guess that there is some fan service in it, so that is going to largely determine whether or not you are.
Yeah, but his
on
whole
it or not.
channel's about that, so you'd think that he'd
I don't
embrace
know.
that. But he's
I
like,
have
"Holy
literally never watched any of Misty's content. I have met Misty. I have seen the content live, and I'm not impressed. I'm just kidding.
I haven't seen it, but I'm hoping it might be another type of
Okay.
burn-up.
Yeah.
But
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's
I was
Divergence
gonna go
Eve is the first one, and then Misaki Chronicles is the second
Yeah, I
one.
was gonna say that. I was trying to remember. It was a Kiseki. What was it? Yeah, you're right. It is Masaki Chronicles. Okay, so Christopher Barker says, in the New World Order, culture offends everyone. Yeah, to sober us up a little bit. I will say that clearly the intended effect of where the direction things are going is a monoculture, because it will be easier to control long term if we all think the same. But why though? Granddad has to stuff him in his shoes. This has a reference to dragging testicles. Financial reasons for lowering the age of marriage. Okay, yeah. They're technically raising the age of marriage. Is Japan turning into America 2.0? I mean, everywhere is turning into America 2.0 in that America is becoming a shithole. Mike Glad says, all right, just saying certain individuals are voting how their parents and or relatives have that don't even think of how it could affect them politically. Yeah, something that's always worth remembering about politics is that politics is supposed to be the art of policy. And if you don't know the policies of your for the candidate you're a constituent of, then clearly we're not doing something right. As noted by all the union members who are regretting their choices. Weirburger says 228. Not sure what that's about, but cool. Cosplaying for money takes fun out of it. Literally everything that you do for money takes the fun out of it. There's a saying: if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. And then you cross that out and say you work every single day of your life. you never have any time to enjoy yourself. Mike Glad says, okay, question. Do you think since all the movies from studios are being delayed over and over again, that physical media, again, as far as anime, are more likely to die because of streaming when selling physical copies seems the only real way to make money because only AMC theaters are open? Obviously, the goal... So I've been thinking about this a lot, actually. How society is shaped via the controlling forces of the market, and how the wealthy individuals get to shape the market versus the consumer, in the sense that, like, transportation via railroads, like, for instance, states are literally shaped because of rivers and railroads. That's where they get their borders, right? And you incentivize and sort of try to control things towards utilizing railroads when you have the railroad as your avenue for revenue, right? So no matter how hard you try, eventually they're gonna switch over to, they're not gonna make discs anymore. Look at what we're doing with Blu-ray. DVD is being phased out, regardless of whether or not people want it to be phased out. VHS was phased out, regardless of whether or not people want it. Which I think with VHS, people were more ready to jump on to DVD because they didn't have to rewind it.
4K is being phased out, even though it's barely gotten off the ground.
Well, but the jump between DVD and Blu-ray is a little bit harder to happen because most people don't see the value in spending more for Blu-ray. And Blu-ray players at the time were more expensive. They're getting a little bit better now, obviously. But eventually, you just stop making the Blu-ray, the DVD player, and then everybody only has a Blu-ray player. You can still play DVDs on most of them, but when you stop selling the movies on DVD, eventually everybody has to switch to Blu-ray from now on. And then eventually, they're just gonna, they'll phase it out altogether. Especially if enough people convert to streaming only, that they no longer see a benefit at all financially in doing physical media, which is why I'm going to advocate hardcore that you just continue to support physical media until you die.
I'm going to advocate softcore that you support physical media until you die,
because that's how we're gonna keep it in the market longer. Anyway,
yeah. Can't be collectors without things to collect.
Yeah,
it's interesting actually because. Regarding this concept of the theaters, Harkins is still open. AMC. So the one that went out of business was Regal, right? That was Regal that went out. Regal Edwards, was that it? So I think United Artists, Harkins,
theater system,
and AMC are all still open. But in the United States, in California, we had discussed the idea of going to a drive-in movie to see Monster Hunter. But I thought, you know what, like, as fun as that would be, it would logistically be very difficult to do. So I tried for Dan and I to just go to a regular movie, right? Only to find that the only theaters that didn't say temporarily closed on Google Maps were the ones that were permanently closed because they completely shut down. So we had to see it as a drive-in, which was an experience in and of itself, especially with the two loud children behind us. So so that was sure something. Also, Christopher Bark says Demon Slayer is on Netflix. Should I guess you need to watch it? Yes. Better get caught up before we have our watch club.
Don't worry. If we take as long as we will, you'll be caught up by then.
Yeah.
Sweet 16
5 hours
bullshit.
of content to get into 2 hours. You can do it. We believe in
It's a little bit taller and wider. That's what she said. Taller and wider. Yeah, that's what she said. It won't fit. American shithole. Yay, America. LOL. The 228 was me hitting my keyboard by accident. All right, cool. Thought you were giving us the secrets of the universe, but all right. Long live physical media for sure. Support physical media, you lazy fucks. I love you all. All right, cool. We're all caught up. Let's get back into the news. So I saw this. Okay.
Right. I will see you later.
So there's an anniversary crowdfunding underway for Shogun Warriors Rarity Machine Blaster. They're looking to digitize it. So a new crowdfunding campaign is underway to digitize all 38 episodes of Blocker Gundam, not Gundam, for Machine Blaster. A mecha series overshadowed in its own time, but known to hardcore collectors. And there's good news for those hardcore collectors in the form of crowdfunding rewards. So these are the rewards. The problem is that the crowdfunding is something called like Ready. What's it called? Like
Ready Player 5?
The thing is that it's not actually a Kickstarter or anything. It's closer to crowd. What's it called? What is the Japanese one? Campfire. It's closer to Campfire, but it's this thing called Ready For. So it's ready4.jp. It's a Japanese crowdfunding thing. But the thing is that the reason I'm bringing it up, of course, is that if this gets digitized, then I would expect frickin' Discotech to get it within a year or two. Unfortunately, it is not quite getting there. 37 people have backed it so far, and there's 31 days left to go. So we'll see how that goes. It looks like, I don't know, 18%, 31 days left. I could probably get there. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, I'm just going to keep tabs on that. Okay, Sakura-Con 2021 is canceled amidst continuing COVID-19 concerns. All right, let's talk about the new Godzilla. So I just grabbed a article, and this one happens to talk about one thing I was going to bring up. It looks like Mechagodzilla is perhaps in the trailer. In like the first couple seconds of the trailer, you can see what might be Mechagodzilla. And then there's also another portion of the trailer where you see like a computer screen with information on it, and it looks like some of the information might be related to Mechagodzilla. So
yeah, like battery charging or battery charging complete or something like that.
Yeah,
that was very subtle and discreet unraveling.
Yeah. Whoever's eating, that's the loudest container ever. Anyway, so Dan,
Wait,
did you have
I thought I
any thoughts?
muted myself. What the fuck?
I was looking, like while I'm reading, I'm looking at the bottom, like who's causing that noise? I'm looking for the little like microphone thing, but it doesn't show on the little display at the bottom.
Well, that's probably why. What is it? That's probably why it was so loud, because you weren't holding back. You're like, oh, I'm muted.
Yeah,
I was literally opening
Yeah.
it right next to my microphone. I'm sorry.
yeah. Well, we could tell.
By the way,
Right.
we went
Yep.
to the grocery store today because we're in the middle of a blizzard right now.
Oh,
They have 3D. They brought back 3D Doritos.
wow. Well, it's cool to see that. It's cool to see that during a blizzard, your internet is better than Augie's. 3D Doritos, are they like Caltrops? The freaking the metal triangular caps from Kung Pao, like a pyramid of Dorito.
They're basically like closed bugles.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's effectively
And it
a
tastes
pyramid.
like bugles too. For some reason, sadly.
Oh, that's unfortunate. So Weeburger says, "Who the fuck crunching?" That was Reese. He's been called out. Yeah, the
My
Shota
bad.
has been caught. The munching and crunching. By the way, Weeburger, if I sent you the link. If you want to join us, you're welcome to at any moment. All right. So Dan, did you want to talk about?
Oh yeah.
You
Well,
So
yeah. 'Cause
real quick, I just say I've only seen the one with 11 in it. I didn't actually sit down and watch the reboot with Walter White. What's his name? Bryan Cranston. I didn't watch that one. I've only seen the one with Elle from Stranger Things, and Charles Dance, with Tywin Lannister, who, by the way, has a broken nose in Godzilla that I never noticed in Game of Thrones. I don't know if that was a makeup thing or what. That seemed like a very I don't know. Maybe he just broke it in between filming, or he already had that and I didn't notice. But anyway, so yeah, go ahead and give your thoughts real quick.
Okay, so the first time I saw the trailer, I mean, actually, I've only seen it once, but I saw it and then I sent it to you, and I mean, I was legitimately pissed because it was like they're making Godzilla the villain, and it was I was like, why are they doing this just so they make King Kong the good guy? I was like, they spent Like I'm
That's what
sorry.
they did
Did
the
King
last
Kong
time.
or when did King Kong save the world? Godzilla only
Yes,
saved it like
for fuck's
twice.
sake, yeah. So
And-
real quick, I just want to address Weeburger's asking, where did I send it? I think it was sent to our
Twitter.
Twitter.
I just sent it for him.
Okay. Yeah. So anyway, all right. Well,
Yeah.
we'll see when you get here. All right,
So-
go ahead.
So yeah, so I mean, I was actually really pissed, but now I see all this talk about Mechagodzilla, and it reminds me, people. It's been years. Like I was a kid when I saw the movie, but the original, like Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla, I believe it was the same thing. Like Mechagodzilla was disguised as Godzilla and going on a rampage, and everyone was like confused. And then like
Yeah,
there was
so-
another
so you-
monster
So
that
we're
showed up.
thinking, perhaps that what happens is during the battle between King Kong and Godzilla, King Kong is going to rip the skin off of the robot Godzilla. Is that what we're thinking is going to happen?
Yeah, and I think
Because he sure seems different. Godzilla is very different in the trailer. Like he swims extremely fast, and he basically is just Shadow of Colossusing the freaking airships and whatnot, the aircraft carriers or whatever. So yeah, I agree with you. I did watch the trailer right before I took my nap today, and I could definitely see what you were talking about. But I do recall in Godzilla versus King Kong, the original movie, where King Kong also wins that one for the U.S. release of the movie, even though none of the DVDs that I've seen of it contain the Japanese ending where King Kong loses. I think they were kind of rooting for King Kong in that one as well.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
I-
stupid.
So Christopher Barker is saying Godzilla will win. Long live the king.
He better win.
Well, yeah,
Man,
you're kind of ending your whole franchise if he loses.
Yeah,
right?
I'm sorry. If Mechagodzilla isn't in it, and this is all just like fluff, and then like it turns out they just decided to make Godzilla the villain because that's just what we do nowadays, subvert expectations, Ryan Johnson style. I will do to the legendary studios what happened to the Capitol on the 6th.
Hey, have you seen the meme of Godzilla carrying King Kong in a baby carrier?
As a baby, I have seen that.
That was a joke, by the way, YouTube overlords. That was a
Like
joke.
that being the entire argument of why Godzilla will win, just showing that picture.
Yeah,
The one I
I'll
like-
put Weeburger here.
that I saw was Godzilla fans explaining why Godzilla would win when it's like actually he's like beat the
Actually, I've got exactly the one you're talking about. Are you talking about the 4chan green text?
I maybe
Yeah,
this one ends with a
Somebody shared it on
funny
Twitter. I think
monkey
I saw it
meme.
earlier today.
So I loved it because I love my
Yeah.
funny monkey memes.
I've got the
Actually, he'd win because his laser shoots through buildings, and
I used to
And then
think it was
it's like-
laser as well.
why does King Kong fans? Big
I've got
monkey.
I've got the post right here. This is the green text, right here. Let me full screen.
I mean,
I saw a stupid Twitter version, but I like.
Yeah,
green
so
text
this
way
one
more.
says, I'm
Just
sorry, but
monkey.
the amount of retards that think King Kong is going to win against Godzilla is hilarious. Like, seriously, let's match them up. King Kong, super strong, monkey, probably eats his own shit, died to airplanes and bullets, right? Godzilla, atomic breath, spiral atomic ray, nuclear pulse, energy absorption, super durability, regenerative healing factor, immense super strength, super stamina, can use its tail for attacks, flight, can live either in the water or land, intelligence that
nuclear
can surpass
wasteland.
humans. People actually
First
had to put more effort into killing him than just using guns. Seriously, I am all ears. How can King Kong win this?
You know what Godzilla does not have on that long list of attributes?
A dick.
He's got a big fat honker, man. He's got a doesn't have monkey. He's not
Oh,
a
yeah.
monkey.
doesn't have a monkey. He's not a monkey.
Yeah.
No,
That beats everything. That
It's
beats
funny
everything.
though. That reminds me of the original King Kong versus Godzilla, where they have like they.
That is a treat.
Yeah. No, but there's
That
that one
movie is
scene
a
where
treat.
the doctor's like comparing their brain sizes or something like that. He's like, well, King Kong's the superior one because he's got a huge brain in his skull, whereas Godzilla's got a tiny lizard brain. It's
So
like,
what's
Monkey
Which one was the movie where Godzilla flies by turning around and firing his atomic breath into the ground, and then it lifts him off the ground, and he just kind of like hovers backwards?
It plays the most fitting, hilarious music. It's just boom, boom,
Oh,
boom,
God,
or something like
So
that.
it's like, just imagine watching that in theaters in Japan the moment that came out, and the audience reaction, like this very normal
That's the coolest shit I've ever seen.
No, I
Dude,
just
somebody went out and shot a guy that night. It was so cool.
You said, get the guns, the lizards can fly now.
I must shoot somebody. Get out of my unbridled rage.
no, I just remember. I think it looks like they're gonna fight on the ship. That's gonna be like their first clash, which is like really sad because in the original they just dropped King Kong on him from a helicopter.
Or the puppet or whatever.
Godzilla's just walking around minding his own
from
business, and all of a sudden the humans just drop King Kong on him.
Yeah, they had to make King Kong like 4 times bigger or 10 times bigger to even match in this movie. Christopher Barker says maybe Kong is actually fighting Mechagodzilla. That's what we're speculating.
Yeah, I think
Random 11 says, Weah Burger, you sound
so.
like FD&M trying to do a deeper voice.
Is that a good or bad thing?
Neither, honestly.
You know what you sound like? You sound like
Wheelburger impression.
he sounds like the unknown otaku doing a deeper voice. Is who I think he sounds like.
I mean, it's better than me sounding like Ron Toye trying to lie his ass off in court. I mean, I really do. I heard Ron Toye's voice for the first time, and I was like, shit, that motherfucker sounds like me.
I'm ashamed.
The camera,
Hey,
what I saw on the camera,
the major
you gave
difference
off
is you
a
don't have the
boom
vocal
whistle.
fry at the end of every single word.
My
Looks like my tweet. Okay, so real quick, Deflex1, Flexzone. I don't know how you pronounce that. Anybody know if Mermaid Forest will get a Blu-ray release?
I wish.
Yeah, I wish. It's unlikely. I think because of it depends on which Mermaid Forest, because I think there is an older one.
Takahashi.
OVAs.
Well, yeah, they're all Rumiko Takahashi, but there's an older one that never got a DVD release over here.
There's
that
two
might
that
have-
never got DVD
Okay,
release.
there's older stuff that might have HD, native HD stuff, but I think that the one that did come over here was probably
2005.
not. Yeah, it was 2005. So it probably, if it get a Blu-ray, it'll be probably an upscale.
I'm sure Augie has some sort of bootleg Dollar General skinny DVD case version of it.
I
or
think he
something.
has the
If
wrong.
the originals had a dollar store skinny one, I would have had it already.
I had a
uh,
Tom Sawyer anime skinny thing as a child.
I
was
also
one
have
of
that. The Huck Finn and Huck's Great Mississippi Adventure.
Yeah,
What will
got
really
shitty
what will really piss me off is the fight will start and then we'll cut away to the humans who we don't give a fuck about. I'll scream, "What the? Get back to the fight!" Yeah, that's
Well, that was the problem the last movie had for sure.
yeah. Well, yeah,
That's
they
exactly
all
what
have
I
that
was
problem.
Yeah, especially they all have that problem.
It's
I
like,
say
I don't
the
give a
last
fuck
movie-
about Millie or whatever her name was.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Millie Bobby Brown. Her mom in that movie was a total psychopath. Like, all right. Anyway, so
I didn't see it.
it was bad.
That's a good thing.
So, in
Oh,
the streaming news, HoloLive is creating a virtual reality online service to bring VTuber fans together. Right, because what VTuber fans want to see is other VTuber fans, and not the VTubers themselves. So, virtual YouTuber talent agency HoloLive has started recruiting people for a new online service project meant to bring even more fans of virtual idols into the virtual world.
That sounds like terrible.
Gets further removed from reality with virtual YouTubers. The announcement comes directly from CEO of HoloLive, Motoaki Yagu, probably Yago, Tanigo, who mentions a new idea is meant to bring HoloLive talents together in a virtual world for live events for fans, and also serves as an online game where every participant can don a virtual avatar. So I would bet you almost anything that the Japanese are feverishly developing a type to text or a text to talk that captures the voice print of all of these VTubers so that they could just do a zillion of these all simultaneously. Just hire somebody to basically like how strippers are hired, or strippers pretend that they're actually interested in you, right? Until you don't pay them, and then they treat you like normal women would, right?
Sounds like first-hand experience.
So here's the translation of the announcement. Virtual YouTuber agency HoloLive CEO Motoaki Yago Tanigo announced that the company is recruiting staff for a new online service involving the HoloLive performers and fan community. To that end, HoloLive is looking for people who can fulfill the following roles: virtual live event, game, community app, etc., managing director, online game production engineer, works directly under the chief technical officer, technical artist, 3D CG modeler, handling both VTuber characters and backgrounds. Tanico wrote that HoloLive is considering making this service a metaverse, where HoloLive performers can appear in live events as well as an online game. The ideal is to create a service where everyone can live online as a 2D character. It will also hopefully alleviate language and communication issues between the many fans who live across the entire world. Yes, because you'll have subtitles for everything they say live. Mm-hmm. Well, HoloLive new virtual service will launching is currently unknown. So I like so this is the metaverse thing I was talking about. This is the Internet 2.0, where they're going to try to create an interface for the internet that is 3-dimensional via virtual reality instead of 2-dimensional through a screen. And I like the idea that you're just, browsing the internet, but you're also a VTuber doing quests, which is what this feels like to me. Like, oh, I've got to go to the Google search, the Google search portal, right? Like, warp me to the portal on my flying dragon,
Kind of like what Oasis was sort of represented as in Ready Player One.
I didn't see that, but yes, that's effectively what it is.
Yeah. Okay.
So is this a social thing to get VTuber fans to connect with one another?
Yes, it's a money thing. Ultimately,
effectively, they're trying to create a portal through which you have to pay to see your favorite people. So effectively, yes, it's a money thing. It's to keep you hooked into their system of microtransactions. Tip your VTuber stripper.
Okay.
Anyway,
yeah.
So
I will donate all of my
and all that other good stuff.
I will.
Was there any controversy with those VTubers and they, in your little clip show? How they're all saying? I wonder if anyone.
So as
curious.
with any,
it doesn't matter to me.
Well, as with any other situation, such as the Chinese invention of kimchi, there is always going to be people who are offended by everything, and so some of them have apologized for saying it and stuff, but largely I don't think it's ruined anybody's career. No, I won't apologize.
Saying anyway,
I won't apologize for the same reason I wouldn't apologize if you thought I was flipping you off because I was looking at a splinter in my middle finger. You know what I mean? I wouldn't apologize for that because that's you choosing to be so offended and weaponizing your feigned outrage against me to control me. So I would not apologize. No. But anyway, Random 11 says, I liked Millie Bobby Brown in Stranger Things, but I can't stand her in anything else. Yes, welcome to the club. Yeah, all of them.
Besides the Godzilla,
which was in the Godzilla movie, he's referring to. Also, I think Mike from Stranger Things was also in something else recently. One of them
was in the It movie.
No,
right, that's what it was.
Kid, the toothless kid had some shitty Netflix game show where he's like, let's give a fake job application to somebody, and then let's just fuck with them the whole time. Yeah,
so he's doing the new Punked or whatever, Ashton Kutcher's Punked. Is Beautiful Bones Sakura-Co's investigation any good? I can't speak to that one. I have no idea.
It was okay.
Random 11 is asking if I've seen Ready Player One. I have not. I should watch it. Yes.
Yeah.
Worth owning or just worth seeing?
Yeah.
Worth watching reviews on YouTube?
I think it was. I thought it was pretty good. I mean, it's a good popcorn one. I mean,
Yeah.
like you're constantly looking for all the different.
Yeah, I legitimately feel like the entire purpose of that movie was to. It's like when a character from another franchise, like when I'm pretty sure that at one point in Inuyasha, Conan Edogawa and Ron/Rachel are in it in one episode.
Inuyasha?
Or maybe it's Kagome shows up in Detective Conan. I know that there is a crossover at some point, but it's like that gets fans excited for literally nothing. You know what I mean? Like that is absolutely nothing
Like,
in the grand
oh
scheme.
my
It's
god,
just like
it's the Iron Giant! Yeah.
yeah, well, it's like in
Emotional
in X-Men First Class when they go to talk to Wolverine and he tells him to fuck off. Everybody else is like, it's Wolverine, you know. But it's like that scene was kind of pointless in reality.
Like the best scene in the entire movie.
Not
pretty
unlike
much, yeah.
the Juggernaut bitch scene when the Juggernaut bitch actually made it in the movie.
There you go. Speaking of Godzilla vs. Kong, the Snyder Cut comes out around the same time Misa thinks.
Misa thinks.
Are they trying to bury the Snyder Cut?
Probably.
Yeah, I don't know because the thing is that these are going to be on like HBO Max or whatever.
Yep.
So I don't like. It's not like anybody's going to say like, "Well, I wanted to go see the Snyder Cut, but I can only see one movie this year. I'm going to go see Godzilla." You know what I mean?
Right. That's fair.
All right. Anyway,
I just noticed, like the new Wonder Woman movie that's going off of HBO Max pretty soon.
It done
Really?
terrible, I think.
Oh, yeah,
most
I heard
people
it.
hated
Imagine that.
that. I mean, it's sensible
Imagine a
people would
DC
hate it,
movie
would not
people
like it.
didn't like. You know?
Joker's pretty good. I liked Taxi Driver ripoff. You know,
I'm sorry. Imagine a DC movie that doesn't include standalone Batman
Yeah,
that people didn't like. I still haven't seen Joker, but you're telling me it's like
Joker's
Taxi
fucking
Driver,
terrible.
which is
Don't waste
Yeah,
your
which is
time.
one of my
Very-
all-time favorite movies.
hey, good one. That's one of mine. It's a homage bordering on ripoff, but very, very.
Do you
good.
remember? There's an episode of Standalone Complex that is also a quite hardcore homage to Taxi Driver.
Fuck, I have gotten like 15 episodes in the Standalone Complex, and I cannot remember it.
I think it's in Second Gig. There's a character that's very much
Oh, I can't wait.
like it's just like you watch that character, and Section 9 is watching him, you know, like observing him, and he's clearly going through the same like mental hangups as Travis Bickle.
I was thinking Bato's driving like a car, and some guy gets in and he's like, "Just wait! You see that light up there in that apartment? Yeah, it's my wife in there. There's a cyborg in there.
That's
There's
Scorsese,
a
right?
cyborg in there."
Doesn't he say something like pull the trigger right in her pussy or something?
Yeah,
in that
yeah.
movie?
You ever see what a 44 Magnum does to a woman's pussy? and it's the Martin Scorsese camo. It says like, "There's a in there."
Ooh,
Amazing.
Random 11 says a couple things here. I thought Ready Player One was good. The book was better, I think, though, but still worth watching. That's the consensus I've heard, generally speaking. Joker was good. Reese has bad taste. Shots fired.
Sure.
What, a DC movie sucks? Seems like every other day. Yeah, seriously. Okay, so speaking of things that suck, that was a terrible segue. Distributor unable to simulcast redo of Healer anime in Germany. Uncensored, uncut version on DVD/Blu-ray in fall of 2021. So Animoon Publishing announced on Facebook on Tuesday that redo of The Healer does not meet their standards. It was unable to find a simulcast partner for redo of Healer, the television anime adaptation of blah 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 blah. The light novel series.
I would love to see you try and pronounce that entire right there. I will donate.
Kaifuku Jutsushi no Yari Naoshi Sokushi Maho to Skill Copy no Choetsu Heal. There you go.
All right, let me pull up YouTube and super chat.
Yeah, I didn't skip it because I couldn't pronounce it. I skipped it because I didn't think anybody wanted to hear me do that.
I just wanted to have another
but-
suck young dick moment.
Suck young dick?
To be put.
My exposed video grows longer by the day.
Yeah, especially my original animation.
Yes. All right. So, although there are currently no plans for a simulcast, the company will release the uncensored and uncut version of the anime on DVD and Blu-ray disc in fall 2021. I can't wait till we get to fall 2021 and we have to read articles about how different countries, definitely not the U.S., and even if they did, I would still find a way to get it, have banned the distribution of this on physical media. The disc set will feature a German dub, the original soundtrack with German subtitles, and exclusive extras. It'd be really funny to just recut some of these scenes. Here's to you. Here's to you, lumbersexual. Yeah, I sexually identify as an oak.
Trying to tap into that millennial Zoomer crowd. I see.
Oh yeah. So Deflex1 wants to know if we know anything about the Neon Genesis Evangelion Blu-ray release. Reese commenting as me says nothing new yet, but yeah, all we can do is speculate until G-Kids tells us more. I will speculate though, as you're saying we can do, that it's going to have the new dub instead of the asterisk good dub.
Slightly better.
I'm going to speculate that all the standard editions will have the new dub, and you have to pay the big bucks for the big limited edition. You get both dubs.
And watch the
I'll
limited
pay for it.
edition be a giant fucking like Evangelion shaped disc holder. Like, anyway,
Unit 1 or something.
yeah,
It'll be like that one.
It's gonna be the Speed Racer head, but it's Unit 1.
It'll be the one angel, which what was it, an 8-sided, like the pyramid with like the two pyramids
Romeo?
together.
Romeo?
The one that angel thing, it'll be a disc holder in the shape of that.
It's just gonna be the crucified Lilith or whatever.
All of these are cool. Every angel design in that show is amazing. I would be down for any of that.
I'm disappointed Ava Unit Null hasn't shown up more in
Yeah.
more things because I like that one a lot.
Let me open up the OCA head and get my Blu-ray disc out.
Oh god.
Take out disc, insert penis.
Region B only 2.
It's like that old Mr. Mouth game thing where he'd like open and close his mouth and you had to like...
Oh no! No, I got it.
I just pictured Mr. Bucket when you.
I got it. It's gonna be a case that looks like a big ass Walkman.
to
Or
listen to
it'll
all
be,
your Linkin Park on.
It'll just be the fucking penguin that's in the show for no reason.
Hey, that's because all the I think somebody told me like this fucking retarded. It's just a stupid penguin. This is stupid. And it's like, well, all the it's supposed to be, what they call them, like a hot spring penguin, because all the ice caps have been melted in the show. So she's we took care of the penguin.
I suppose it's the verisimilitude of establishing the fact that penguins had to move and live somewhere else due to the melting of the ice caps.
Where's that Surf's Up sequel?
Have a big pen statue and all the disc goes in its back.
Yeah. All right. So I'm really loving the fact that the only article I've gotten through without any headache was the one about the convention being canceled.
Wait, what was that?
So
I missed that article.
You were probably attention.
Yeah. So although there are currently no plans for a simulcast, it's going to release the disc. Right? The disc set will feature a German dub. I was gonna say that I like the idea of just taking a cut from the show and overlaying the impassioned Hitler speech over it as the dub during the rape scenes. Animoon Publishing had announced on Twitter on January 14th that it was delaying the simulcast of the anime. The anime premiered on January 13th on Tokyo MX, KBS Kyoto, ATX, Sun TV, and BS11. Blah, 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 all this stuff we already know. Speaking of ATX, it is currently the most viewed anime on ATX.
These fucking images they use for these articles that have nothing to do with.
Followed by Star Driver, Clanad is in here. This is Yuru Camp. season 2, ReZero, obviously. Anyway, so yeah, amazing. It's the top watched show right now.
I think
on
they're
HBO.
all watching
That
it
means
for episode
objectively the
2
best
when he
show.
slaps her with his dick and slaps her in the face with his dick, and you can just like see the skin blur as he slaps her in the face with his dick. Literally, it's in there. It's in the ATX version.
Wow. The show just keeps getting better.
Is that going to be like the title of the podcast we do, like Dick Slapping Revenge?
Yeah. Or which rod will you choose?
Crunchyroll adds classic Digimon adventure anime in Europe and MENA. MENA? I don't know if that is the... I don't know. So yeah, they're putting it up in Europe and wherever this is. There you go. That's news. Moving on. Crunchyroll adds ONIHEI TV anime and OVA to the catalog. So if you wanted to see the demon version of Hero Hey, there he is.
Okay.
Raw Egg wreaks lazy havoc in the Gudetama web anime series. So Gudetama's got a web anime. Looks somewhat funny. Demon Slayer, Mugen Train, Lupin the Third, the First, plus more anime films eligible for Academy Awards. Okay, I'll say this. I think that you guys know I don't care. I don't care about the Academy Awards, but I do feel like this is the first year that one stands a damn good chance of getting the award simply because of how few movies have come out. But it is competing with Pixar's Soul.
Yeah.
Which I hear wasn't black enough, and therefore doesn't deserve any awards.
I'm interested. Once the movie has to be in theaters for a week, right?
No. So it says here that they changed the eligibility, right? So it says here that films are updated. Okay, it says due to COVID-19, eligibility rules for this year's Academy Awards have been changed, with films that are uploaded to the Academy screening room within 60 days of release, whether the release is theatrical or digital, eligible for nomination. The 60 days rule doesn't mention which side of the release window, meaning films that are set to be released in late February are eligible to be nominated. Okay. So,
That's
guys,
just like they changed all the voting laws.
I need about $50,000 so that I can get Once Cucked on Another Planet animated within a month, and we can submit it. We can submit it to the Academy Awards.
We've got a chance.
So that it's an Academy Award nominated or eligible
in the short film category.
Brad,
So,
we just need to animate it with Absinthe. That's all we need.
There you go.
Use those Korean.
I mean, if you gave me
animators,
$50,000, I would just animate it by myself.
So this basically confirms that Mugen Train will be released in theaters or whatever by late February, right?
No, it doesn't even need to go to theaters. If it's released digital.
Somehow we'll get a translated version of Mugen Train over here by late February.
Perhaps, yes. So the things that it's going up against, it's Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, the movie, Mugen Train, Earwig and the Witch, Lupin the Third, the First, Ongaku, Our Sound, Ride Your Wave, and A Whisker Away.
A Whisker a Wave.
Only 3 of those I recognize.
Would it be great if Lupin the Third, the First actually got it, and then G-Kids put out a new steelbook that has Academy Award winning film?
Oh, like they're gonna for the rest of existence when they keep releasing it, just like they do a Spirited Away, Academy Award winning or whatever.
Right.
Oh, I need to buy it now that it told me that.
That would be the greatest thing, though, to have Lupin the Third be the second anime film to win an Academy Award for. So that would be awesome.
That would be cool. That would be cool. But I get the whole. It's just a circle jerk. Who gives a fuck? No, not just that. I was just gonna say it would be cool, but simultaneously, if Lupin was going to win an Academy Award, I don't know that Lupin the Third, the First, is the one that would deserve it.
Well, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I think there's been far better ones. I think it's a great movie. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
It is incredibly derivative of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, though. Did that win an Academy Award? Because maybe it's already lined up for it. Christopher Barker says, "Isn't Digimon better than Pokemon?" Yes.
Yeah.
Soul ain't black
Yeah.
enough. Ah, hell no. They on crack. The idiots who said that. Well,
All I have to say is I hate the art style. How their
Did
eyes
Joel
are
not
so
book
close
Democrat
together
this
and their
year?
heads like stretched down. They have a massive like lower jaw or whatever.
I like the little stone toss looking fellows.
I haven't watched it, but
The tiny,
I
the
appreciate
tiny
it.
little spirits look like stone toss comics.
Wouldn't it be funny if the Academy Awards opened a category for best waifu?
That's up to us to do.
Deflex1 says, I bought the Violet Evergarden limited edition along with the movie so I can put it with the limited edition show versions collector box. Well, that is the purpose of buying those things.
Yep.
So cool. Why does it look like it can fit another Blu-ray after you take out the art cards box? Because there's a second movie that hasn't been released yet.
Because if you read the little note that's literally on the art card box, it says movies plural.
There you go. Reese with the sass. Okay. Demon Slayer Mugen Train returns to the #1 spot against Gintama the final. Yeah, let's see how far Gintama is going to continue now that the gift with purchase
the Demon
is,
Slayer fans got their cards.
yeah. Now that the gift with purchase is drawings of a monkey, I don't think it's going to maintain that #1 spot. It is kind of funny. I love how Japan has learned how to gamify the system to continue to get the otaku to keep coming back week after week after week to keep it in the #1 spot. It should just give them a stupid printout of some other bullshit, right? Oh yes, I got the art card with the monkey. I got the art card with the girl.
God damn it, I got another leak again. I gotta go back and see it again. When's the next showing?
Same thing with the Pokemon card. And they're like, well, people aren't going to skip going to the theater to get that Ancient Mew card, of which I probably have like 7.
I had one, but I think some kids stole it when I was in elementary school. I really wish I still had it, just because.
I never got one.
If I ever get out of this place and get to set up my office again with my collection, I will find my extra copies.
I don't want one of yours. I wanted my own.
Okay, well then
I want one of yours.
I will hunt down the kid who stole it from you, and I will return with his head on a platter for you. So Natsume's Book of Friends.
Hey, AC.
7th?
AC.
Yes.
My birthday is in like 4 weeks. Get on it.
You see a podcast.
I'll see if I can buy a bloody head on fucking dark web and send it to you. Anyway, so yeah, the Natsume's Book of Friends ranked 7th in its opening weekend.
Yeah.
Code Gay Ass Lelouch of the Resurrection film gets an MX 4D and 4DX screenings from January 29th. So I don't know what MX.
That's this guy, right?
Yes.
He's not here.
I don't know what MX 4D is.
Max?
They've got here 4D screening is an experimental screening with physical effects, including rain, wind, mist, strobe lights, scent, vibration, and motion, which match the scenes on the film. Yeah, so that's cool and all, but isn't that just regular 4DX? What is MX 4D?
I'm telling you, it's Max. Like, I don't know.
Is it like IMAX?
Maximizing the experience.
I wonder if it's IMAX level 4DX.
I mean, it is sunrise, so it could be native 4K on the reel.
Anyway, so I know that I asked you guys if you wanted to watch Cells at Work after Demon Slayer, but at some point I would like to get into Code Gay Ass. So I'm just going to throw that out there.
Mind you, that'll be longer watch sessions.
That's a long, hard watch club.
I would love to join you guys if you do Code Geass.
I'd love
Cool.
you to join.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's like what, 4 watch clubs for the main series, 1 for the Akito the Exiled, and then would we
1
be
for
doing
the movie.
the 3 the trilogy
we'll make it
recap
No.
movies?
We can say screw the recap films, kill ourselves.
Okay, we can figure this out another time. Moving on. Where'd my mouse go? There it is. Okay. Third Girls in Panzer das Finale film and arrives on March 26th. So there you go. Always a fun. What the fuck? What are these? You get a special cassette tape version of a song from the second movie.
was about to
Are you
say that's a
serious?
cassette tape.
That's-
You're the boomer. You're the
that's-
resident boomer. You should know.
That
what
is
it
old school.
I mean, I know what a cassette tape is. I was
That's
surprised
hard.
to see.
That is hardcore. Like getting into that like really niche collector shit. A cassette tape.
What's
I
the
think-
end game here? Are they they're trying to get people to have to buy the remaining
Cassette over and
cassette
over and
players
over.
from
They're
a
gonna
store
get
they also own?
People
They're
still
gonna-
buy them.
for when they show up, when they bring out the 6th movie, should send us ticket stubs for all 6 movies, and we'll send you a limited edition Walkman.
Yeah.
I remember Death Grips. The only way to get their mixtape was either on in physical was either a record or a cassette tape.
Mind you, record actually probably has more longevity to it.
Yeah.
Yep. Girls prepare to because all it takes is one bad day in the cassette player, and you try to take that tape out, and all the tape gets ripped, stuck in the stupid thing. You have to like wind it back in, and it's all stretched and sounds terrible from now on. Girls prepare to graduate in key visual for Kiniro Mosaic Thank You anime film. So there you go.
Mac?
Mobile Suit Gundam Hathaway film gets new trailer. Soma Saito joins the cast. So there you go. Some guy.
Mac?
Detective Conan compilation film focusing on a Kai family gets limited theatrical run next month.
Can you go back to that Gundam thing for just a second?
I love that guy.
That's my
Okay,
favorite.
Poster.
I thought this said, I thought that it says 5.7. I thought it said 3.7 for a second. Carry on.
Okay. Okay, so a special compilation film from the Detective Conan anime franchise titled Meitante Conan Hiro no Fuzai Shomei, or Detective Conan the Scarlet Alibi, is set to be screened in Japanese theaters for a limited time of 3 weeks from February 11, 2021. The film focuses on 4 members of the Akai family who will play the important roles in the forthcoming 24th film, Meitante Conan Hiro no Dangan, or Detective Conan the Scarlet Bullet. The family consists of Shuichi Akai, the FBI agent and sniper, Masumi Sara, a high school girl detective. High school girl? Is she like friggin' Chio-chan in Azumanga Daioh? Shukichi Haneda, a professional shogi player who has won 7 championships, and Mary Sarah, a girl who calls herself the sister outside the realm and is really the mother of the family. Well, that's some cringe. Okay, so this must be the high school girl. That's some cringe right there. All right. So there you go. That's the thing. Moving on.
Well, Conan has that age thing because there's a girl in
Yeah,
it
yeah,
that
yeah.
looks kind of like her that's
It
supposed
is-
to
yeah,
be
yeah.
40.
It's supposed to
Carrie.
also have the same drug that was forced down the throat of Conan.
Yeah.
So I don't care about this actual article, but I just want to acknowledge that Conan has reached 1,000 episodes, which I thought it had been a long time ago. So there you go. I don't know how you can get that many episodes with. I mean, the amount of murder that this child has seen in 1 year of his life is pretty astounding.
Yeah, he should be like what 30 something
Yeah.
years old anyway, and they still have.
He should have
him.
already grown back up into his Jimmy Kudo form.
Yeah,
Girl-
man, just sort of what you call it, like inconsequential whether he gets a stupid thing or not. Because Ron's already knocked up with some guy she met in college.
Oh no, no!
girls
Detective
frontline mobile game.
Cockman. Oh,
Detective Cockman.
oh no! Oh no! Mysterious
Oh.
case of NTR.
Oh shit! I took a photo. Oh damn! I was gonna send this on the Discord, but I wasn't connected anymore. I took a photo. I was behind a car the other day with Texas plates, and I took a photo of the license plate. Let me see if I can find it.
And then
Let's
YouTube's
see.
going to take you down for spreading information on an individual.
Are you doxing this individual with their license plate?
I think that if it implies the fetish that I think they have, I think they would. Where did it go? What the fuck? Did I lose it? Here it is.
HP is trying to scroll past all the porn he saved. NTR. Nice.
Better than L8 4AN 4 and NL is one my sister saw.
You want to see what I was scrolling past? I was going to send it to you before. I was at my storage unit and I noticed this weird logo. Can you guys see that?
Is that
Yeah.
a snail?
The hell is it?
Is it a snail?
I can't. I'm turning my head all the way upside down.
Keep in mind that this was right after the podcast where we read about the guy hijacking the digital chastity cage. I'm like, is this an armored dick? I don't know. It's kind of weird. Anyway, all right.
Digital chastity cage do you hook it up to your phone and?
Yeah, apparently the guy hacked it and is like, your cock is mine.
They're gonna edge until I say they're gonna edge.
Yeah. Unfortunately for the hacker, the device was not on the individual at the time of the hacking. So the $700 in Bitcoin he asked for didn't need to be given up. Okay. So I think I feel like I covered this last podcast a little bit. I don't remember though, because the girls in that show, whatever I was talking about, looked like they had bladed weapons. This kind of to me reminds me of Under the Dog. But anyway. Every time Reese leaves the stream or mutes himself or whatever you just did, it gets so quiet that I feel like I lost connection. Fighting game themed manga, Tai Ari Deshita, Ojo-sama wa Kakutou Game Nante Shinai gets anime adaptation. So it's also called Young Ladies Don't Play Fighting Games.
That's racist.
So yeah,
that's racist.
It's an interesting concept. I like the idea of getting to watch.
Is that like getting you thought there was a girl online?
Why are they crying?
Because they, it's that I can't even say what's in the video because of the.
Why is everybody so quiet?
Can you hear me?
Oh, my AirPod died. That's what's happened. That's not good because
that just might do the trick.
Means that they're both dead.
Battery died.
Well, shit. Give me a minute. Talk amongst yourselves while I just let these charge for a single minute, and then I'll just have to periodically swap them constantly.
If you guys want to shit talk here, so you do it now.
Oh my god!
Look at that fucking
Christopher Barker says the only people I know who collect cassette tapes are metalheads.
Well, I certainly don't collect them because I know they're going to degrade in quality. Like, I'm almost in the opposite, where it's like I'll buy digital stuff because I can get it in high res digitally.
Yeah,
and
it's
get
kind of
high
funny
res
to
on
me.
CD.
So when records were a thing, people would pour paint on top of them
To
and
copy
it would
them.
create a
mold.
die copy that they could peel off, and then they could pour more paint on that one to get the grooves, you know,
get the reverse.
Yeah, to get a copy of the original one, and then they could put that on a record player and it would play, right? So in order to combat that, they went digital, and then people could just rip the stupid CD on their computer and put it on Kazaa, right?
Yeah.
Streamlining
and
the
then
process.
they said, "Oh, you can only burn this 5 times." Well, I'll burn it to a CD, and then I'll rip
And
from
then I'll burn
that
that
CD,
CD.
and then I burned out from. And then I got an infinite one
Lossless
after that.
quality, you know. Yeah, seriously, because if you transfer a cassette to another cassette, you degrade the quality over time. But you take it to your computer and burn that shit onto as many CDs as you want, you know.
No degrade. But when I say high res, I don't mean like 1080p audio. Like there's literally like a bit depth,
High
like
fidelity,
24 bit compared to CD, which is 16-bit max. Now, honestly, I can't tell the difference, but it does me good knowing that 24-bit is what I have for a song. You know, I think
like
the main thing is the louder the speakers, the louder you play it, the higher quality it maintains. That's the biggest part of it.
Okay. Oh, that's good. Why did it disconnect? Left battery, 92%. Right battery, 100%. Case battery, 8%. That's the thing that needs to charge.
Ooh.
I don't have any chargers down here, though.
Gotta
So,
love them Apple products.
I like my wired headphones. I just plug it in the jack, and I don't have to worry about batteries and shit.
I do have a jack on here for a wired headphone.
But he only jacks it with the jack. He doesn't actually.
He
use
only
it.
jacks in private.
Well, because so the reason I got the AirPods in the first place was so that when I was at the standing desk and I had my collection behind me, I could go grab stuff and not have to take it out every single time. But now that I'm stuck here, like I don't have any reason to get up other than to maybe take a leak or whatever. So I could just, use regular headphones.
They do have a headphone jack on that, right?
They do, yeah. So anyway,
They have an interesting bit about jacking in Mega Man Battle Network anime.
I very much doubt that anybody else actually owns it, but I would love to do that for a watch club, so I have an excuse to watch it.
Because they always yell, "All right, time to jack in," and then.
Yep. Anyway, did anybody have any thoughts on this? Because I didn't hear you when I was lamenting the lack of sound. Why are they all crying?
She's crying because she can't do what's that fucking complicated
Shoryuken?
Mashima move you have to do in Tekken.
Yeah, I got you. It's just funny that like this is how you're going to sell it. Like I joked with Dan the other day that I don't know if this has come through or not, but I work really, really fucking hard on the thumbnails for the podcast and especially the podcast clips. And the place where I study how to do thumbnails is the checkout line at a grocery store where they've got all the tabloids that are trying to get your attention so that you'll pick it up and need to buy it, right? And the strategy here, they're just thinking for these two manga covers is, well, if the girls are crying, people are going to want to know why. So, anyway, all right. So, moving on from here.
I like this one with the cat anuses that you did. That one's.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Perfect. And then you screaming with the, I think, nog. With
the eggnog. Yeah.
And then
how about last podcast with Augie having the cross?
I'm looking it up right now.
That was pretty fucking good, right?
No, don't.
So here's a new series here. I want you guys to guess what the title is. Tante wa mo shinderu.
You're already wait, go back up. You're already
You're taking the wrong part of the sentence.
I know what it is. I know what it is.
This is the NTR anime.
It says right here.
I know what it is. I'm not even reading it, but I know what it is.
You know what it is because of Detective Maytante Conan?
Yeah, I know what it is because of Detective Conan is called Tante Conan.
Yeah.
So the detective is already dead.
Yeah, ding, 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 ding. You got it. That's what
you
it
had
is.
You had a schoolboy moment. You were raising your head. I know it.
I was
calls on somebody else.
My
oh man, I knew it.
Push your biology book off the fucking table.
Pouts in the corner. Yeah. Oh man. So yeah, this is a thing. I want to know how the detective is already dead. Continuing. Sacrificial Princess and the King of Beasts gets TV anime adaptation.
More bestiality, I see.
I asked my wife if she had read this before, and she's like, "You son of a bitch, I am all caught up." So,
this is
award-winning manga Blue Period gets TV anime in 2021. I'm guessing it's a reference to Picasso's Blue Period. Which is
let's hope.
Dear God, these yaoi hands. What? Who is this monster?
Oh, those bony Crypt Keeper hands look. Oh god.
Hold on.
Goodness gracious.
Their perspective is really extreme.
The fingers gotta
Hey,
be very thin and
FDM,
wide.
you need to incorporate this into your picture of perfection.
You're absolutely right. God, what is this again? Manga blue period.
My hair is stuck in a knot.
Look at the size of these hands.
Wait. Siawi?
I don't know. It's called Blue Period. It's an award-winning manga.
Oh, never heard of it.
What is that? Is that like the cover of a volume or something?
It was one of my goals as a manga artist to get an anime adaptation, so I am very happy. Yeah, I guess it's, I don't know. Maybe it's a promotional thing. No, it says anime here, so it's the announcement thing for the anime adaptation.
Would it win an award for biggest hand?
I found it.
Yeah, that'd be funny. The award it won is for biggest hands. I like that.
Thing is, I don't think I can Photoshop this specific angle into it that way. I'll have
Yeah,
to
no,
find...
I don't think you could either. We'll just have to wait till the anime comes out and see this chick's monster.
This monstrosity.
Hands. What big hands you have! The better
Abomination.
describe this is clearly a fucking maid, right? Or maybe she's just wearing a schmuck to like cover up the paint. Anyway, all right. Well, that's going to be an interesting watch just to see how that plays out with these enormous fucking hands. TV anime banished from the Heroes Party reveals teaser trailer. So I think this is like an apothecary in another world or whatever. We talked about this before. The character gets he's part of like one of the greatest teams of heroes, and then he gets like kicked out of his party, so he just makes a pharmacy somewhere. And anyway, yeah, I'll watch it.
I'm just waiting
also,
for that.
just-
I'm just waiting for that Sexiled anime to come out.
Which one?
The Sexiled one.
A woman in
Sexiled? Nana Mizuki reprises her role as Tamao Tamamura in Shaman King Reboot. So another character coming back for the Japanese dub. Be interesting to see if the original like 4Kids dub people reprise their roles.
Probably not. I doubt it.
Yeah, I very much doubt it too. I don't even think it'll get licensed by the same people, but it'd be funny. How Not to Summon a Demon Lord Season 2 TV anime debuts lewd co-sleeping visual.
All right.
Yeah, she's
There you go.
she's really flexing that back. Now, if you're a lady and you're into other fan service, here we go. Magical boys are fabulous in Fairy
Yep.
Ranmaru. So here you go.
Skip.
Oh,
Telling
this
ya.
is some. My dad would hit me if he saw me watching that movie. What the fuck is this?
That's why I said skip. Nobody ever listens to me.
He's vetoing. He's voting to veto.
Deflex1 wants to know, is Sidebuster an anime worth checking out?
I thought it had a neat poster or whatever. And I'm like, what the hell's this? It looks like Aura Battler Dunbine, but
Like,
made in a
yeah.
later day.
I'll say this. Here's the thing. I don't know that I would say it's worth checking out because everything you've asked about tonight, I either haven't seen or I have seen, and it was so forgettable that I don't remember anything about it, except for Mermaid Forest, which is freaking great. And I agree with you. I hope that there's a Blu-ray. Oh, and also Ava. I think you brought up Ava too. Anyway, Seven Deadly Sins gets original sequel film. So, Seven Deadly Sins. Dragon's Judgment is the final series, and then this is going to be a sequel film.
It's
So
got a title
basically-
to it.
Yeah, the title is Cursed by Light.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a sequel film to the finale series. So this is probably going to be the end cap to the series as a whole, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
I hope it's animated by Studio Dean or whatever that whole controversy was. That was really funny.
Yes, it used to be animated by A1 Pictures, and then Studio Dean took over, and it turned to shit.
Yeah, what a amazing downgrade. My Hero Academia, Demon Slayer, and Junji Ito make New York Times top 10 for January. So My Hero Academia volumes 1 and 2 occupied the 3rd and 5th slot. Demon Slayer volume 1 is the 7th slot. Remina by Junji Ito is the 9th slot, and then 14th slot, Attack on Titan Volume 1 by Hajime Izayama. So there you go. These are the things in the New York Times bestseller, and they are for... What was the category?
The hottest tits.
I'm pretty sure there was a category.
Oh, do you see that blatant whitewashing of best girl Mina right there? She's not pink enough. She's way too bright. Somebody should be fired for that, I think.
Okay.
What are we doing, My Hero Academia for the Watch Club?
I don't know when it finishes, probably.
Yeah, when I finish the first impressions for Heroes Rising. Okay, so continuing here, let's keep going. After 24 years, D and Angel is going to end.
Huh?
To which I'm thinking, it's been going all this time?
Yeah. What the hell?
You were able to drag this shit out that long? Like, don't know why people like this series. I thought it was unbearably bad.
Didn't it have long leg syndrome too?
Don't know why the girls like Vic's character as Dark Mousy because cringe. But go ahead. Assassination Classroom manga creator is debuting a new series. The Young Lord is Good at Getting Away is what it's called. So basically, it's going to be the tales of some high up government official, like the leader of a country's son, who plays hooky all the time. That's what I'm guessing. I don't know.
So it's nonfiction.
Watch as Shueisha counts all the ois from the Gintama manga. So they did a little thing here. You guys can check it out. They have a post-it note for every time an oi occurred, and it looks like there were so many that they ran out of yellow and had to switch to pink. So, redo of Healer author English light novel translation was refused by an overseas publisher. We tried to publish the English version, but it was refused by an overseas publisher. Redo of Healer author Rui Tsukiyo tweeted in English that an English language version of the light novel series was refused. Boy, I'm going to read that about 8 times now by an overseas publisher. Quote, I've received several inquiries about buying the English version of Redo of Healer, but it doesn't exist, they stated. Quote, we tried to publish the English version, but it was refused by an overseas publisher. The situation may change if many requests reach overseas labels. Yeah, I mean, Simon & Schuster says no, then go to Penguin Random House or Amazon Create Space.
I have a question, AC.
Good.
I have a. Do you not realize the massive corner you have backed yourself into? All these articles you picking about Redo of a Healer is only bringing the inevitable Redo of a Healer watch club.
Oh, of course.
So yeah. No, I'm looking forward to that one. Same as I looked forward to Rising of the Shield Heroes watch club. As we talked about it.
Reviewers
and Interspecies Reviewer, which will be our first pseudo hentai.
Your first after hours OCA.
Yeah, watch
OCA
club after hours.
Yeah,
literally every watch club ever because they take place well into
OCA podcast after dark.
During the day.
Yeah, that'll be the first time we actually do it when the kids are awake. Yeah,
we have to shake things up and do a morning podcast for interspecies reviewers, like an actual 8 o'clock in the morning kind of thing.
Monday morning. One of Tsukiyo's other novels has, however, received an English translation. Yen Press is publishing The World's Finest Assassin Gets Reincarnated in Another World as an Aristocrat. How much rape is in that one? The first volume of which shipped on December 29th. Tsukiyo highlighted this fact in another tweet, remarking that it is also a work they have confidence in. Okay. Well, I mean, I wouldn't make anything I wasn't confident in, but okay. This is just telling us what it's about. So yeah, there you go. It was refused by a publisher. Now, you know that the Japanese have class when they complain about stuff online. Because they don't @ the fucking publisher in their tweet. Simon & Schuster wouldn't carry our book. It's like, go burn them down. Go storm the Capitol building of Simon & Schuster. Okay, Uchwar Ramono Mask of Deception and Mask of Truth are no longer listed on the PlayStation Store. Atlas confirmed that the license has expired for both titles. As for whether or not they'll ever reappear, there's currently no information on the matter, but both games are still available on PC via Steam.
Oh, well, PC Master Race.
Nobody.
Yep, there you go. Capcom Development Division 1 rumored to be taking over Resident Evil 4 Remake. It is rumored that the Resident Evil 4 Remake is now being headed by Capcom's Consumer Games Development Division 1 as opposed to M2, a so-called overhaul said to have happened during development on the Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 remakes as well. So I'm not sure why this is news instead of just like, oh yeah, we're in the next stage where we just switch over to that other team. According to an anonymous individual, development on the remake allegedly began in 2018 at M2, though Capcom's Consumer Games Development Division 1 is said to have now assumed the role of lead developer. M2 helped to a partial degree on Resident Evil 3 Remake. M2 apparently wanted to, quote, faithfully reproduce the format of the original Resident Evil 4, while Capcom's team, quote, prefers a direction where it is inspired by the original game, but introduces its own unique take on features. Yeah, so fucking Ashley's not going to be wearing a miniskirt. That's great. Story elements and environments on a similar way that the Resident Evil 2 remake was reimagined Mr. X. The Resident Evil 4 remake will be partially rebooted as a result of the shuffling of power, potentially pushing back the game's launch to 2023. Well, I won't be playing it anyway, just because I don't think I'll ever get around to it.
So
Character designer behind Star Fox, Zelda's Tingle, and more leaves Nintendo after 32 years. Yep, Zelda's Tingle. Which I'm assuming he also probably did the Happy Mask Salesman because the art style seems very reminiscent of it, but yeah, so he's leaving and he's going to be freelancing. He'll be doing some freelance work in his retirement. So we'll see. I'll just say this. I can't imagine any other game company coming out of nowhere and pulling off this look. So we'll see. Princess Connect Redive translation swaps Oni-chan for Mr. Nice Guy.
Of course.
Crunchyroll has met the expectations of its critics as the English version of Princess Connect Redive is laden with significant deviations from the source material, such as changing Oni-chan, which means older brother in Japanese, to Mr. Nice Guy, and the inclusion of, quote, oh so funny memes. A Twitter user provided video footage of the English translation, which does not match the audibly spoken Japanese. So he says Oni-chan says, yay, Mimi and Mr. Nice Guy, happy times.
Oh,
Another
God.
individual was devastated to learn that memes were also forced into the script. The game's writer seemingly regarding their unoriginal alteration to be far superior. You too, whiz boy. Who the heck falls asleep in the middle of the road? Talk about a bruh moment, am I right?
Oh, God.
You are like the greatest of all time, my guy.
No, you have to say it.
Percentage
You're the
math and
goat.
stuff is like super wow. Yeah, so I'll tell you this. The number one way for me to cringe immediately is putting memes into games and any sort of media that is not inherently online based. Like something that I would console or like a TV show I would watch. The second you throw in a meme, that's when the remote gets in my hand and beats my children.
What? Kind of sus right now.
So such translation blasphemy is hardly a new phenomenon, as companies such as Funimation have been performing such insulting alterations for years, even going so far as to insert their own political agenda. Sony is another perpetrator that has been despised for censoring sexy anime-themed games on their consoles in an attempt to, quote, protect the children. Sony acquired Crunchyroll last year, and Funimation is now a subsidiary of Sony. So it only makes sense that Funimation is at the helm of determining which hot memes and shitty translations get into the Crunchyroll games. All right, Yen Press announces a new slate of light novels and manga licenses. So just to run through real quick, The Eminence and Shadow is the manga coming out. So is Farewell to My Altar. The World of Humanity has gone Yuri except for me. How unfortunate. I Am the Villainous Daughter, so I'm keeping The Last Boss. Okay. The maid I hired recently is Mysterious. Captivated by You. Here are the light novels. The Detective is Already Dead. We talked about this earlier. It's getting an anime adaptation.
You know what? I think the naming schemes that will really grab people in the future are ridiculously short names because they'll be like, "Oh my god, thank God."
Well, they tried that with X and it didn't go anywhere. Spy Classroom. Hence the reason that they're doing a reboot of Tokyo Babylon instead of X. Anyway, that's it. Spy Classroom.
I'm still saddened that no one still is licensing the March Comes in Like a Lion manga.
The what? Oh, March
Comes in Like a Lion.
March
Yeah.
comes like a lion.
So I want to acknowledge that when you're a spy, you have grenades, guns, a book with a hollowed out corner, and also a fucking pinwheel for some reason. Like for real? And handcuffs. Can't go wrong with those. All right. Higurashi no Nakukoro ni Go Blu-ray and DVD art unmistakably moe. I'm sorry, unspeakably moe. So here's the artwork that they're getting in Japan. Very indicative of the graphic nature of the show, I would say. It's very truly
hot.
Right, continuing.
You're on a watch list now, young 900-year-old.
Earwig and the Witch DVD. So we're into our release news here.
That's what they use.
So there's the DVD. Earwig and the
Hold
Witch.
on. Before we go any further, I noticed at least 2 female characters, one of which should be the main character. How many females are listed in that little cast blurb at the top?
There's 3 characters here. This is a girl. Oh, but I see Richard and Dan. I gotcha.
They're all trans.
They're,
Well,
they're completely ignoring one of the main characters just because they're like a newcomer, like with the.
Oh yeah, so this is the Vic's name was on the cover of the DVD, even though I was the main character.
Yeah.
Right. That we're getting at. Okay, so that's the DVD.
Hey, Brad.
There's also the Blu-ray DVD combo.
Are you appreciative of the slipcover that you wished into existence on the preview image?
Yes, I am. Also, the Steelbook, which
looks like ass.
Oh my god!
Yes,
awful.
I'm gonna have to buy it, unfortunately, but yes, ass.
Since we're on Right Stuff right now, I do have a question because I think I missed whenever you went to the Right Stuff. Have you drawn to attention the fact that like the newest One Piece volume, the Void set? Yeah, it just starts randomly coming with a Blu-ray. Have you addressed that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
There was an article where they announced that they are officially going to start releasing One Piece TV on Blu-ray, and then we speculated on, what are they going to do with the collections?
Yeah, I couldn't remember if y'all had said something about it or not. That was a big. What the fuck?
That was a really big deal for me because I'm like sitting here waiting for Blu-ray One Piece.
Imagine that guy that bought however many voyages are, and now it's just the height difference.
Well, no, he'll be happy. No, the height difference will be negligible because the season voyages are the same height. They're DVD height.
Okay, so is he talking? I think this is in reference to
The Yaoi hands.
the blue
Blue period.
Blue period. Right, we got It's the Crypt Keeper. Random 11 checked out, so thank you for being with us. Then we talked about Cyberbrusher. Kazen no Yojimbo. Once again, I've actually seen this. Very forgettable. So Stelvia, I don't think I've actually watched Stelvia, to be honest.
All I know is that the thick necks are thick.
It looks forgettable as well to me. Manga and New York Times bestsellers, yet no comics in that list. Imagine that, man. Is it me, or is anime turning into comics where it doesn't end? Well, if you got a series that's going to keep churning out money, you don't end it.
Tell that to Demon Slayer.
Harry Potter TV series in development. Well, can't wait till Hermione's black and Harry's dad is taking it up the ass.
Oh god.
They're gonna.
That was in that play, wasn't it? Remember he
What's
was
up?
black in the play?
Yeah. Yeah,
The Cursed
she was.
Child or whatever it was.
Okay, I don't know anything about Harry
I
Potter.
was so damn
All
funny.
I know is that frickin' what's her name? J.K. Rowling put out that tweet that said Harry's dad experimented and even had a three-way with guys or something
Didn't she say
something of that effect.
I want my kids to know about that.
Or he just shit. What was the thing about wizards shitting? What was that one?
Oh, I don't remember that one.
Well, they just shit all over the place. There was something like that.
Was it something about the fact that I remember hearing something like wizards have grown lazy because they can take a dump anywhere and like magic their poop away or something like that?
I think they have like a portal right underneath their asshole that they shit into, and it gets whisked off to.
They've got a special wizard butt plug transport.
Oh no!
They have special.
The cattail, Harry.
Oh god, they have. I'm gonna regret saying this. They have special wizard diapers that just magic is away.
Oh.
You'll find in your old age you'll be wearing one too, Harry.
So I've been saving a comment for Random 11 until this part right here, where Random 11 said, 7 ancient Mew, you must be rich. Sealed first edition Pokemon booster box sells for a record-breaking $408,000. Hopefully there are some rarities tucked away in those packs. If you're dumb enough to spend $408,000 on a booster set and open that shit, then you deserve to have all of your money forfeit anyway.
Question: how much is that first edition Charizard? Because I don't think he can't be that much.
I don't know. Let's
to get it too. It's
let's read this here.
Because I'm thinking Pokemon trading buy a single.
Well, yeah. Classic Pokemon trading card game cards continue to fetch hefty sums depending on which ones you have in your collection. Considering some of the rarities to be found in the first edition, it's no surprise to see that going doubly so in on the case of sealed booster boxes. Okay, that was a great sentence I read there. One such box recently sold via Heritage Auctions, and it managed to fetch a record-breaking $408,000 in the process. The box in question was a Pokemon First Edition base set sealed booster box from 1999, complete with its original shrink wrap and everything. The impressive sale managed to beat the record for a similar booster box that was sold in November 2020, where it went for $360,000. Are you serious? It's gone from. That's how much money we've printed in the Federal Reserve from November until now. That the value has gone up that much. Naturally, one of the hot commodities in these boxes is the first edition holographic Charizard card, which can fetch some serious coin on its own. Each of these sealed boxes contains 36 booster packs with 11 cards in each, for a total of 396 mint condition cards.
I can pretend that I'm shocked, say that I'm shocked, but I'm not shocked.
Yeah.
That's the value of this stuff. It's ridiculous.
I've got so many Pokemon cards in my storage unit. How do you know if it's a first edition? Does it say directly on the card?
I think
I know the Yu-Gi-Oh ones did.
I think it does say first edition on the boxes.
Yeah, it has a little dinghy on it.
All told, 16 Pokemon lots were auctioned over the weekend, adding up to over 1.3 million in sales. 2 other Pokemon auctions netted 6 figures as well, including Blastoise hologram card from 1998. So when they said 6 figures, they mean $100,000, not 6 figures as in little figurines, which is what I pictured. So the Blastoise hologram card from 1998 sold for $360,000 all by itself. I don't know why anybody would want to do this.
I guess when the last I checked, that Charizard was only worth like, I don't know, $5,000 or something.
Look, as society continues to collapse, I'm going to advise everybody to sell everything in their collection now.
Yeah.
Because this is going to be worth it to somebody else to own. But as soon as the societal collapse occurs, they're going to be like, why do I have this stupid card? I can't trade this for food.
No,
whereas you've already transferred all your wealth into Bitcoin.
Buy it back on pennies on the dollar.
Yeah, seriously. You sell it for $406,000 and then buy it back for a Dorito.
Bag of Cheetos.
Now is as good a time as any to double check and make sure
for
you
one
aren't
corn chip.
sitting on a Pokemon the card game gold mine of your own. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
you know,
I only
probably
have 2 Pokemon cards.
I mean,
I got-
I kind of wish that anime collecting was the same, but it's not.
Oh, and it never will be.
I think
I
the
guess
only
that'll be-
Pokemon card
The
I
stuff
have is
that's
a-
worth something is always not the thing that should be worth something. And by the
Yeah.
way, the reason that these values go up so much isn't because the things are actually worth that. It's because there's a
Scarcity.
what do they put them in? Mutual funds or whatever. These appreciate value, and the value gets inflated based on the auctions. They continually go up as a way to constantly, basically, inflate value on it. So,
Yeah.
Pokemon anything just basically rises in price. I think within the last 2 years, if you want to buy like a classic Game Boy Pokemon game, shit, even back to GBA Pokemon, like you're paying upwards over hundreds of dollars just to get the damn cartridge of remind you one of the best selling fucking games of all time that they made thousands of copies of.
right.
There's no shortage.
It's getting so hard to get Duck Hunt, right?
So
Oh,
I
man.
bought what is it? I bought this one magic card stupidly. Like he basically hid it on my bill. I'm like, give me all the cheap cards by this artist. And this one was like $20. And I'm like, okay, that's terrible. Why would he do that? But I'm like, whatever. I guess I have this card now. And it went up to like $37 US. And it's a really bad card. It is such a bad card, but just because that was the only printing of it, and there's like so few around to get, it's $37 US.
The things that were some of the best selling that for whatever reason are just astronomically priced right now. I'm saying this because I want to gripe because I am so pissed. I have bought 3 PlayStation 2s lately, and all of them have come in fucking broken. And everyone's charging over $100 for the console that they just stopped printing, like 3 or 4 years ago. That is they printed it for
There's got to
20
be
fucking
so
years.
many of them, right?
You can't fucking in my shitty little neighborhood. You couldn't swing a dead cat without hitting the PS2
Yeah.
owner.
At this point, you should probably be able to obtain a backwards compatible PS3 for less than the PS2 now.
In one of those like third world countries, there is a little child wearing all the whoever didn't win presidential election shirts. They're living in a
Yeah.
house made of PS2 consoles right now.
Yeah, I wonder how valuable those Hillary Clinton Madam President Newsweeks are.
That's
they
amazing.
didn't even bother to print a Trump one because they didn't think he was going to win.
That's amazing. The ultimate reality, all those.
Deflex one says, "Are they releasing all of One Piece on Blu-ray or just from here on out with the latest episodes?"
Well,
So,
speculation is they
Yeah,
could go
maybe.
back if they wanted, because there's.
Yeah, I
massive build.
think it's more likely that what Funimation is going to do is that for the time being, they're going to keep releasing it until Oda, who claims that he's close to finishing One Piece, finishes the manga, and then they'll have like some stupid nth year anniversary edition that's going to contain everything.
Legacy treasure chest.
They'll probably, like Brad said, they'll probably contain like the entire, One Piece collection, all $500.
Yeah, Funimation's going to make a box set this big, and all it's going to be is a giant treasure chest with or a straw hat or some bullshit that's not even cool.
Probably a big ass treasure chest.
I mean, Luffy's rubber
And
penis.
then sell collections to fill that treasure chest. They're not going to sell it all at once. They got to break
Yeah.
this out. And
They got to milk this shit. Yeah.
That's a perfect sales pitch for it too.
Oh, I scattered all my Blu-ray discs and left it all in
like
one
maybe
place.
like 50 episode collections, and you get to buy each one of those.
That'd be really
Stoked
funny
if they did
if
that.
at the end of the series, when they finally get the One Piece, it is just the DVD box set of the show that like it's actually just a big commercial to own the whole series.
I would laugh so hard at the same time.
Yeah,
It was a sham from
And
the start.
I think the One Piece will
the
be,
entire show was one long commercial.
I hope they re-release it.
I think the One Piece. Will
I mean,
just
isn't
be
it
a
any
note.
show?
You think the One Piece is going to be what? Reese?
I think the One Piece is just gonna be a note that says, "Look at all the friends you made."
Yeah. It's going to be
It's like,
followed.
this
Even
is
though
gay.
they also
Where's
promised
the-
they
where's
wouldn't
the
do
treasure?
that.
This is gay. Where's the treasure?
So Capcom versus Osamu Tezuka characters art book launches this April. So it's kind of a neat idea, I guess. I don't know who's drawing the Tezuka forms, but
His corpse.
Capcom. So Astro Boy drawn in the style of Mega Man drawn in the style of Astro Boy. Seems like it could be cool.
Did we cover something like this before?
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's done it before.
Holy shit.
Giant Promise Neverland plush lets you give Emma the hug she deserves.
Okay, can you move her eyes just a bit
Okay.
closer? Just a bit closer.
That is
Not
kind of
derpy
cute.
face.
I forget. Is that what I commented about in the anime, or was that
That's a
just
huge
specifically?
freaking-
No, that
no,
was
it's
the small faces.
What kind
It's
of
like a
poor
pillow,
medieval child are they using for the model in that? They're in like some type of like, please sir, may I have some more type of robe. What is that?
It's like a Nendroid plushie. So I like, it lets you break her leg for real. Like,
Oh no!
I just added that to my watch list. On motherfucker.
She has a detachable ear.
it's like a Velcro.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to see the little kid. I want to see the little kid toy commercial for that. Her ear even comes off.
Wow!
You can even decapitate her.
And it's got those crunchy little beans in the leg. Breaks her legs.
Stick her in warm water and watch her face change into excruciating agony mode.
Did that happen?
With Evangelion movie delayed, it's time to make
It'll
your
never come
own
out.
Papercraft Ava fight scene.
It'll just
Yeah, they-
never come out.
They look like they're fighting to me.
They look like
hold
they're
on,
trying to
I
I
refresh
feel like that was a ploy on Ufotable's part. They were just like, okay, once once the theaters open back up, Demon Slayer. But now we got to close now so that Evangelion can't get into theaters.
Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting idea. Do you really have to cut it out by hand? Oh god.
Yeah, this is their technique. They want you to make the ending of the movie yourself.
They're just stalling because they're really afraid no one's gonna like how
Okay,
it
make
ends.
the ending
Because
yourself.
when Ano got to the finale of the movie series, he realized he was hit with the same problems as the finale to the series. It'd be so funny if that would be the greatest thing ever. Can you imagine? You go into the movie and it's like it's new features, everything is different. You're like, oh my god, this is incredible. And then the literal scene from the show, congratulations, Shinji shows up right. Anyway,
it's
so-
like the pencil, basically animation, the pencil animation, only in that the widescreen format.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it literally pops up in the original 4x3, right?
Oh, okay.
Like it's literally they just snipped that portion of the film reel from the show and stuck it into the movie because they couldn't figure out how to end it. And they're like, well, nobody's gonna see it anyway because of COVID.
And then we hear
shit,
fly,
Demon
and
Slayer's
then,
ruining
and then
our
we hear a
plans.
new version of "Fly Me to the Moon," and that's it.
Better pronunciation. All right. So, really into Evangelion, then you'll want an entry plug Huggy Pillow and necklace. Now, I'll say this. If I was actually like into the manufacturing side of making stuff for Stealth Weeb, I would totally make an entry plug butt plug.
What?
Oh, shoot. I gotta
Oh
reload this too.
no! Oh no! I had an awful image. When I'm not gonna say who, but when one of the angels is holding the entry plug and squeezes it, it's like, oh no, blank was in there. They squeeze the ass cheek and break it.
Oh yeah, they also have these extremely tiny entry plug necklaces that look like a mezuzah if you're of the Jewish faith.
That is
Yeah.
really tiny.
So
Oh,
tiny. Anyway, okay, continuing.
That'd be something if you were a machinist. You would like take it, like cut it in half, and then make like a little capsule and put your
Yeah, it's like so. What's really cool about this is that it's we sculpted the entry plug on a grain of rice. Digivice rings are destined to delight Digimon Adventure fans. So here you go. You can get one for each hand, and Thanos snapped Digimon out of existence.
Wow.
I don't know why anybody would actually spend money on this, but FDM would be the one person who can answer that question.
FDM would get one and then propose with it and say, "You're digi destined to be with
Oh
me."
my god. Your Digimon to be my
Any
bride.
girl who says yes to that proposal is a keeper. So I'm noticing that this
he's a
symbol
keeper.
is different, though. This one like curls in, whereas this one goes all the way down. It looks
Yeah,
like the
they kinda
location
ran out of
destination
budget
on
for
a
that
Google
one.
map.
Oh, so these are not prop replicas. These are
Official merch. Of course, Mimi also has the you are here upside down in Google Map
Oh my
mode.
god.
It's a seed.
There you go. Moving on. All right, guys, here we go. Not guilty verdict for man in women's restroom. He had to go so bad, it clouded his judgment. The laws of nature supersede those of society. Oh, fuck. Hold on. I gotta refresh the page too because it didn't load any of the double images.
my McDonald's internet working great for you.
What could be described as the, quote, trial of the year, all 20 days of it, concluded last Wednesday, involving a man that stood accused of entering the women's restroom without possessing the legal amount of X chromosomes to do so. So all your questions, Dan, about whether or not Japan is becoming like America, apparently not. According to reports, last December, the unidentified 64-year-old was walking along the streets of Hamamatsu City in Shizuoka Prefecture when nature called. However, this was unlike a friendly call from an old high school chum. This call had all the urgency and fury of a bill collector whose wife he also had an affair with.
Oh, God.
Yikes.
With every
Thank you, sir. News 24. Keep up the good work.
with every second of the essence, the man frantically hurried to the nearest venue he could find that would probably have a public restroom. To his luck, he was right near the sprawling Hamamatsu Science Museum, which did have facilities in its front lobby. After a panicked trot across the floor of the museum, he spotted the restrooms that were reportedly marked with the sign pictured below. Available on Amazon for about $7. The main purpose of the sign is to acknowledge that staff also use the restrooms, and is a bit of a parody of a typical restroom sign, with the woman and the man figures bowing in apology. "We're sorry we take dumps," says the staff. He then rushed through the entrance and beelined it to the nearest available stall. However, by the time he realized that he had entered the women's room, it was too late. He was arrested and brought up on charges of invading the ladies' room. If found guilty, he would have to pay a fine of US $965. However, the man pleaded not guilty, insisting that the sign he saw with both a woman and man together strongly suggested that it was a unisex bathroom. The prosecution discredited that claim, saying that there was additional signage that clearly delineated the entrances to the men's and women's restroom. The presiding judge, Ayako Sasabe, agreed that the different rooms were clearly marked. However, given the man's need to powerfully defecate,
Oh god.
which was proven by the testimony of eyewitnesses who saw him walking around the hall quickly and looking for a toilet. I like the idea of the defense saying, can we bring up Exhibit A? Like, here you can see as he runs in the security footage, his butt cheeks clenched tightly together.
And you can see the two women running out of the bathroom holding their nose.
Oh. Eyewitnesses who saw him walking around the hall quickly and looking for a toilet, and given the given the potentially misleading sign, there is reasonable doubt about his criminal intent. Among readers of the news, no one argued with the ruling, but everyone wondered how what tends to be little more than a really awkward mistake boiled into a full-blown criminal trial. Here's what they had to say. That kind of thing happens all the time. I've even done it and quickly darted out when I saw a urinal. It must be a lady. It's fine as long as he didn't do anything bad while he was in there. They arrested him for something like
I don't
that.
know. I'd argue that's pretty bad. Taking a nasty dump.
Offending the noses of the other patrons. They arrested him for something like that. If the gender roles were reversed, it wouldn't have gone that far.
Huh.
Well, yeah. Assuming there's a glory hole involved. This is a landmark ruling. I'm going to a women's restroom right now. I see old ladies going into men's rooms at rest stops all the time. Nothing ever happens to them. Yikes. Women's restrooms are all private anyway. They all have their own stalls, so if a man enters, no one is affected. Okay. Do men's restrooms in Japan just have like the old-timey medieval shitters where everybody just sits on the wooden seat and dumps out the bottom of the castle?
They're probably talking about the urinals, how they're not
I guess.
separate.
I guess. I've never really felt... I mean, the only time I've actually felt like I wasn't getting adequate privacy at the urinal was when fucking Westminster Mall installed those urinals by the food court that jutted out like fucking 3 feet, it felt like, from the wall. So, like, you have to basically straddle the whole thing to get your dick close enough to be obstructed by the wall that's there. Like, literally, like... So normally you've got, here's the wall, and here's, you know, the little semi wall that you can see a person's head over, but it's basically covering, right? And you're got your privacy. For a while at the Westminster Mall, they had the wall that would come out. It would end here, and then down like lower, the freaking toilet would jut out like an extra 1.5 feet from the wall.
Terrible design choice. My favorite one is having the one-way mirror across the wall in front, like at head height.
Yeah,
and you can see it into the, like, see through, just like seeing through the wall, just watching people go by. Yeah. Also, how fun is it? Let me know if I'm the only one who's ever had the dream where you go to the bathroom and you sit down in the stall and you look forward only to see that for some reason, like, you know, at a bathroom, how like the bottom of the like door and frame of the stall is like that high off the ground. You look over and it's like way higher. Like it's higher than the seat of the toilet.
Yeah, like I'm guessing it's an anxiety dream, like when your teeth fall out.
Yeah.
Anyway. All right, so
I've gone into the women's restroom before.
Well,
in America, it's easy. You just have to identify as a lady.
Yeah.
No, I have I not told you the story?
No, tell me.
It was when I
got
to
my dick off, and then
no, it was when I was in Georgia. I got to one of the Fort Gordon for my training after basic.
Mm-hmm.
So there was like the male barracks and the female barracks, right? Well, I had just gotten there. I think it was like the second day there. They both looked the same, and I got like turned around. So I accidentally, for whatever reason, the code worked for both. I found out, like, because they give you a code to get into the building because they're locked. Yeah.
What's the password?
Yeah, well, the code worked for the female barracks. Apparently,
you're disclosing government secrets there.
Yeah. So I accidentally walked into there. I didn't see anybody, so I walked into the bathroom. I was looking around. I was like, "This seems different somehow."
Where's
I was
the
like,
urinal?
okay, whatever. So I went to the stall.
No urinals. That's strange.
No, there were urinals.
Oh my gosh.
That's why I think it was like a different shade. Like it was like a different shade. Like
It was a
The-
female
the
urinal.
I stepped into the bathroom, and while there were urinals, there wasn't the rank urine smell of it all over the ground. Something was up.
Yeah, yeah, they were kind of oddly clean, I guess that, and so was the sink.
But you're like, well, it is the army, right?
Yeah, I was like, well, this is
They
kind of
probably
strange.
scrubbed him down with a toothbrush, right?
So I go to the
not
bathroom.
with that
I'm sitting down on the toilet, and then I like hear voices. And I'm like, ah, shit. So
We're gonna leave.
I
They're
sat
gone.
I sat in there. I waited for them to leave, and then I got up and I left. And there was like one girl who was sitting there. She was kind of on like, I don't know how do I describe it. It's like, watch basically. Like her job was to monitor the hallway. It's one of those.
She's like, bitch, where were you when I came in? Like,
Yeah.
Well, she looked at me. I looked at her, and I booked it out of there. And I think I don't know. She never reported me or anything. I never got in trouble
That you know of.
that I know of. But
That's the real reason you're back here.
one your commanding officer had your back. No, that guy's female. Like, he identifies as a lady.
He's an idiot. Just let him out the hook next time.
that was embarrassing.
Well,
So yes, I have made that mistake and walked into the women's bathroom by mistake.
Well, I've
proud
fortunately
of you.
Thank you.
never done this somehow. But I'm glad to hear that even as adult, this is a mistake people can make. Because I thought that this is just something I'd never have to do. But apparently it can happen to anyone. All right. So this person said, I used to work at a mall and always got a laugh when I checked the security cameras and saw guys frantically looking for the toilets. Okay. What a sadist. The defendant's legal team is also of the mind that this was an overreaction to a simple mistake. They are currently reviewing the details of the ruling, but one lawyer told media that the arrest was, quote, overkill, suggesting that they may file a countersuit. They'd have a pretty strong case if they did. Wait a minute, hold on. So they're gonna countersue over the fact that he was arrested in the first place.
Yeah.
It's like not only am I not guilty, but you need to pay me for putting me through this heartache.
Yeah, I've had to miss work.
This
because
is a
of this
gross
bullshit.
abuse of power, right?
Yeah.
You're coming after me because I'm 64 and an old white man.
Because of a man. It's because of a man, isn't it? Well, yeah.
This wouldn't be happening if I was a woman. It's like, yes, sir, that's the point. You look. They'd have a pretty strong case if they did. Imagine completing a photo finish number 2, only to be arrested for it immediately after, and then having to prove how severe your defecation was in a court of law by seeking out and interviewing eyewitnesses and then bringing them to testify before a
Do
judge.
a DNA sample on the septic or something.
Well, these are
Your Honor.
automatic toilets, so you kind of fucked on that one.
Your Honor, esteemed members of the jury, my client, who sits before you now, right over there, had an
On the
evacuation
throne.
so explosive, so utterly besplattering, that a second flush was needed simply to clear remnants off the rim of the bowl.
Oh my god.
Oh, God. If there's one bright side to it all, this debacle may help discourage actual criminal-minded looky-loos from wandering into places they don't belong. It will also hopefully encourage businesses to provide adequate indicators as to which restrooms is intended for which type of person. Actually, more than adequate might be even better, because talk is cheap when a pair of pants is on the line. The world's most passive-aggressive restroom found in Tokyo. Okay. Well, that's loading quickly. All right. Speaking of toilet mishaps, loaded gun found in convenience store restroom in Japan. Cops on duty poop to blame. Now, as usual for this show, I like to think it's the same guy. From the
Well, yeah, we've done this before.
I know this has actually happened. I think with it feels like
It was in a train station.
Yeah. This wasn't the only piece of police equipment left behind either. I'm sorry, that wasn't the only That wasn't the only piece of police equipment left behind either. In comparison to their counterparts in some other parts of the world, convenience store bathrooms in Japan are pretty unremarkable.
Gosh, can you imagine,
Remarkably
like,
disgusting is the
being the
how
guy
I would-
cleaning up the bathroom, and then all of a sudden you're like, "Why did I find handcuffs here? Why is there a gun?"
Well, the gun's loaded too. This is a good story.
Oh.
The country's focus on hygiene and customer service means convenience store restrooms are generally clean and tidy, with few terrifying stains or mysterious odors. However, at around 10 a.m. on Wednesday morning, a customer at a convenience store in Osaka's Kita ward. Oh, I gotta refresh it so that. However, at around 10 a.m. on Wednesday morning, a customer at a convenience store in Osaka's Kita ward found two startling things inside the shop's restroom. Two startling things
and a gun.
inside the shop's restroom: a pair of handcuffs and a loaded gun. The customer informed the manager, who in turn informed the police, who then were able to trace the handgun and restraints to none other than one of their own officers. Earlier that morning, a 30-something Osaka Prefectural Police Sergeant, who was assigned to a security detail in the area, had also been at the convenience store in order to take a dump. How do we know that the officer deposited an on-duty duty? Because he felt the need to remove his belt entirely and hang it on the hook on the inside of the bathroom door, more commonly used for hanging the occupant's bag or coat, and attached the belt where his holster, pistol, and cuffs. And attached to the belt were his holster, pistol, and cuffs. While we'll give the officer the benefit of the doubt regarding remembering to wash his hands when he was done with his intestinal business, he forgot to strap his belt back on when he left the restroom. When he left the bathroom to go back to work. It's like,
and then you go back to work and realize, where the hell is my gun?
No, but seriously, like that's indicative of how not often the Japanese police have to use their gun or handcuffs.
Right.
Yeah, but
like,
you know, at least know, like, my hips don't feel the same like they did this morning.
Yeah, that too. But I was gonna say, like, I wouldn't even get, like, if I left my phone behind, I wouldn't even get out of the stall before I realized it wasn't with me. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
why would you have your or whatever? Moving on.
Because every time I use the bathroom, I spend that time to look up all these articles that I share to them.
You look at porn. That's what I
In total, about 30 minutes passed between the officer leaving the items behind and them being recovered. And it's a testament to how safe Japan is that not only did the people who found them promptly contact the proper authorities, the officer himself hadn't even noticed he was missing his firearm or restraints until he was told. Like, it's like, well, Officer Kita, forgetting something? No. Holds up the belt. Oh, shit. I'm going to just open up this one about a Shogun getting arrested for being a peeping Tom. We'll just save that for next podcast. Okay, where was I? Until he was told, implying that he believes the likelihood of using them is low enough that he feels no need to regularly recheck that they're still there. As for not noticing that he was missing his belt, the officer was using a squad car during his shift, and sitting down likely made him less likely to notice his pants were riding at a different height than usual. Yeah, probably. There are no signs that the gun or handcuffs were used during the 30 minutes they were unattended. Yeah, it's like... Well, I didn't. The gun definitely didn't discharge a bullet, but the cuffs may have been used for some.
His ass sure discharged.
Christopher Barker. Looking at porn while taking a dump. Get her done.
Get her done.
Also, I want to acknowledge that Weaburger had to leave. Thank you, friend, for being with us, and we'll see you again next time. Yep. Also, where was I? There were no signs that the gun or handcuffs were used during the 30 minutes that they were unattended, but it's still a serious screw-up, prompting an Osaka Metropolitan Police spokesperson to say, Quote, "We will strive to more properly control and secure police equipment so that this does not happen again." I mean, just keep the gun in a lockbox in the squad car because clearly you don't need to use it enough. You'll notice, though, that the statement does not say so that this does not happen a second time, which might be because Wednesday's incident is already the second time a police officer has left the gun in that convenience store's bathroom, with the last occurrence happening 3 years ago. So why does that exact bathroom keep becoming an inadvertent weapons storage locker? It might have something to do with its location, which is close to Osaka's U.S. consulate, and thus the increased security requirements for the neighborhood. More police officers in the area means more police officers stopping by to use the bathroom than at other convenience stores, and so more chances that one of them might be forgetful. The heightened security may also mean more officers in cars than on foot, which, as discussed above, would make it harder to notice a missing belt. That said, Japanese police officers forgetting their guns in public restrooms isn't as rare as you might think. I think we've covered this article. All the same, we figure the latest member of that club is in for some harsh words from his chief, though he can at least take solace in the fact that his blunder didn't lead to him being outed as a sex worker outside. We definitely covered that one. Yeah, I like it. Hand over your gun and badge, or what is it? Your piece and shield, right? And it's like, oh shit! Like
Turn your badge and your weapon.
Yeah, I'm sure we covered this before. Anyway, a trio of thieves break into Japanese glasses store, foiled by old-timey cash register. I'm going to skip this one. It's not that interesting. It's an old cash register that used Kugarans or whatever as the currency.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was. So the commenters were indicating that they probably should have just stole the cash register because it's so old that it probably was worth more than all the glasses they stole.
Yeah, it's probably the cash register was probably empty anyway.
Instead of covering that article, let's cover this one. 120-year-old condom found in Japan.
I don't want to find that on the ground.
Only surviving example. What's up? Yeah, the pic. I was gonna say, yeah, that's like literally the best image for this. Only surviving example of the sheath that protected Japan from plum poison. Plume poison? Plum is a B at the end, right?
Yeah.
Does it?
Or wait, the fruit or the action?
Yeah. Give me a second.
Like, now I want to know the context behind that story, though. Did you like find your grandmother's like keepsake?
Why do I think there's a B at the end of plum?
Because there is when you're plumbing, a plumber.
A plum. A-P-L-U-M-B. A plum.
All right. Anyway, weird side note. Osaka-based company Morishita Jintan has been around for a long time. Founded way back in Japan's Meiji period, next month will mark the pharmaceutical and medical device maker's 130th year in business. Obviously, advances in medical science mean that Morishita Jintan's product lineup is now very different compared to the wares it offered in its early days. So it was a discovery of historical significance recently when someone in rural Japan found one of Morishita Jintan's very first product, a condom that's approximately 120 years old. The condom was found by the owner of a kominka, a classical Japanese folk house in the town of Shikamachi, Ishikawa Prefecture. The house has now been converted into an inn for travelers, and the owner found the condom in the adjacent storehouse, which makes one wonder if the storehouse was once used for amorous rendezvous by its original owners. Gross. Specifically, it was a Yamato Kinu model condom that was found. I like how they've got like the model number and everything. One of the first mass-marketed condoms in Japan. The Yamato Kinu earned its popularity by being billed as ribbed for her pleasure. I'm sorry, that's not what it says. Being billed as a line of protection against infections of syphilis, which saw major outbreaks around the turn of the 20th century in Japan. where it is known as Baidoku, literally plum poison. This is believed to be the only Yamato Kinu condom still in existence. And while its exact age hasn't been determined, newspaper ads for the product from 1896 have survived. So it's estimated that the condom was sold sometime around then. But what I'm looking at here, like, what even is this?
The ring?
Like, did it just deteriorate everything else? What do you think it's made out of? Cat guts?
Oh, God.
Although Yamato Kinu translates as Japanese clothing or Japanese silk, Yamato means Japan. Remember I brought that up on Vexio. Anyway, the condom was actually made in France and imported to Japan by Morishita Jintan, as manufacturing technology at the time in Japan was insufficient to make them domestically. Nevertheless, the Yamato Kinu had a significant impact on life and love in Japan, and Morishita Jintan is considering putting the historical condom on display at its head office, since the inn owner who discovered it, having no personal need for such an age prophylactic, has agreed to donate it to the company. I like the idea of them mounting it on the wall. I think that the reason it survived so long is because it was unused, right? But I just like the idea of them just hanging like a drippy, disgusting, moldy used condom on the wall. like freaking Mr. Krabs' first dollar, right? This is from the test run, first model, the prototype. Anyway, an uncontrollably amorous thief. Oh, gross. An uncontrollably amorous thief pilfers 150 pairs of pantsu. A 32-year-old company employee has been arrested after carrying out a spree of pantsu thievery. His criminal deeds snaring him over 150 pairs of feminine undergarments. Mie police arrested the degenerate man on suspicion of stealing 3 pairs of female pantsu from a laundromat. Surveillance camera footage caught the man entering into the building and picking the dryers clean of any pantsu as he then stuffed the bounty into his pockets. I love how they do this in Japan. They have to line up all the stuff just to humiliate the guy.
By color.
Yeah. The clumsy thief admitted to stealing the pantsu, saying, "Since I am interested in women's underwear, I resorted to theft." I mean, you could just buy them. Not only could you buy unused pantsu, but they have vending machines in Japan with used panties. Like,
oh yeah,
bruh. A search of his abode. Yeah, but see, this guy's smart. He's thinking that's not real. That's like the gamer girl bathwater. That's just tap water. A search of his abode led to police uncovering as many as 150 pairs of women's clothing, along with bras and pantsu. And police are trying to learn if these articles of clothing were also filched. Well, there you go. All right. You guys ready for this?
No, I'm not.
Doctors relieve Chinaman of anally inserted 24-centimeter sake bottle.
Long or wide?
Does this answer your question? Oh, so the Chinese, along with inventing kimchi, also invented butt stuff.
Hey, Hunter came in at the right time.
Hey.
Yeah. Hunter comes in. Now this is content. Christopher Barker wants to know if the condom still protects against STDs. Only the plum poison.
It produces them now.
Yeah. You won't get an STD, but you will give off a yeast infection. A man living in China's Hainan was rushed to the emergency room after he started experiencing excruciating abdominal pain. You don't say. And after doctors thoroughly examined an x-ray, they learned the man had a 24-centimeter long sake bottle rammed up his rectum. surpassing the record of one itchy individual. Was this the guy who stuck a fish up his ass? Doctors initially asked the poor man various questions so they could pinpoint the source of his suffering. Though he was rather hesitant to answer, the medical experts learned of the 24 centimeter long, 6 centimeter diameter truth after analyzing his X-rays.
Analyzing.
The curious individual finally caved and explained that he accidentally inserted the bottle into himself, and while he tried to get it out, his effort only led to the bottle being pushed in further.
That's
Afraid he might.
It wasn't an accident. Like if it was an accident, it would have been one of those scenes in those anime where the character comically falls on like a bottle or something.
Yeah, the character falls on the girl's boobs or whatever. Yeah,
falls
but
on
this time,
this
time he accidentally sat. Oh no! I sat on a 6-pack.
He didn't want. He just didn't want to admit that he lost a bet.
Afraid he might die. Yeah, seriously. Imagine this shatters.
Yeah, seriously.
He's lucky to be alive. Afraid he might die, he eventually decided to seek medical help. Attempting to avoid abdominal surgery due to the potential dangers, several individuals combined forces to try to free the trapped beverage lodged inside the man's hindquarters. So you think they just pushed on it from this angle? Got it past his tailbone?
I would like to imagine that they took a drill, drilled it into the bottom of the bottle, and then put a screw into it, and then just pulled it out.
That sounds horrifying. You don't think they would have just used like a plunger? An old Looney Tunes style plunger? Yeah, like the suction cup they use to help birth babies when they're not coming out, they stick on the head. The vacuum turns on and they start pulling. The bottle was successfully extracted about an hour later without harming the man, though the victim was startled to the point that he yelled rather loudly upon removal. Again, I'm picturing from like an old Looney Tunes cartoon. The doctors implored those who find themselves in strange and similar situations to seek medical aid. Yeah, I'm afraid to find out what this one is, and I'm going to turn off the screen share because, Sankaku complex. I'm pretty sure we covered this one, actually.
I want to be the doctor and just be able to say at the end of all that, be like, well, at least now you know what you can fit up there.
You want this bottle back as a souvenir? Wait, no.
Still unwashed.
That's still got the barcode on. I can take it back to get my deposit back.
You can still get a couple cents off of recycling it.
I can get my nickel.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure we did actually cover this one previously. How old is this? 2019? Yeah, we probably covered this one. I don't remember that photo, but we've covered so many anal insertions from China. So
Okay.
Let's move on.
All right. That's it, guys. We've got this one. How many times does Japanese men adjust their junk? I'm going to read these on my own time, and we'll determine if they're worth coming back. Do you guys want to talk about Slayers of Demons?
Sure.
Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba, but I repeat myself. So we've all caught up to episode 12, yeah?
13?
13?
Well, Brad, you're behind.
I'm behind. Are there 26 episodes? I thought it was I thought I was only supposed to get to 12.
26.
Okay. Well,
we're gonna have
I got
total 13.
Yeah, unfortunately. I got to the part where what's the name of the guy with the boar's head?
Inosuke.
Bryce Papenbrook?
Yeah. I got to the episode where he showed up. So I think a couple things need to be addressed right off the bat, which is to say, just to be clear, I am enjoying the show. The story is bland and unremarkable. The characters they don't stand out nearly as much as some other shows in recent memory, like My Hero Academia or Attack on Titan. But the animation...
It's literally copy-paste, though. It's, a Titan demon killed my family. The difference is this guy's virtuous and kind and all this, and Aaron's just angry.
And turned into a homicidal maniac.
Yeah,
So-
can we
so-
talk about? Do we want to say that for the end, or can we talk about how people are just overreacting to it?
Oh, like you think it's overrated?
Yeah,
Okay, so just I want to finish my point. I think that the story, like I said, the story is not remarkable. It's pretty generic. The characters themselves they don't stand out, but the fucking animation and
notable is amazing.
and the character designs for every single character are so good that I'm totally cool with watching it. Like I'm very much enjoying it, and I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about those pink eyes, but frickin' Nezuko is just the greatest.
She's adorable, but I
She
mean, you know,
That's about it.
That's
And
all you
that
need.
is why it's so
Demon Sister is all
incredibly
you need.
hyped.
I
Because
mean, I could just knock
everyone
everybody
eats
off
up
the
the
stream
animation.
just to show the background for a minute.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. There we are.
live censorship.
I'm glad I picked that one over the guy who made the swords with the weird mask that you had. I'm glad I did swap that out for this one. For the picture.
Okay, I'm pulling up Twitter real quick so I can
Display.
so I can display my.
So you
my
can
font.
contradict a point you literally just made.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So something I was surprised to see regarding Demon Slayer was how derivative the show is. So I said, wait a minute, I've seen this before, right? So referring to this.
The final selection.
Right. If anybody's ever seen Death Trance, right?
Nope.
Then there was also this scene. Oh, that's the one I clicked on. Yep. Right. And then
Is that
this,
a motherfucking JoJo's reference?
that is a motherfucking JoJo reference, Reese.
this character here that is clearly a ripoff of Neil Blomkamp's Zygote with this character.
Jeez.
I mean,
So
I was telling my wife that there's the scene when he just like kills a bunch of people, the drunk people. I want to recut that with audio of Michael Jackson just actually talking about his skin condition, because he's like, "You think I look dead?" It's like, well, the reason I look like this is because I have, like.
Oh god.
And then there's also this.
please do that.
There's also this bit from
Oh
Corpse
my
Party.
gosh. Oh, ew. I forgot about that.
And then FTD&M, did you reply to it or did you make?
It was
He did.
in that feed that you just saw right there.
I think
but-
he replied to the last one.
Yeah, but you could see it in that sidebar that you
gotcha,
had
I gotcha.
before.
Okay, well I failed us tremendously. I'm so
No,
sorry.
just open one of the tweets like you
Yeah,
did
yeah.
before.
I'm
that
trying.
had- Scroll down to the bottom. Wait, what? Okay, you have to open up the one before it.
This one.
Yeah.
There we are. Okay, then this. How did you even notice this?
No, I noticed this before I even watched the show. I'm like, that looks vaguely Hunter x Hunter, and then I got the perfect frame.
Yeah.
Like when his hat isn't fully in picture, you see
Yeah.
this subtle curve, and I'm like,
Right.
Hunter x Hunter?
That's
So-
from is that from the eye catch at the middle of the
Yeah.
episode?
It's halfway mark thing.
Oh, okay. That reminds me. Something I want to talk about. So I gotta say, something I've noticed. Okay, I downloaded a Blu-ray rip, so that I could watch a Blu-ray quality right at first, before it went up on Netflix, and that's what I've been watching it ever since then. So the Blu-ray rip when the credits end and it does the like what are they called, Reese?
The previews.
Episode previews.
Yeah, but,
It's
but there's
the preview clip part.
they had a title of that segment. You said it earlier, so
I called it the Tai Show Secrets segment.
okay. Well, whatever. Anyway, that segment is not dubbed on the Blu-ray rip that I have. I assume it is on the actual Blu-rays.
It is.
But there was that is dubbed on the Netflix one, so that was kind of weird. I was expecting, I don't know why it would jump back to Japanese just for those sections on that, but
I'm assuming the Blu-ray rip you downloaded, they're using the audio from Toonami, and Toonami
Right.
probably didn't show the preview clip.
yes, I think that's likely. I think that the Blu-ray rip that I got for the torrent was from the Japanese Blu-rays with the English audio sourced somewhere else and just played over it. So,
Yeah.
But the thing that was really weird to me that this show does that is jarring every single time, and I haven't really noticed it since I started watching it on Netflix. I haven't been paying super close attention, but every time it would go to the commercial break, there is a hardcore like you've got your waveform, gone dead silent as soon as that is so weird and unnerving to the flow of the show to just have it cut off like that. Like
The eye catch, yeah.
what is up with that?
That's just the thing.
It's so bizarre, and it totally throws me off when watching the show. So, Greenline, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I think the show. Okay, I'm a shonen slut. Okay, I will go for any shonen anytime.
You are the thought that you have.
You put it in front of me, I'll go for it. Demon Slayer, yeah, it's fun, but the reaction that people have to it is just like, oh my gosh, you need to stop what you're doing and watch
this
it.
shit.
And
Yeah.
Anime of the Year top 10, 10 out of 10.
always does this. Every 4 or 5 years, a show will come out. Kill a Kill, Sword Art. Stop what you're doing. Watch it. Is it special? Not really.
No.
I disagree. I loved Kill a Kill.
Oh, I did too. But there's elements of it that are just like, this is just a reverse magical show. I love it to death, but it's not like the end all be all that everybody back in when did Kill a Kill come out? 2014?
2013, I think.
Still
2013?
probably my top 5.
No, yeah, oh yeah, but like it doesn't make it the end all be all. Like you need to stop what you're doing and watch Kill la Kill. Like it's just you need to stop what you're doing and watch Demon Slayer. Well, I mean, I could recommend 10 other shows before I recommend Demon Slayer.
So yeah, I agree. I was telling my wife that I thought that the reason. So if I understand it, how many volumes are there in the manga?
23 or something.
23.
Yeah, doesn't the Mugen Train movie take place during like volume 12 and 13?
7 and 8.
So
I
it's
think.
like really early on then.
I
So
think.
that means that the anime has not gotten anywhere near through.
Well, you heard them. They're like the 12 AIDS lords are taking over, and we have to defeat them before we get the Mugen Train guy or something. So, and we're
Mugen
like
Train
more
guy
than
is
halfway, and
apparently
we
one of
haven't
the
even
12.
seen a real guy.
Okay.
A real number. We've seen all these fake numbers or whatever in this former number.
I think we see one later on in the series.
So
Okay.
the reason I ask is because I was wondering if perhaps towards the end of the series, like the cliffhanger or whatever, gets you so hyped for where it's going that's why everybody jumped on reading it, you know? And I also wonder...
Literally, I'm going to spoil for the final episode. They're getting on the train and then roll
really?
credits.
The literal train?
Yes.
going to
hype.
Auschwitz. So I'll say this. Like again, I'm enjoying the series, but I do feel like it's not remarkable.
Yeah.
But I am having a good time, which is more than I can say about a lot of recent anime. So there's at least that, you know.
Mhm.
But is it worth all the like clout it's getting? Probably not.
And
I
being like what,
definitely-
the top 5 most sold manga slots or whatever?
I mean,
no, it held every one of the 15 Oricon or top 10 slots or whatever. Every single one of them was a volume of
Dude,
Demon
without
Slayer.
the fancy animation, I'm just sitting here like, how?
So
What?
yeah, well, the thing I was wondering is because I tried to figure out what's going on with the scar on his head because it changes
It has
after
more of a hole with like regular skin near the top.
Well, yeah, in the beginning it looked like a burn, and now it looks like it looks like a curse, right? So I did a little tiny bit of research, and from what I read, it sounds like I looked up a couple things, and it sounds like from what I read that there's probably a lot of stuff in the manga that is cut out of the show, which is weird to me because you're telling me that that volume 7 of the manga is where the movie starts.
Hold on. I'll look it up here.
I thought it was like 12 or 13. But anyway, regardless, the point is that it sounds like there's a bit missing from the...
well, I think the marks get explained after what the anime has already covered.
Okay, well, regardless, what I'm trying to say is that I'm wondering if the fervor for the series is coming from the fact that there is probably something in the manga to be experienced alongside watching the show that makes it more worth it than what we've currently seen, or what I've currently seen. So, like I said, I don't think the show is spectacular, but I also am at least having a good time. If I had to rank it with some recent series that have really kept me invested, I don't think it's better than Erased. I don't think it's better than Attack on Titan. I don't think it's better than My Hero Academia.
I like Promised Neverland more than this.
Yeah.
Well, it's not better than Promised Neverland. It might rank slightly higher for me than One Punch Man. But I haven't seen season 2 of One Punch Man, and it's been a long time since I've seen it. I might, if I rewatch One Punch Man season 1, I might actually be like, no way, you know. But I will say this: I am not digging the English dub at all.
Okay.
I feel like
it feels a bit stiff. Some of the characters, like the main character, he was good. He was good in Mob Psycho as the blonde guy. And
Reagan. Is it
no,
No, the blonde guy with the big like tall hair.
Yeah,
he was Koichi in JoJo's Part 4.
Yeah, he was great as Koichi and stuff. I don't know if the direction was just really ass. The only person that really stuck out for me was the Zenitsu. Is that his name? He was like way over the top, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, Zenitsu. It's funny you said. Okay, so who was Tanjiro in JoJo?
Koichi.
Koichi.
Yeah.
That's the short guy that's like the Krillin of the group.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. I feel like his reactions in JoJo, I feel like that's Zenitsu. You know what I mean? Like the performance that he gives.
Zenitsu's got to be like that plus some. He's so... I mean, I think Alex Lee or whatever his name is who plays Zenitsu.
Yeah, he's like a newbie, it seems. He doesn't even have a wiki article.
So, having just seen what I've seen, I will say this: one of the only reasons that I'm watching it dubbed, even though honestly it's largely just because I don't have time to. I told you guys I wanted to sit down and experience this show, but instead I was working on the thumbnail for the video I released today for that time. So I did half. I've sat down and fully experienced like 2 or 3 episodes. But the first couple, I was working on the Augie with the cross thumbnail and all that. So there's been a little bit of multitasking going on. But I will say that Nezuko's English dub I find adorable and very funny that somebody was paid to just grunt. Right, and it's like, how do you make a grunt really cute? Just like, well, that's acting, you know. Like, I don't know how they're doing it, but
credit where credit is due.
I think she does. I mean, like before the thing, she had actual lines.
Yeah, I feel like that seems really stiff when I heard it. I didn't think much of it.
In coming episodes, if I remember correctly, we do hear inner monologue from her.
Well, yeah. I was going to say, I bet I would be willing to bet that she will have lines at some point in the series.
But she has no actual character besides, I fight and I'm silent.
And she's
kawaii.
cute, and I can make myself big and small.
Fucking adorable. Like, really, just... those pink eyes, and
that scene of her like at the very beginning, like Nezuko, where are you? Did my sister turn into a mole and she just popped her head out of the hole in the ground? I was like, that was so fucking cute.
Yeah.
It's a good show in that regard. Like it gives
It's
you
a good show that has kawaii des.
It's a shonen with the most bizarre moe aspects injected into it. That's how I would describe it. And I think that some of the lore is kind of hackneyed and like weird and dumb. Like how I feel like there was some lazy writing. Okay,
yeah.
Let me be clear. I think that there are parts of the show that are really cool. I like the guy who trained him. I feel like it could have been a lot better, more fleshed out. I
hated that.
The whole story could be fleshed out.
I called him cutting the stone in half while fighting the other guy. I called that the second that guy showed up. I did enjoy that they took it a little bit different, where that guy was a spirit of the teacher, a fellow student of the teacher. I did like that it wasn't as I thought that he was going to unlock the potential of Tanjiro, and Tanjiro was going to actually be able to wield an attack that the guy would dodge, and then it was going to split the rock in half. I didn't expect it the way that they did it, but I did call that was coming. But I the thing about the swords changing color and his being black doesn't mean anything to me yet. But perhaps they'll go somewhere with it.
He's the main character, so he has to be the chosen one with the unique
The colors are associated with their elements, like
right. It's basically the emitter versus whatever types in Hunter x Hunter.
I mean, like, what's it, the guy who found Tanjiro and Nezuko at the very start? His sword was blue. He's a water one.
What's his name? Urokodaka or something like that?
Or Tomioka. He's voiced by Giant Bosch.
Yeah.
But when the swordsmith saw Tanjiro right away, he mentioned Tanjiro was a sun child or something.
So
and that's what the black sword is, the sun element.
He's a water user, isn't he?
Yeah. But
does he become the avatar and wield all types at some point?
I don't know.
A rainbow sword.
I don't want to spoil. I don't want to spoil episode 19. So let's move this discussion somewhere else.
I want to know real quick what what was Mugen Train running against in theaters? Was Mugen Train running against anything in theaters?
Gintama recently, not a lot.
Recently.
Yeah,
that's what I wanted to know. I'm like, because everybody's like, it's breaking records, it's killing it, and I'm like,
well, the fact that yeah. So two things. Okay, so yes, the fact that it's breaking records during COVID-19.
Yeah, that's what everybody keeps leaving out.
But also, the competition is so low.
Yeah, it's
it's playing sort of both hands of that concept. That on the one hand, it's breaking records, but on the other hand, it's not competing against anything.
Yeah,
right?
there's nothing.
And then I truly, wholeheartedly believe that the reason that it's doing well in the theater is because fans are seeing it 20 times. Right?
Yeah.
To try, they are unsubscribed from T-seriesing this series. Right? They're subscribed to PewDiePieing it. Right? To try to just get it up, and it's working. Right, but I truly believe that the reason that Gintama beat it last week in the #1 spot in the theaters is literally only because the creator of Gintama was smart enough to say, "What if I just drew all the characters from Demon Slayer and gave that away to people who see my movie?" And that's how they got people to see the other movie. And in fact, most of those people probably got the Gintama ticket to get the stupid thing, and then just didn't even see Gintama and went back in the theater to see Demon Slayer.
Just went to the next. They basically the entire crowd that would have gone to see it just went from one theater to the next. Why is Gintama empty?
That's what they did with Alita when people didn't want to pay and give money to see the Captain Marvel, and they bought the ticket for Alita, but then went to see Captain Marvel so that they could see it without supporting it or whatever. They could support Alita instead, which.
Well, my point being originally is just like, does it garner like as much attention as the movie specifically? Because I didn't think that the movie garnered that much attention, but it's It's in,
Well,
From what
what
I've seen so
during
far,
COVID.
What would have been a better option would if the people bought the ticket to see Gintama, but also bought the ticket to see
yeah.
at the same time.
It's a shame because it already broke. It did 12 weeks straight, which is a new record. After 11 weeks is the new record. Then they went an entire week past that.
That would
Then
be
Gintama
hilarious.
beats it.
Right.
Right? And now it's back in the number one spot after losing it to Gintama
Yeah.
for 1 week.
Here's the thing. What I think. I think that if you put like a movie, say like a new One Piece movie out during like if you swapped like Demon Slayer with like a One Piece film, the One Piece film would have done just as good. I think, honestly.
I don't think it would have done just as good. I think that there is a cultural thing right now regarding Demon Slayer that is, and here's the other thing. Go ahead.
The entry level pass to see the movie is only 26 episodes instead of
Right.
900.
Right.
Well, the
There
thing with
isn't
One Piece
the-
is that they're probably, it's like if you see a bit of it like Lupin, you can see any of the movies, I'm assuming.
Sure, but so one thing I've noticed regarding all the articles that I've read, whether I've covered them or not for the podcast, regarding Demon Slayer, is that the audience for Demon Slayer is much younger than you might think. Like
Right.
kids, my kids.
No, we
age
covered that article
are
where the mom was
Yeah.
like a. What was that mom? She was like
Right.
a common writer or something like that. She was
Yeah.
And,
And-
her
and-
daughter was
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I want to be
Well,
like
maybe-
Tanjiro or some shit.
Yeah. The kids are, and we covered that one article that was kids rank the person that they'd most like to be like or whatever when they grow up.
Yeah.
That's
And like
Tanjiro.
it was like mom was number 2, Tanjiro was number 1.
Yeah.
So I think it's possible that the show is rather gruesome and adult,
Mm-hmm.
but not so much
I
that
think it's
wouldn't let my son
infrequent.
watch it.
This next arc is just not going to say definitely not for kids.
Okay. Well, what I'm getting at is that I wonder if there's a potential growth in its fandom over the accessibility of it for a younger demographic that is watching it, and I think that, let me put it this way, like when you're a kid and your parents don't let you play T-rated games or whatever, but when you go to the arcade and fucking Mortal Kombat's there, you spend a lot of quarters on it because it's so cool to play something that you're not really supposed to be allowed to play.
Yeah.
So like if your parents are like, all right, you can watch Demon Slayer, it's not that bad. And
Yeah, they
it's
only
way
watch.
different.
They missed episode 1, and so they only watch episode 2.
Well, it's way different than watching Attack on Titan, in the sense that it's not nearly that gruesome or complex in terms of how complex
pretty
that plot
simple.
gets. But also, it's very different from watching Shin Callion before going to school. Watching the Shinkansen transforming bullet train show that is super kid friendly, or a yokai watch. Imagine a kid who watches like my kid watches Pokemon. Now imagine you get to watch Demon Slayer. That's
10 steps above. It's like, oh my
yeah.
god.
So
like,
it makes you feel
adult.
like, because the story is very simple. It's not super. It's extremely
It's not
straightforward.
convoluted.
Right?
Like I can watch this with dad and have a good time. Oh my gosh, this
Yeah,
is so
and it's
cool.
also I think something that my wife and I observed about it is that, because my daughter, and this is not something I ever expected to happen, because my wife is not a girly girl. My daughter loves pink, right? And Nezuko's got the pink eyes and the pink kimono and stuff. And my wife can't help but see, picture in her head both of my kids cosplaying these characters, right? And I think that the brother sister thing there, which is not emo levels of weird or anything like that, or Eromanga Sensei. I think that this plays to a certain demographic that feels grown up watching it, because it is a little bit more adult than the normal thing they'd be allowed to watch, that they're somehow being given the opportunity to watch.
But it's not twisted and fucked up.
Yeah, but it's not Higurashi no Naku Koro ni, right? So I think that I really feel that is a big portion of what's driving the accessibility of it and the fandom of it, and also the fact that because of that, it has a wide branch. Like if I was watching this show, I could watch it with my 7-year-old in the room and not feel like I need to shoo him out of the room, which means that it opens up that bonding between different family members and stuff.
Yeah.
Where it's like let me put it this way. My parents, well, this is a bad example, but like try to imagine anime was accessible back in the day the way it is now, and your parents would watch certain things. But if you didn't grow up with Pokemon, let me phrase it this way: if you didn't grow up with Pokemon, and but you do watch anime and stuff, and your kid is watching Pokemon, you probably wouldn't want to sit down and watch it. You might now because of the nostalgia of it or whatever. But what I'm getting at is that if I'm going to sit down and watch something that my kid's watching and it's Demon Slayer, and I can enjoy the amazing artwork and the determination of the characters and stuff, but also feel like I'm not corrupting my kid with things that they can't unsee, at least yet from what I've seen so far. It hasn't been it's been a little bit scary, but it actually
ends that I don't know, bloodied up family in the beginning.
Yeah, so it's like I said, it is a little bit more gruesome, but it's a sort of gruesome that feels because let me put it this way, like I equated that sequence of the head regenerating to Corpse Party, right? But in Corpse Party, it's the ghost of a child whose face was severed off, right? And in this, it's a demon who regenerates very quickly afterward, right? Mm-hmm. So it doesn't have the lasting impact of a deranged murderer did this, because the character goes back to normal and is fine. Kind of the way that Tom and Jerry smack each other in the face with a frying pan. And in real life, that would be absolutely horrifying. Yeah. But when the face becomes the shape of a frying pan for a second, and then it goes back to normal, like that's different. Like so I really feel like that has something to do with the accessibility of the show, the success of the show, and the fact that like I cannot stress enough how much I feel like that younger generation the gates being opened. Yes, you can read this manga, if you want, young Timmy.
Yeah, it also has this sense of familiarity, I feel, with the Japanese audience, because you look at like something like a My Hero Academia and like
it's not inherently Japanese looking.
Yeah, whereas
this has all these kimonos and all this stuff.
So there's like a cultural pride in the fact that they are touching on heritage points regarding
like when is this supposed to be? Like sometime in the early 1900s, right? Yeah.
Like right. Well, I'm saying that there's sort of even a heritage to the yokai aspect of it, So it's also like a fresh take on it, because I haven't seen any of the demon types yet. In other shows, like they're not.
I'm guessing the two demon types are friendly and not friendly.
Okay, but you get what I mean. Like they're not. There's not the toilet demon and the kappa with the cucumbers, So it's like it's fun and it touches on like the folklore sort of thing, but it's not quite the same. It's kind of like, to me, I kind of feel like it's a little bit like Yu Yu Hakusho. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's as good, but the fact that I'm having a good time is way more than I can say. That right there alone, that it's creating an experience where even if I can acknowledge that the story's not fantastic, the characters aren't that likable most of the time. Like there's nothing about them that really stands out other than the character design. But the fact that I'm still walking away from it, enjoying myself, is saying so much for the state of the anime industry. And I kind of feel like no matter what the show would be, the fact that a show is doing that right now, especially during COVID, I think is where it's just really hitting people in a place that's kind of important for them to get hit right now.
So, Brad, the way to sum up your conclusion is this show is the best of all time because I guess I enjoy it, and I can't say that about a lot of it.
To sum up the point, I think what I'm just trying to say is that
It's
while
popular.
I acknowledge the show isn't fantastic and is definitely not the best show, probably not even in my top 15, but I can see why people like it, and especially right now, it's kind of nice to. There's a nice freshness to it that you get to experience and have a shared cultural thing going on that you're sharing with other people during the pandemic. You know,
Yeah.
that people are having something to talk about, and that there's like something that everybody's kind of doing together, in the same way that the PewDiePie versus T series, even though a lot of people, myself included, weren't really fans of PewDiePie, when it came to toppling the king of YouTube with some fucking Indian like music video channel or whatever it was, of course I want PewDiePie to win. You know what I mean? And I think that's exactly what we're seeing in a way, is that the show may not be perfect, but because we're all kind of rooting for it at this time, even having not seen it yet, we were Reese and I were covering. We would going out of our ways, partially out of spite, to.
And I've already seen. I watched it as it aired, so.
Yes, but I'm just saying, like for me, even I was like, I wanted to cover it and celebrate its success, even if it wasn't going to be fantastic, just because it was like it's part of that getting caught up in that cultural phenomenon, you know.
Yeah.
Which I think I think a lot of the audience was.
Well, that's part of what it is. I mean, I feel like I said, this happens every few years where an anime will come out and it will just change the, it'll get a bunch of new people involved. And
this was Attack on Titan that first season. This came out.
And
it brought a bunch of people back to
in its first season.
Which one?
Sword Art in its first season.
Sword Art?
Despite the fact that the many problems it has. But yes, where people will just talk about it and just be like, "Oh, have you seen this? Oh my gosh, this is so new and fresh." In a time where people might need it. It just came out at the right place at the right time, type of thing.
Yeah, I think I honestly I think that sums it up perfectly. Is that it was just the right time for it. And I think that
it came out in 2019.
I think that the sum of its parts aren't greater than another show, but I think that it just has enough things that are resonating with people that it's scratching that itch that people have for.
So Brad, now that your turbo analysis is over, may I have my pitch?
You may have your floor. Go ahead.
Okay, so start off the series, and right away, the main character Tanjiro feels like a Mary Sue. It's like, oh, he is so, everyone loves him. He's great. And then literally when he gets to his trainer guy, he's like, oh, you're too kind and whatever and goody. It's like, oh, so, this character's got such flaws. Terrible. So let's see. As I said before, what's her name again? Nezuko. She's like, yes, she's kawaii, great and all, but as a character, she's so unsubstantial. Like after they've established that, oh, we've trained her to like not want to kill humans, it's like, why is she still wearing the gag? Why can't she just, I don't know, speak or something? But whatever. So the other thing, I think the major things I don't like about this show, well, okay, so episode 3, the training montage. I was so bored with that episode because it was like, what is it? It's over the course of 2 years. It's like we have to like demonstrate that he totally earned his current abilities. So here's the 2-year montage. Whereas I felt like it really did not it didn't give me that sense of progression. It's just like, here you go, he's totally earned it.
It didn't at all. It really didn't. It's like, what did he learn? A few moves?
Yeah.
So the thing,
it almost seems like it should have been 2 months. Like it would have been more believable that he was even keeping up, because there wasn't a progression being shown in him getting better. It was just he's already better, right?
Well,
by the end of it.
The problem with, I think with anime, the dilemma is training montage. Either it's ridiculously glossed over, which is, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's like either you say it's been 2 years, I'm now a master, and it's like, okay, or it's you painstakingly take like 10 episodes to train Naruto or something. But the thing is, they were trying to meet in the middle. They're like, let's do it in like an entire episode. Let's not do just a abrupt time skip. And it's like, well, he has these abilities for like, I don't know, the other 90% of the show. So this is kind of a formality. It's like, oh yeah, he's now skilled. And the thing is, look, to add to the Mary Sue point, now he got skilled.
Yeah.
You know, he did it.
A place where it's been done better. Goemon's blood spray.
Mm-hmm.
When he loses and then starts training and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That felt much more warranted. Also, in Berserk, the scene where Guts is trying to train and they're like sending logs down the waterfall and he's just getting like obliterated at first. Like watching that sequence where he starts to heal up while he's trying to train and eventually is like slicing those logs as they're coming down the waterfall. That's an example of it feeling more earned, I guess, and believable. Whereas Tanjiro, an issue that I have with the series is the Punisher opening. Oh no, my family's been killed and I'm going to avenge them. Although they're going a little bit.
Oh, Titans ate my family.
Yeah,
Except
although they're going a little bit different here of the whole like I'm going to turn my sister back in. It's not straight up revenge. There's compassion behind it because he's trying to also.
Well, that's what I think makes it mildly better because it's not like you don't. It's not full defeat, you know.
Yeah. But I think I would have been more on board with the show if the show started and he's already a demon slayer. You know what I mean?
Probably. Yeah. That's basically
what I always talk about the origin stories. I don't know what it is, but the thing is, I guess I do know what it is. The thing is that I don't want to watch. When I watch Spider-Man, I want to see Spider-Man using his web and swinging around and doing all these things. I don't really want to watch him get those powers. I just want to see him already have them. That's the part I'm here to see.
That honestly,
I'm not here to watch him awkwardly communicate with Mary Jane.
It's like going into JoJo's Part 4. Josuke is already adept at using his stand and shit. He knows how to use what he's got.
Yeah, I don't need to see the character become a badass. I just want to see them be a badass, you know? And that's effectively, I guess, why I'm not fond of origin stories for superheroes and whatnot.
I think they could have, as you said, if they just started as him being a demon slayer, his sister Nezuko's with him, and then they like briefly flash back to, oh, that was terrible years ago when my family got slain.
you could have just mentioned it when he meets a side character, meets up with Zenitsu, and then they're around a campfire eating some fish or some shit, and they share their stories of where they came from, and he tells the story of when he was weak, right? That's how I would have handled it. I personally feel that the chronological storytelling opens you up for dull moments, whereas starting with something strong and reflecting back on a dull moment that can be done in a minute versus an entire episode is a superior way to handle things. Well, there goes Dan.
I was about to ask Dan, like, what are his thoughts and whatnot, but
I'm sure he'll be back.
Okay.
Unless he was commenting. Oh, private chat. Damn it.
Oh,
you missed it.
Oh, he said the show is okay, but definitely overrated in my opinion. That being said, I thought episodes 10 to 13 were a definite jump in quality story-wise.
Basically.
All right, man. Yeah, well, at least he'll we'll get to do our overall thoughts for the whole series.
Yeah, because I mean,
good.
Nobody really started majorly talking about the show until, like, what was it, the ending fight that we're going to get to next week or whatever, where it's like, whoa, it blew it out of the water. Like, people were talking about it, but then people were really talking about it after that fight.
Well, one thing that would have kept me going for, like, if I was one of the types of people to watch the first couple episodes of a series or whatever, keep my eye out, the thing that really just knocks this show out of the park for me is the water effect on the scene.
Yeah.
That is so gorgeous.
The animation. Like,
unbelievable.
Yeah.
The flowers and the hypnotic effect when they first meet Muzan and he's trying to hold that one demon down. That was awesome. That was so cool.
What's the guy's name? Muzan Kikikuchi or something like that?
Let's call him Michael Jackson for now.
Yeah.
Well,
That's what I'm getting at. I both love and hate that he looks like Michael Jackson, because on the one hand, it's like, oh, the Lord of the Demons, the original sinful demon
Is
Michael Jackson, right? Which on the one hand is like, really? Like the original super demon is going to look like Michael Jackson, but on the other hand, it's like, I love that the original super demon looks like Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
You know?
But I like it for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
That one scene where Tanjiro finds him and she's just like staring at him. I just wanted to put like a fake subtitle is, "No, I will not sing Billie Jean for you right now. Go away."
Yeah. So.
Oh yeah. By the way.
What if that kid he's with the pigtails was named Billie Jean?
By the way, guys, am I the only one who thought, wow, he disregarded the fact his whole family got slaughtered real quick?
Yeah. Because it's all about Nezuko, which I mean,
I know, but he wasn't like sitting mourning like, oh, sisters and brothers and mother.
Yeah, like I
fucking got it. I have to sit through that shit.
It's like who do we care about again? Who exactly died?
I get that you look ahead, you look for what's important, but he didn't. I don't know. He didn't pay respects to it in any way, or even really address it. I don't know.
It happened kind of fast, honestly, but
it feels very much like they were trying to rush through it, but like it would have been better for them to just do what I said and do like the little flashback story where they tell it in 3 minutes.
Now to get further into what frustrates me about this show is man, they explain goddamn everything. They take 2 seconds to say,
which again is why I think it's
actually
acceptable to a younger audience.
The 12 demon council lord people are actually defending Lord Sinjadu, and the sword turns red because 16 years ago the mystical powers stated that people with red hair are more likely to grow a neckbeard, and neckbeards are important because, like, I don't know, man. They have so many explanations so frequently. Right, it drives me insane. It's like it has no respect for the audience. They are expecting people that are 5 to watch it. But in addition to that is for example, I'll restate what I told you guys in chat, is a lot of things feel really geared towards, I don't know, pushing forward the narrative, I want to say. Like so that example is when he was in the city where girls are being abducted. So the first person he encounters is the one guy who got his girlfriend whatever abducted most recently. He's moping about, I don't know, he's just publicly moping about, and within earshot you hear the lady saying, "Oh, girls are being kidnapped." And, you know, I guess that's news to them. It's not like that's been happening the last few days or something. And yeah, let's just constantly say it around to set the scene for people. And then it goes to a shot where they're at that mansion or whatever, and it's like on cue, it's following the script, the NPCs, it's like, oh, daughter dear, do not go outside, it is dangerous. Okay, mother. And then she goes to sleep, and you hear a thought bubble, which is like, oh, I wonder about those girls who are kidnapped and stuff, as she's about to get kidnapped.
It wasn't a thought bubble. She actually voiced that out loud. That was one.
That's even worse. That's even worse. Who talks out loud verbally to themselves? No one. I would have liked it if they just didn't have any dialogue for.
You're like, it kind of goes against when you said that they have every chance to not dialogue or not animate dialogue, and they actually did that for that scene when they actually didn't need to.
Okay.
My point is there shouldn't have been dialogue for that when she laid down the bed. Just leave it and let the atmosphere absorb.
I hear where you're coming from with that, but I think that you're perhaps looking at the townspeople discussing it out in the open a little bit too harshly, because I kind of think about it where you imagine that, yes, the whole town knows.
The sequencing
because,
of events was
But they don't have
remarkably-
anything else to talk about. There's no
No.
TV.
What I'm trying to say is that
They're
this
following
is
the
like
script.
before
They
the
have nothing
printing
going
press.
on in their lives. They're not living people. They're NPCs.
Okay, sure. But I'm saying that this is before the printing press. So
No.
news around town
this
travels
is not
via.
before the printing press. This is the mid 1910s.
But the printing press. When did the printing press get to Japan?
Dude, do you think they
have
didn't have a
freaking
town
cars.
meeting
This is
saying
1910.
keep people inside?
This is before the Meiji Restoration, isn't it?
19
Is it-
like Taisho is like 1912 to 1926.
Is it really?
You're like that demon who's like, what era is it? Wait, really? It's been 50 years?
1912 to 1926. You're right.
I'm
None
pretty
of the
sure they
characters
have
are dressed like this.
a safety meeting, you know, with the whole town being like, yo, people are disappearing. Keep on.
But what I'm getting at is that in a town like that, nobody's getting their news from a television. Obviously, nobody's probably even getting this is the sort of situation where kids start disappearing, and it becomes like almost like a thing where you don't talk about it, right? Like it's kind of a whisper, the Spirited Away sort of aspect of things, and it's like it's almost bad luck to in China, for example, they have a custom of giving young boys girls' names until they reach a certain age to trick demons, right? So they actually give, they have a male and female form of every name, and they call their sons by the female name until they reach a certain age, and then they
Just
jump
sort of
over.
scapegoats.
Well, it's a way to, in their culture, it's based on what do you call it, superstition, right? So the way I kind of see it is like these are real issues that these superstitious people are communicating to each other. And you're right, the way that it comes across, especially in the dub. See, one of the things about the dub is it feels very direct translate to me versus localization.
Probably
You know
because
what I mean?
Aniplex is behind it.
Yeah, so that's one of the reasons I'm not too fond of it, is that I don't feel like the performance is technically there, but not like artistically there. You get what I mean? Like,
Let me
anyway.
put it this way. Don't have those NPCs have dialogue you can hear. Just have them go into the town and I guess talk to the guy that happens to be moping about. And you know what I found was weird, but is like less consequential, is that he was like sniffing around the city for like, I guess, the whole 24 hours. And then at the end of it, he's concluded, oh yeah, the demons come out at night. And it's like, did he really have to sniff around the whole day? Couldn't he have waited for nightfall? But whatever. Actually, you know what?
I wonder. You're not suspending your disbelief enough, but I do understand that there are aspects of it that are.
It's
clunky,
so hard
so
when
it
they
makes it hard,
explain everything constantly. Like the thing about battles, I guess you could say, fight scenes is the best ones are the ones where it's. I wouldn't say necessarily non-stop action, but it's like the action just naturally flows and everything. But this is start-stoppy. Like I slashed the demon. It's like, oh, my sword did not penetrate his armor. Ah ha ha ha, kid! I'll have you know, my armor is made out of semen.
So I want to address a couple comments here. Danny was saying that most shows that people rave about is very overrated for him. Enjoyable, but still overrated. Yeah, I agree. Although I will say that something I've experienced is that a lot of shows that, and I'm not suggesting that you're doing this, but I would say that a lot of shows, I think there's a contrarian culture in everything, and anime is no different, where a lot of people will shit on shows because they're popular. But if you actually sit down and watch a show, it might not be the greatest thing on earth. But like, I'm glad that I sat down and watched Naruto. I had a great time watching that kind of thing.
Well, the thing about this is I was comparing it in my head to something like Naruto. Not like Naruto does the thing where they stop and talk, but oh yeah, what I was gonna say is about the part that I enjoyed, which is the latest arc, you know, with the house where the walls turn and
With
everything.
the drum.
Yeah, the drums. Like I I thought that's when it was starting to get actually like interesting. But the thing
That's
is,
also when the cast that you keep seeing in the opening finally all comes together.
that I skipped every time. But what is it?
Well, it doesn't matter that you skipped it. The point is that the show clearly knows that you know the crew is only together once they all.
Doesn't change at all in this show.
Okay, but you know I'm talking about Zenitsu and Inosuke showing up and completing the foursome of the crew, right? So also I just want to address real quick. Hunter says, I'm sorry, Headhunter says, I am a rom-com whore myself, Maid Sama forever. Your tastes suck.
You're just not a
that got
show.
ruined for me.
Also, the movie takes place directly where the anime leaves off at the end. It's very close, if exactly how the manga transitioned to the train arc. The movie set records in Japan for revenue. And he said everything gets explained later on. So I guess we'll just have to keep watching. So I do see that there's an aspect of this that is effectively the mystery box aspect, where I do feel like there's stuff I want to know that is happening, but not enough that I feel compelled to get through the next episode. It's one of those things where, like, let me put it this way. I'm not having a hard time putting it down, but I'm also not feeling like I'm going to drop it. You know what I mean? So also...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, so what I was saying about that arc or whatever, the latest arc is, it's really flashy, but I don't find it necessarily more substantial than, say, a really well thought out Naruto arc where they have like a very particular fighting thing that they have to deal with. It's like, oh, they have such and such thing, ability. We have to get around this type deal, you know?
Yeah.
It's just that it's really pretty
structure
to watch, really interesting to look
and
at.
I'm telling you, like that, I'm sold on that alone. Like
that's the problem. That's why it's so hyped, because people get the style over substance. But the thing is, with the music, I felt the music for this one particular scene. I'm like, whoa, this is way overdone. It was like really over the top, emotional, whatever. And I'm like, what are you talking about? This is like not even appropriate for this scene.
I assume you're watching it dubbed, right?
Yeah.
I would be interested, not that I'll ever have time to do this, to rewatch what I've seen so far in the sub instead.
It's a 10 out of 10 sub, 9 out of 10 dub.
Maybe 8 out of 10 dub for me, but and that's interesting because dubs oftentimes today are actually ranking higher than the shows themselves in terms of like enjoyability or whatever. But real quick, E. Castro says there is a lore reason for the scar changing.
Changing? What?
But it's only really discussed later on, even in the manga. Danny wants to know if Chainsaw Man is worth reading. E. Castro said, I recall this being incredibly hyped. I recall this being incredibly hyped up even when it was simulcasting here in the US, so I suspect there's some X factor beyond the manga. Well, the X factor could be that they invested a lot into the advertising.
Oh, by the way, when I'm talking about this, was it the style over substance, music and animation pretty, everyone likes it. Is that an indirect pay to win?
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, well... I'm just going to
look at Berserk. Look at Berserk 2016.
They paid to lose there.
Yeah, they paid to lose. That's my point. That's the direct opposite of what like an amazing, phenomenal story, but shitty animation.
Hunter says, no, the swords change color based off of different aspects of the user. It just happens that some match elemental colors. So also, regarding the Berserk thing, that's actually an interesting proposal you put out, because I haven't brought myself to sit down and watch Berserk 2016.
No,
because like even though I've read the manga like probably farther than Berserk 2016 even gets to, and very much enjoy the story and the characters and stuff, because it looks like ass, I don't want to give it the time of day, you know.
Yeah.
Whereas this show, which the story is. It's like it's just enough to get by, but because it is so visually stunning to look at, I feel very much compelled to keep going with it. So that's an interesting idea that you put forward there, because you're right. Berserk is a phenomenally better story, but because the visuals suck ass, like it's hard to get into.
Which
You
makes
know?
me so sad because Berserk, I feel like, can never catch a break when it's animated. Like,
Yeah, I was talking to Dan the other day about people have been pointing out that the lead actor in the Dune movie looks a lot like Griffith, and we were sort of discussing like if the time came to do a live action Berserk, like we were just discussing who we would potentially pick for the roles.
I would play every role.
Yeah. So anyway, that's a topic for another time. But
Yeah.
it would be interesting to see that occur.
I feel like Kibutsuchi, like, also was not like that. His introduction was piss poor, in my opinion. Anyways, like,
Yeah. Well, so one thing that my wife kind of like that's bullshit when it came up was the fact that how quickly he ran into Michael Jackson.
right? Yeah, he just
Like-
runs into him, and it's just like that.
Like they basically said, "Okay, guys, this is the Naraku of this series. Next episode, there he is. Get him." You know, like
Right? What? No. Like any villain in any like shonen or even like Inuyasha, like a shoujo.
I was about to say Inuyasha's like the opposite. You see him pretty early on, and I found out, wait, he's the villain until season 7? Oh no.
Yeah, but I mean, like, there's still build up, like to most villains in any of these types of shows, where it's like there's a like you get a sense of
You get teases from them, and then you get the big
teases,
kahuna.
and it's built up, and you get a sense of not dread, but like anticipation. And this guy just pops up. And
The
it's
thing
like,
about
"Hey,
that
I'm
guy is,
Michael Jackson." Yeah.
The drunken brawlers or whatever, that scene felt somewhat. Is that the scene I'm thinking of? There's something that was like, it felt like they were trying so hard to make him seem like intimidating and scary.
At best, he came across like a shitty
Michael Jackson
vampire movie where like the vampire just like exerts his force over mortals and kills them easily.
To you.
If you told me that he was a mid-tier villain, I'd be like, yeah, sure, but he's the end-all be-all. It's like, are you fucking serious?
Well,
Like-
on the one hand, like yeah, I can agree, but on the other hand, it's like it's almost more realistic because like like when you see Kill Bill, well, no, that's maybe not a perfect example, but like you've got like the actual top boss of the organization. He's got all these guards to protect him, so he's not going to be so good at his sword skills by the time you get to him. You know what I mean? Because he's been protected by the hired hands. It's growing rusty with age.
Right.
So I guess to wrap things up, I can't remember if there's anything else that really bugged me, but when Zenitsu came into the picture, oddly enough, like my friend says he hates Zenitsu's like, what's the point of him? But I thought he was like kind of a breath of fresh air because he was so flawed and whatever. He's like a scaredy cat and all this. The whole
I need to get through episode 13 to be able to have this conversation, but so far I have not seen anything that I felt was remarkable about him. It's felt kind of forced.
Oh, no.
The whole,
well,
like you need to marry me.
You haven't seen his fall asleep.
I just thought
I did see him fall asleep and then think that the other guy saved him when it was actually him who saved the other guy.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought
He's
like
right.
I know they thought they wanted you to think that was like the coolest whatever redemption of him or anything. I mean I thought, okay, I guess that works for this character because he's so frank. He's so frank.
It just seemed like they were forcing it so hard with it. He's like, honestly, that moment to me was, will you do it for a Scooby snack? You know, kind of like all of a sudden he's a badass and willing to go into the line of fire, so to speak, because he got so scared he fainting goated, right? Like into a state where he was able to fight.
Right.
Seb says it felt the same about, or he felt that I felt the same about Bleach. The characters would explain everything.
Oh,
2
yeah,
seconds
tell me about
after
it.
something happens. But again, I think Bleach is an indication. That's another show that is for a younger audience. Like it's kind of that.
I thought Bleach
it
had
feels-
great characters, and I think it was the story that fell apart. Like they had so
Yeah.
many characters, but every character, something was likable about them. It felt
Mhm.
like.
Kubo did great with the
Except
characters.
for
His story was
Rukia and
shit, though.
Uru and Orihime.
I mean, but you go to the Bleach stands and they'll try to defend everything nowadays.
I don't know. I still have not gotten to the point where fucking Rukia gets saved from the Soul Society in like that opening arc.
Oh,
I'm
geez.
still waiting to get past that. I haven't been able to get through it.
Well, then we need to do a Bleach watch club at some point.
Well, take 7 years
that'll
to
happen.
complete.
In 10 years, all right, cool. No, but to
That's
get back
a whole
on
year of
Demon
Bleach.
Slayer, like
Yeah, go
I feel it's the same way. I feel like nobody's going to talk about Demon Slayer in 4 to 5 years. I feel like the people who are going to talk about it are the remaining fans of it, the people who it really spoke to, but the casual anime fan just will move on because that's the way of the internet nowadays. It's just nobody talks about shows from 5 years ago. Nobody's going to talk
That's
about.
why my friend exclusively seems to watch airing anime because he's like, I want to talk to people on Reddit about it. And it's like, but why do I care about what people think on Reddit?
Yeah.
Yeah. On the one hand, there is that aspect of wanting to be able to geek out about things, which I
But
think
that's
is
why
important.
you do something like this where you have a watch club and you plan to
Yeah.
watch something.
Right. No, I agree. I think that there is utility in being able to communicate with people with, like, for instance, when TV was more of a welcoming environment than it is now, and stuff was actually good, you would, I would go, like, when The Office was airing and stuff, I would, tape the episode and watch it on my DVR or whatever. And then the next day at school, there were people that I talked to about that episode, Oh, did you watch last night? God, it was so funny, right? That was,
Yeah.
Like, you do that kind of thing. So I can totally see that aspect of it. But at the same time, I do think that that locks you out of classics that are, or my brother-in-law told me a story one time about how he saw Fight Club way later than everybody else did. But it still had the same effect on him. And that it was like really groundbreaking and amazing. So when he told people like, "Oh my God, I saw Fight Club last night," oh, for the first time, yeah, it's like, and you want to talk about it now, don't you?
Yeah, nobody's talking about it. That's old news, buddy. What are you talking about?
Well, that's why I told my friend to watch Code Geass, because then it's like when he finishes, then I can discuss it with him, and it's
right.
It's a classic.
All right. So anyway, do we have anything else we want to say about the first 12/13 episodes of Demon Slayer?
I mean, the thing I was going to wrap up with is once they had Zenitsu come in, and then what's it called? It brought a different energy to it, and then there was then they went into that new arc, with the drums and all that stuff. Which that's the only thing I really found interesting in the whole first half. I'm like, whoa,
So-
they animated that so like the CG was obviously not remarkably difficult to do, but it was a really cool effect.
Yeah, well, I'll say this about that arc that I've just gotten into. I feel as though if I was to compare this to Rurouni Kenshin, I feel like all we've seen so far in the show is Kenshin fighting the guy that has the Shino Ippo, the thing where he like glares at Kaoru and she can't breathe or can't speak or whatever. But we're right now entering into the portion of Rurouni Kenshin where Sanosuke shows up and the cast is starting to become more complete and there's more of a dynamic for the characters to work off of each other versus it just being Tanjiro and his
Talking
sister
to himself.
and whoever else is there. Yeah, so it's going to start to become more lively. Going
That's
into
what
the
it
second half
feels
of the
like
show.
it's going, yeah.
And so I'm hoping if we get to the end of the series here before the Mugen Train stuff, and it ends up like Kenshin fighting Shishio, then that's going to be a breathtaking ending, and we're going to have a lot more nice things to say about it by the end.
I'm sure
But
it'll look pretty, but it'll look pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not certain that it's going to get there because I feel like it's probably for me going to be closer to Naruto fighting Zabuza versus Kenshin fighting Shishio. That's how it feels to me, unless Michael Jackson has like extremely interesting attacks. Like let me put it this way: watching Deku fight Overhaul with the added effect of what's her name tied to his back, and how all of those different techniques were all playing off of each other. I was on the edge of my seat. I loved that fight so freaking much because they established the rules of the realm and then they worked that entire arc in those rules, right? Which is always the world building that you want to see in a show. So far, I haven't seen anything from Michael Jackson character that makes me feel like this battle between him, assuming that's who they get to fight towards the end, is going to have anything dynamically super interesting the way that, let's say, My Hero Academia is playing out how the characters work, or the little weird things that happen in Attack on Titan with bloodlines and whatnot.
I can spell it out for you without even watching it. My friend told me that it's 5 minutes straight of Sakuga, and
well, that's exactly what the ending sequence is to every single season of My Hero Academia is. But watching even just All Might fighting the Nomu in the first season, when it gets to that point. First of all, that was incredibly well animated. But leading up to that point, they had the characters get into a hopeless scenario. It was feeling hopeless because the abilities of the guys that they were fighting was legitimately
overwhelming,
pushing them into a corner. They were not going to survive until All Might showed up. And then everything just went off the rails, and it was outstanding because he was about to die. He's literally like blood is coming out of his mouth, just like pouring out while he's punching and going beyond 100% plus ultra and everything. And if you can carry that energy into this show, then I think it'll leave an impression on me that makes me want to sit down and watch it again. But if you can't, then I'm actually very surprised to see how popular this is. Because
that's
even though
me
I'm having
right
a good
now
time,
at this current point.
Well, and I'm saying I'm looking at the future as it's got to get better.
Do you guys remember when it broke the internet?
No, I try to avoid. Okay. I try to avoid when shows are coming out because I like to watch things that I own where I can sit down and binge a lot at one moment. I don't. The worst thing for me is when I start watching a show and I really like it, and then I get caught up. Like for instance, what happened with Steins Gate Zero, where I got caught up and then I stopped watching it because it was coming out week to week and I haven't come back to it. And now I feel like I need to start over from the beginning to enjoy the end. You know what I mean?
We could do a rewatch side by side because I still haven't watched my copies yet, and I've had that for a year and a half now.
Well, we'll touch base on that in the future at some point. I'm not ruling it out at all because I'm pretty sure that some of the other
it doesn't even have to be a watch club, just something you and I can just be watching.
Well, it would have to be a watch club for me to be able to get to it because I wouldn't be able to watch two things that week, but you know what I mean. We'll figure it out. Anyway, so Seb wants to know. Sorry, my mouse is going to. Seb wants to know: are you going to? Are you getting the Aniplex? I already have them,
and we're about to find out if it was worth it.
Yeah. Yep, I do recall the absolute blow up of that certain episode.
19. One
of my friends was ranting and raving. Explain the title. What is the title? My Demon Sister Can't Be This Cute. So the reason it's titled that is because I want to save Semen Slayer for next week.
Nice. No,
I was thinking,
quick.
I'm thinking the other one that I suggested that you said you sung along to. There's a perfect screenshot for that as well.
Well, we can
what you're
Photoshop
saying
some white
is-
fluid
What
mysteriously.
you're
all
saying
over.
is we need to find a way to have seen Mugen Train and add that to a third watch club.
No, Steven Train.
Oh, dude, I know. I'm gonna make a thumbnail for Demon Slayer.
I was gonna make the Twitter moment and put the "My Sis in a Box" as the part for the description, because I do like that title, but I really feel like we can't not do Demon Slayer.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, real quick,
It's
I
too
want
on
to
brand.
before we might need to save this for next week because we're looking real tired here. But
Yeah.
the world building, you brought that up briefly. Like, I feel like the world building in Demon Slayer is like really, really weak.
Yes.
Like, I mean,
I
we
feel
bring
like
up
it's
demons.
right now. Like you said, this will be something we talk about more next week. I
Yeah.
feel like right now it's on the precipice where I'm kind of on the edge of my seat just to see if it's going to actually go somewhere with the world building or it's going to let me down. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
It
I feel
feels
like right now where I'm at, it could go either way because you brought in Inosuke. Is that actually his head, or is he just wearing a boar's head?
He's wearing a boar's head.
Yeah.
Okay,
Do we ever see him without it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's
So-
he's Bishonen. He's a Bishonen.
Now, well, because I have a question for Reese and FD&M. Like there are demons and there are slayers, but like nobody seems to just talk about the demons and the slayers. Like they're a secret organization, but yet there are demons.
That was a
around.
big thing in the beginning. I'm like, how is it so secretive if it's happening so frequently and they're saying,
The other thing is that was really weird to me is when he goes into the selection ceremony or whatever it was called.
The final
he gets
selection.
the final selection. He gets a uniform, and I was like, really? He wears the same jacket the whole show, doesn't he? And then I'm realizing the uniform is literally the thing he's wearing underneath the jacket.
The junk that says "destroy" on the back, which is awesome.
I thought it was funny that the subtitle was like in line with his belt the one time. I'm like, lol.
So with that in mind, I feel like that uniform should signify to people that they should know who he is, what he is, you know. But so far, the only thing that has signified anything to anybody is Michael Jackson noting the Hanafuda earrings.
Yeah.
Right?
It's like he was going through that town where all the girls were getting kidnapped, and it's like nobody can hey.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking about him like the Witcher, right?
Yeah.
Oh, good, the town Witcher is here. Let's do something about our disappearing girls.
Like they said it at the beginning that it was not recognized by any organization whatsoever. It's like a secret organization, so nobody knows about this shit.
Now, actually, now that you bring it up, I thought of a plot hole, or I remembered a plot hole. So you know when he bangs he finds the kid who has the drum or whatever, and he's like, bang the drum as I leave the room or whatever. So he leaves the room and he's like, bang the drum, and then the room changes. But there's a room between the room and then the next room where the bad guy is. But that didn't change, so he could still get to the bad guy. Lol.
Well, I think that the way that mechanic worked is that the room that the person who drums, it's basically the chorus.
No,
for
you
Minecraft.
remember the rooms were changing when Tanjiro went
The
into
entire
a room.
all the rooms changed location.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
it was
but
weird that one room.
What
didn't
I'm saying
change.
is, well, okay. So granted, he probably shouldn't be able to know that this would or would not happen. But I'm wondering if the person who bangs the drum controls it, right? So when the other guy was banging the drum, he was changing every room in the house. Versus
You
when
sound like a Demon Slayer apologist.
Apologist, yeah. I don't know. I'm actually going to rewatch that episode because I feel like I was doing a mad dash to get the video that I put up today up because some of the videos in that meme are so fucking terrible.
Obscure.
And they have over 400,000 views. So I thought I got to jump on this as soon as I can, right? To get that video out. It's one of the few super cuts versus an actual compilation. So that has something good going for it. But like, yeah, I was in a mad dash to finish that. If you haven't seen it yet, I highly recommend you watch it because there's a little gag at the end that is quite funny regarding my N-word past. But yeah, I needed to get that out. So I very much, I think, stepped on the toes of my watchability on the last episodes, starting with when right after Zenitsu is brought in. Because I got to tell you, the bit with the arrow guy, that was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
The bit with the girl with the Goro arms throwing all the little ball things was boring as shit. Did not care for that at all. But the part when all the arrows went into Tanjiro and he was going to get like ripped apart, like that's the shonen shit I want to see. The girl throwing the stupid balls.
How it's like how it wrapped around his arm. And you just did a backflip.
Yeah, did the backflip. That's exactly the kind of shonen shit I want to see. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I want to see you see, because one of the things that I like about shonen is effectively it is a very complicated chess game, right? And Hunter x Hunter does it really well. Some other shows do it extremely well, where you're proposed with a problem and then you come up with a very unexpected solution. You're like, damn, that was brilliant. You know what I mean? And that's why I like watching shonen.
That's why I like Code Geass.
Well, I'll have to watch that at some point in the near future, especially because I'm sure that Dan and I are going to try to go see the movies when they come out in theaters out here.
Are they even making a second one? Because I thought it was a trilogy, but it's radio silent since that first one dropped. Like
it was a recap trilogy to start with, but then they made the fourth movie, Resurrection.
Yes, I think that
that's a separate trilogy, I guess.
I don't know.
There's
too many podcasts for me to go back and read all the stuff we talked about. Also, this is an interesting statement here. Wandering Aimlessly says, oh my God, one more question. Is Lupin like top 5 stuff or what's up with the YouTube pick? Lupin is my all-time favorite series, for sure. E. Castro says, it feels like an off-brand version of Tokyo Ghoul in that sense. Given the rampant nature of demon killings, you'd think there would at least be more emphasis on rumors about the Slayer Corps. The fact that they are a secret organization seems to defeat the purpose.
It's right. Secret.
It's like, okay, so the way that this acts is like, okay, there's vampires literally everywhere, but it's a secret. And Blade, the lone vampire slayer, is also a secret. Okay, that works there because he's one guy. But if you're going to have the demons this fucking blatant, constantly, all the time, causing havoc for people, right? Just murdering entire villages and stuff, then, and you've got an entire, like, platoon of demon slayers, it seems like word would get out, you know? And there's no utility in keeping it secret, you know? Like, if you let people know, you know, like the same idea, this is why I brought up The Witcher, right? The town witcher comes in and you toss him a coin because he's keeping you safe, right? So being able to go around and be given, being aided in your journey, like, hey, do you need a place to stay, Demon Slayer? Please, thank you for sharing, thank you for shouldering the burden of the demons in our town. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It just feels kind of weird. Michael Jackson, oh, you're a 9,000-year-old vampire? Never mind then. Yeah. All right. So anyway, I think that we should quit while we're ahead.
I have a thumbnail for the next one.
Okay, I'm listening.
Next podcast. I will send it to you before we end it off. You can do the outro, I guess you could say.
But hey, Brad, I had a real quick question. Oh, go ahead, Reese.
No, go ahead before we end.
So I want to know, like, if we've ever done a watch club on Fujika Mine, because I'd love to hear what Brad's thoughts are since
we did do it.
Yeah, damn, we need to go watch.
It's the one titled Mini Magnum.
Okay, because I have the exact same feeling as FD&M on the Resurrection film. I hate that film with a passion.
Yeah.
What? I haven't watched it yet.
I hate it.
So Fujiko Mine,
The one called
the woman called Fujiko Mine, and
Jigen's
what?
Gravestone.
No, not Jigen's Grace. Well, but what's the one? Is it Goodbye Partner? That's the name. Yeah, those are the two Lupins I did not enjoy sitting through. Those are the only ones that I didn't enjoy. I like Jigen's Gravestone. I love Goemon's Blood Spray, and I really like Fujiko's Lie. I love those all. Right
on.
A Woman Called Fujiko Mine did not enjoy.
Could you give a
straight
brief
up hated?
Straight up hated. Why you hated it?
So
he talks about it in depth. And
I talk about it in depth, but
no,
just to give you the quick synopsis. I can do it in a paragraph here. The reason I didn't like it, number one, is because I absolutely abhor Richard Epcar as Zenigata instead of Jigen. Number one. And number two, the thing that I like about the dynamic between Fujiko and Lupin, or just the reason that I'm not put off by Fujiko in general, is that she's not a slut. Is that there's an endearing quality to the fact that she is constantly
being a slut.
The thing that I feel like really works for the series is that she never actually gives up the goods, right? And that she uses her feminine charm.
She maintains her waifuity.
Yeah, well, there's just a purity aspect to it, right? And I feel like she's very unvirtuous, and I don't like rooting for unvirtuous characters in that series. So yeah, if you watch the Mini Magnum podcast, or I think it's 90 something, I forget, but it's I can link it to you later. Then you'll hear my thoughts in depth on it. But yeah, those are the main points that I can remember. Especially because she go ahead.
Oh, just real quick, because they brought back Michelle Ruff, but they only brought back Michelle Ruff, which I thought was weird. It was why did you just bring back Michelle Ruff and not Tony Oliver and everybody else?
Yeah. The Koike Lupins, which Jigen's Gravestone. Well, actually, no, because they don't use Michelle Ruff in Goemon's Blood Spray. They use Christina V.
I got this. Let me explain this one.
Go for it.
The woman called Fujiko Mine, the dub for that was based mostly on the dubbed cast that Funimation had used for the eight specials and 2 movies that they did in the 2000s.
Some of them,
which was Sonny Strait, Christopher Sabat, Mike McFarland, Meredith McCoy, and I can't think of the name of the guy who did Zenigata back then, but he's retired. So they had Sonny Strait, Christopher Sabat, and Mike McFarland for the woman called Fujiko Mine. But they brought back Michelle Ruff, who was Fujiko in the Genion dub to play Fujiko, and then they, for some reason, brought Richard Epcar in to play Zenigata for whatever godforsaken reason.
Which to be fair, they also did that in Goemon's Blood Spray and all that.
Because Jigen's Gravestone, Goemon's Blood Spray, and then Fujiko's Light are sequels to the one called Fujiko Mine.
They don't feel like sequels. They feel like the dark.
They're basically called spiritual successors. I guess.
They feel to me like the dark rebranding of Batman. In Christopher Nolan Batmans versus the George Clooney or Michael Keaton Batman.
Yeah, right? we don't talk about the George Clooney Batman,
or even the Adam West Batman. So they feel like they're in that similar vein of being darker, more serious. Yeah. But they don't. To me, they do not feel like a sequel to.
And the dubs for Jigen's Gravestone, Goemon's Blood Spray, and Fujiko's Lie, I'm guessing. Like when they did Jigen's Gravestone, they tried to emulate the Funimation dub without using the Funimation with that cast for some reason. I don't know why they didn't use Michelle Ruff at the time.
Lance got my number here. I knew it. AC likes cock teases.
Anyways, going real quick before we end it. Once we get to Code Geass, I'll explain why I hate Resurrection so much, because I really fucking hate Resurrection.
I want to like it.
It's not uncommon. Look at me with freaking what was that show with the gamers? No Game No Life. Fucking hated that movie. Show's
Uh-huh.
great. Movie sucks balls.
By the way, Green Line.
Yeah.
I put here's the it's in the
Oh,
chat.
cool.
Oh, it's in the chat. Yeah, you have to get it through the
And
actual
my
chat.
pick
Thank
is
you.
sent
I'll just find
okay.
it. I'll just
on
find it.
Facebook.
Okay, all right, guys. Well, Green Line, always welcome back whenever you want. In
thanks,
fact,
thanks.
we can like honestly, I'm cool with people having the public link to join the thing, so long as they don't come in completely naked and get us banned off YouTube. But
We're constantly
I'm always
talking and making noise and saying something that's off topic, and titles completely cutting everybody off all the time.
you wouldn't be talking about a certain host, are you?
I am sorry, I did cut you off. That's my fault. I'm sorry.
Are you gonna?
I was just thinking
Yes.
about how frustrating. So actually, I'll say this: something that's kind of nice is that StreamYard sent me an email recently that they were merging with another company. So StreamYard is going to behave basically the same. We aren't going to notice any differences. But now I should be able from now on to download everybody's audio separately, which means that when you watch the supercut and Augie says it's all that Arizona-ness, I could have cut that out from future streams. So that's going to be great to not get interrupted with really dull one-liners that didn't land. And the podcast clips are only going to get better from here.
Well, you
with
didn't
that
have
ability.
you didn't have your raw. What is it? Your raw version of that supercut without the audio.
No. The supercut is the raw version, right? And I cleaned it up so that it doesn't have the watermarks for like from the meme sheep or whatever for my quick fast edit of it. But after that's over, there's a bit. See, I spoke with Dan about this, and I labored over this because I am a prisoner to my OCD habits, where I was talking to Dan about how if I wanted the podcast clip to do well, then I have to just upload the supercut. But that's not in the spirit of what a podcast clip was, and I was really having a hard time because like I was trying to shorten is I want you to get into the action of a video as quickly as possible. So when the title of the video or the title of the article we cover is GTA mod featuring characters like DBZ's Cell gain new popularity, I'm literally taking the S from DBZ's and I'm putting it after the mod. So it says GTA mods gain new popularity. Like,
Hey,
so
Brad, original idea here. Why don't you like voice it over
just
after the
re-record
fact
it?
because
Yeah,
you have
that
you,
would-
because you have
I feel like
you
that.
know,
I feel like
your
that
own
destroys
voice.
the. I feel like that destroys the spirit of the
Integrity.
edit. But the point is that I had talked about how like I was talking to Dan about how on the one hand I want to release it as a podcast clip, but I want to give people the ability to share around just the supercut. So I was talking to him about like what I could do. I could make it just its own separate video, but then I have to make it an entirely new thumbnail for that one. And it's going to be like, what am I going to do that's different? And do I want to have two videos that are effectively the same, but one of them's got bookends on either side? So after talking to Dan, I decided, I'll bite the bullet, and I just snipped off the entire front of the clip. So it starts literally at the supercut. But then it still has the stuff from the podcast at the end. So if this video does go some degree of viral, which again, it seems like literally you could do absolutely anything with this meme and you're going to get 25,000 likes and 400,000 views in a month. Right. So I figure like, cause the purpose of a podcast clip, go ahead.
15 hours in, so I got 58 views. Sorry.
That's actually not uncommon though. That's like the, if you guys want to help the video to do better,
Sure.
I will say this: after the podcast ends, because the video is only 4 minutes long, search for Lamar roast or Franklin roast meme or VTuber says the N-word, and just scroll down until you see my video. Click on it and watch the whole thing from beginning to end, and leave a like. And that will tell YouTube that this video, when you search those terms, should show up somewhere high in the search because the person who clicks on it stayed through the whole video, watched the whole thing, and they left a like. And that will help seed the virality of it so that YouTube starts promoting it more, right? But the purpose of a podcast clip is to be a billboard for the podcast, because even though some of the thumbnails, like the one with Augie and the nun with the cross, are very funny, your ability to click that when you see it and think, "What's this thing?" and you go, "Oh, 6 hours long." You know what I mean? So the podcast clip, the purpose of it is to be a little bit.
Both worlds.
It's supposed to be a little bit clickbaity when you click on it, but deliver enough that you think, "Oh, I would watch this show, or I'd give this show a chance. It'd be fun to be here live." You know what I mean? And that's the purpose of doing the podcast clips. So when it came to the one I released today, I think, like, I talked to Dan, and it's mostly Dan being a sounding board and me convincing myself of the right decision. But I think it was ultimately the right decision for the video. It starts with the supercut, and then it's us laughing about having just watched the supercut and acknowledging that we're probably going to get a strike or a ban or whatever. And then there's a little joke in there that is probably like chef's kiss perfect for me, visual gag. And then there's the ending thing. But what that gives you when you watch it is you see the supercut. It gives you the thing that you want, and then you see, oh, there's more to it. What is this show? And then you notice the title, which is actually quite long, has OCA podcast clip at the end and all that. So anyway, these are all things that have gone into the thought process of generating these clips. And I think that I don't know where I was going with this anymore, but I think that, a couple more like this, we can grow the show beyond where it currently is.
What we have to do is Demon Slayer Season 2 premiere.
Well, yeah. See, the thing about clickbait is if you don't deliver, then people don't watch more than 30 seconds, and then you D-rank in search, right?
And they give you thumbs down likes.
Yeah. So, which isn't in and of itself a terrible thing to have a dislike versus no rating at all, but at the end of the day, it's just like I'm trying really hard to figure out ways that we can make the show less stressful on me, right? Because let me put it this way, like I was sort of saying before, I've got some issues with the fact that I'm not in my own place right now, and I've got a family that I'm basically a burden to be here because of my landlord selling my place in Arizona, and so this show to them does not come across as essential, right? But if the show made as much money as the amount of time I put into it, if it was an actual job, then it would very quickly that tune would change. You know what I mean?
Look, buddy, I can only donate so much.
I know. I'm not. That's why I'm focusing on. I'm trying to focus on growing the audience versus getting like the existing audience, which is, I would say we probably have about 12 dedicated people that watch the podcast pretty religiously. If they miss it, they come back and catch up and everything. But 12 people, even if they were to give $10 a month every month, that's only $120 a month. You know what I mean? Which is not, to say that that's not significant, but I think that the real survivability of the show is going to come from it's going to come from the growth and support that comes from having a larger audience that is basically more dedicated viewers. If we could double that to 24 viewers, and then like every once in a while we say something or do something that gets people to donate in one form or another, or even the way I see it, let's say that the podcast clip I just released today does reach some mode of virality. The end of that video has a little ad for Stealth Weeb in the YouTube card or the YouTube end screen element, right? And I think I've already sold a shirt today that was probably found by somebody who watched that video. So that's another, these are all sort of the avenues I'm trying to look at for how I can keep this going, because like it's becoming a strain, which is largely, by the way, why we're doing the podcast at night, because it's easier to fly under the radar with the family that would normally have a bone to pick with the fact that it's happening at all, when you're doing it at night versus like having the grandkids get wrangled by just mom for a couple hours because I started at 3 instead of at 7 when it's their bedtime. You know what I mean? So anyway, I'm just trying to figure out how to navigate this to keep things going. It is kind of a long shot in terms of us maintaining going forward with how things currently are, and the just sheer lack of. I mean, when I started the channel, I was making way more money than I'm making now because of the type of work I was doing. But that's been on the decline since before I started the channel in terms of how competitive the VFX market is getting, especially when I was
full head
working
of
from
hair.
home. Yeah. Oh, dude, I have lost more hair in the last 4 months because of this move than I have since I started the channel. I mean, I was actually, my wife asked me if she wanted if I wanted her to shave it today and just start. I'm thinking maybe tomorrow, come back without hair on the next show. But yeah, no, it has affected me in ways that has just been absolutely horrible, right? For this move and the toxic sort of environment that I'm in. But I think that I think that we just need to keep the head up and keep trying. And one of the hard things about the show growing is that the costs effectively also grow. Because I haven't taken Patreon cash because I have to at some point sit down and figure out who was on each podcast and what was earned for instance, the super chats for those podcasts, so that I can parcel that out. And then once I finally get that figured out, so that I can disperse that and then come up with a new system to make it more manageable going forward, then will I be able to take out that cash and start distributing it and stuff. And then it becomes difficult, because as the show continues to grow, which I am happy to have extra hosts and stuff, because it keeps the energy up, and it really, I think, makes the show more enjoyable. But it does become like if you've got, let's say, 4 hosts, for example, then the operating costs, to be fair, even though largely I'm shouldering most of the work, goes up too, right? So it's like if I was the only host, the show would not be as good. But in order to keep the show going, would require fewer, less income, right? But to keep the show energetic and engaging, we've taken on additional hosts, which I think have all been successful in terms of how it's improved the quality of the show. Each person bringing their own expertise or advanced autism to the show. Like FDDM, for example, is always on it when it comes to knowing things about the foreign releases, the overseas imports and everything. Reese has always got those little details that we wouldn't have noticed, like for instance the stuff regarding Earwig and the Witch tonight, noticing that the names are kind of interesting, that they're showing one guy and 3 girls on the cover, but the names that they're choosing to showcase are 2 separate guys, or anything like that. So anyway, and now we've got some chats real quick. I'll just address. Oh, my mouse is not connected.
Don't forget the thumbnail for next thing after the chats.
I won't.
Get through the chat.
I don't know what that's in reference to. AC rambling, never. But all you need to call the stream far turkey calls. Okay. Over barring monkey dirty word. Okay. Seb gives $10 a month. I appreciate it, Seb. I really do. Lance says larger audience means you have to conform to the lower mentality. People are fickle, dude. Yes and no. I don't think we have to change. I think that we have curated an audience that seems to get our humor.
I don't think anyone would stick around. If
Exactly. So I think that there's enough people out there. Look, I do think that we have to ask more of our audience because we are sort of a niche
within a
market.
niche.
Yeah, we're in. Yeah, I would say we are. We are a niche within a niche in the sense that we've got the humor that we have, and sort of the perspective on the world that we have.
In the sense that it's anime, which is kind of niche, and then collectors, which
Collecting,
is
right, and that as well, right, going down into that finer thing. So I do think that is something we're noting, but I think that there's enough people out there that we do provide entertainment. For instance, my friends from my old Minecraft server that don't even collect anime, they'll check the show just because at times it's quite fun. Like we have a good high energy show at points. Also on that point, is the human IQ decreasing overall? Yes. Well, actually, so the thing about the human IQ, I'll just say this real quick, is that we actually modern generations have a higher IQ, higher intelligence than prior human overall IQ, but largely only because we have an abstraction to our thought now where we think about hypotheticals, whereas when your entire life was get up and tend to the farm because otherwise you're dead, people only thought in absolute real world scenarios versus hypothetical thinking, which has changed the way that our IQ is measured, because that actually is something that causes us to think more abstractly and outside the box. So we are actually increasing our IQ, but the problem is that, or let's say our IQ potential, but the problem is that we're also underutilizing it. So, or our attention span is just getting very short. Also, last couple of chats here. As of right now, I owe him $0. Okay, well, I will write you a IOU. Reese's attention to detail is impressive for sure. There are probably more figure collectors than anime Blu-ray DVD collectors. Yeah, there probably are, but let me rephrase that. We could probably get a greater following if we catered more to that crowd. But unless I'm already making a ton of money doing this, I can't afford to collect figures and showcase them on stream.
No, Brad. What we have to do is every single podcast, only one of us shows off only one of the figures we currently own, and we're like, hey, we're the figure collector channel. And
yeah,
then
that'll go for maybe a year.
Hey, I got like 13. That's 13 episodes.
And
all mine are in the storage unit somewhere.
I've got 10 Nendos.
Yeah. Reese can show off the Nendo.
I've got a figure of Ryo Kumato from Kill la Kill.
Exactly.
And it made me a little upset that
I've got 3 Funkos I can show.
We're not letting Kill la Kill, by the way.
Or we can be like those child toy channels where we just go.
I mean, we could also just cosplay every single episode. But like I said, I think we will run out quickly for money for that for those to try to cater to different groups.
No,
I think it's better for us to stay where we're at.
It was defective.
Yeah.
I think it's better for us to know our niche well.
Merch we get along with our pickups, yeah, sure, go ahead.
Sure.
But don't make that like the focal point.
Yeah, because then you're just gonna have a bunch of shit in your house that you can't get rid of because it's anime related. That's what I deal with. That's why I don't collect figures anymore. Anyway, guys,
podcast after next.
I guess let me say this real quick, or discuss a nice upcoming figure.
We kind of do that
in case this isn't abundantly clear. I will talk about anything that you guys share in the Facebook group, in the comments for the doc for that podcast,
or on the Discord,
or in the Discord. Even though I am terrible at checking the Discord and constantly forget the Discord is even a thing.
I think Lance probably sent you a invitation to his personal server. You probably haven't gotten it yet.
Yeah, probably I have not actually. In fact, last time Lance and I talked, and he asked me about that thing he sent me. I didn't see it when he sent it, but I did see it like a day before he asked me about it because I happened to have talked to him regarding the whole eBay banning him for creating an account or whatever. But anyway, yeah. So I just want to make it clear because I got to tell you, I'm working. I'm hoping that tonight's podcast may have shown the effort I've gone to try to clean up article collection. I kept it a lot shorter than normal in terms of like the amount of articles, and I have been hammering articles that otherwise we would have thrown in there in case anybody had something to say about it. And I think that it is improving the overall enjoyment of the show. But I will also say that what made tonight better is that I got a nap in before the show. But anyway, eCastro says Twitch might be a good place to also stream the show.
I've said
I think
that
it's a good
since like day one, and then you're like, nah. And I'm
Okay,
like,
well, the reason I can't stream to Twitch is because I'm locked out of the Anime Collector Twitch, and I can't figure out how to get back in because it is 2-factor authenticated to my old phone number.
dude, call
And
it
I can't-
the simp collector and get instant.
Can't you just like contact Twitch and get them to change that?
I don't know how, but that is an option. The only issue with this is that I'm streaming.
Make a new Twitch that's called the
Hold
OCA
on.
podcast.
I'm streaming to both YouTube and Facebook, and with the version of StreamYard that we pay for, which we have a grandfathered in plan that will retain its price going forward, we can't stream to more than 2 outlets.
Mhm.
Now,
You can you can stream that to Streamlabs to stream on Twitch.
potentially, I'm not sure what the options are on StreamYard. I guess I could pull up a new tab real quick and
Well, no, you
Find
basically
out.
Streamlabs is basically OBS, so you capture.
yeah.
you
Okay, destinations. Let me add a destination. So they have Facebook page, Facebook group, Facebook profile, Twitch, LinkedIn page. Yeah, I'm gonna stream to LinkedIn. Event profile, custom RTMP. So that's, I guess we would use that for anything. Periscope for Twitter, or a
It
YouTube
looks like
channel.
you can probably change it to a third place if you want.
Can I?
I would look trying to get back into your Twitch thing.
Okay. Well, look, yeah, I'm not saying I wouldn't do it. I would absolutely do it. I would stream to Twitch if we can, because like you said, if we branch out the number of places that we're streaming to, we will get a larger audience for sure. Because the thing is, like, we've talked about this in the past about how what was it that game companies, I think Netflix said that they are less concerned with competing with Amazon Prime so much as they are concerned with competing with Fortnite or something like that, because that's where people are spending their time. So if we are streaming to YouTube, we have the chance to reach people on YouTube. But if we're also streaming to my Twitter through Periscope, then we have an even greater chance of reaching people who happen to be scrolling through Twitter at the time versus YouTube, right? And the same thing goes for Twitch, right? If we got on Twitch too, that is another way where we could grow our audience, which I think is going to be the answer to the issues we have. So I will attempt. I do have tomorrow off, so I will try to remember to try to see about getting back into Twitch. And if I can, I will add Periscope, Twitch, and if I can use the RTMP and stream to Pornhub, I'll do it. But yeah, because
that's where the audience is at.
we're competing. So we're competing when we have our show with the people who aren't on YouTube because they're watching porn. Right?
Yeah, that's gonna be our review.
And
Our
that's where
podcast
that's where the late night crowd is, AC. You gotta
grab 'em by the
get where the numbers are at.
All right, so yeah, I think that I will say this: I'm very happy every time I do open up to the audience and you guys regarding the thoughts that I have, because I feel like everybody's very receptive and gives me feedback that integrates well into the decision making that goes forward. So I will look into doing Twitch. I would like to get back into my account regardless, just because I want to retain that
D&D or whatever.
Yeah, no, and I think that
Discotheque streams. You'll be able to comment on the discotheque streams.
well, yeah, exactly, yeah, and well, so sure, there's a lot going on that we would be able to do, and I actually have
in my wheelchair if you do.
what's up?
Will you accommodate me in my crutches and/or wheelchair? Oh, it has to be handicap accessible. Gotta make sure we get the stupid fucking.
Yeah, are we talking about the D&D stream?
Yeah, that.
Yeah. We
D&D
actually
stream.
have been discussing this in our DMs about what was it called, tabletop simulator.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been thinking about ways we could do this. I've never played D&D, so I don't know. It could be a disaster.
I've never either. I don't even own dice.
I have
One thing I would kind of
it,
like to do before we jump into the D&D thing is I want to play an ultra hardcore match of Minecraft where once you die, you're dead, right? But I want to do
Minecraft. I don't know. I don't play Minecraft.
You can use one of my accounts. I got like 3. But I would like to get to do like our podcast versus another podcast, ultra hardcore Minecraft or something, just to break the waters of doing this sort of thing.
Original Foodnum, the first account to have Foodnum Minecraft account.
There you go. Anyway, so that's I'd like to do these things, but we'll discuss this more.
I like the idea of like the Minecraft guy, but with a neck like 4 stories tall.
He just uses the creeper skin, the creeper texture as the neck. All right. So anyway, Twitch archive sucks though. Right. So just to be abundantly clear, the reason I stream to Facebook and YouTube is because if in the middle of the stream YouTube bans my content, I want to be able to pull it down from Facebook as well. I want to have more avenues through which I can download it, right? Because if we lost YouTube, I've got everything backed up, so I could just correct all the holes that are missing on BitChute and just keep going there. Although I can't currently stream to BitChute, I should probably find out if that's one of the avenues I can do. I don't know what the total number that I can stream to, but it probably would be valuable for me to pay more for StreamYard for the sake of growing our audience by getting that sweet Pornhub crowd in there. Yeah, and then the archiving does suck. Periscope doesn't. It does actually. It's kind of different from what it was, but it is basically just live streaming through Twitter. And I think it would be, like you guys said, I think it would be beneficial to just at least do it once and see how that affects our audience. Because it's cool. One of the greatest things I love about StreamYard is that we can see who's chatting from which, from where, right? And we can reply to just one place or all places at once, which is great when we have some weird off-color comment come out and it posts to my Facebook stream, and it's just like it's not within context of the timestamp. It's just boom, here's Reese replying to someone calling them a pussy or something. So that's always fun. Anyway, but yeah, those are sort of the thoughts going forward, and I guess we'll see how things go next time. So I'm going to go ahead and end the broadcast, and we'll see you guys.
Before we end, what are we
Cells at Work,
doing
right?
after next podcast? What are we doing for Watch Club?
So how many seasons of Cells at Work are currently out? Are they airing season 2 right now? Is that what's going on?
They're airing season 2 and Code Black right now.
And Code Black, which is basically
Cells at
after
Work
hours version.
Yeah, Cells at Work at night.
Okay, so we would just be. I was suggesting Cells at Work because I'm having a good time watching Demon Slayer with my wife on Netflix. And I own Cells at Work season 1, and we've already started watching it on Netflix, but I haven't gotten back to it. And my wife was receptive to the idea of us watching it and getting to get through.
How much is on Netflix? Well, I can just look that up. Right
I think it's just the first season.
Well,
there's
it.
the first season and an OVA that was in that first season set. I'm wondering if the OVA is on. I'm wondering if the OVA is also on Netflix.
So I don't feel I need to watch it. It's fresh enough.
Okay, well, yeah. Well, regardless, I'm just saying. Like, I proposed
not present on Netflix.
Okay, well, regardless, I could still find it. I'm just saying
it's on the Blu-ray set.
Yes, but my Blu-ray set is in storage. I could
Oh,
still
right, that's
easily find it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But the point is that the audience will be able to, because it is a Aniplex title, but the audience would be able to enjoy it via Netflix if they've got access to it. Going into slash fan service. When does Interspecies Reviewers come out? I think
No
we've already
date
had this
yet.
conversation.
But there
No
is
date
something
yet.
that comes out in the middle of February that we're going to be doing a watch club for sure at some point, and that's the second
Which
half
is-
of JoJo's Part 5.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I gotta get on that.
So
all right.
that-
Well, we'll figure that out when the time comes. But yeah, Cells at Work for now, and then next podcast, by then we'll have an idea of what we want to do after that, and we'll sort of work that in. All right. Okay, guys. I'll see you then. I'm guessing it's gonna be Monday at 3. Just FYI, because I don't think I'm gonna have that following Tuesday off. All right,
So
see you then.
on Monday the 1st. Ooh.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Well,
Take care.
actually,
So Monday the 1st at
So-
5 p.m. Central Time.
hold on though. So I will say this though. I actually have a couple days off in a row though because it is the end of the month. So I don't have work tomorrow. I work Wednesday and Thursday, and then I've got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday off. So we'll see how things go. Anyway, well, you'll know when we go live.
All right.
All right.